Chapter 998. 998, Extremely Shameless. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Floating Mountain sect is an overlord force. I didn't expect that their disciples would be so pathetic. They actually dared to snatch a famous girl. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Ling Kai's face was dark. He shouted, "Kid, you dare to look down on the Floating Mountain Martial School. You have no chance to live now. You will die. What do you mean by contempt? If the people of the Floating Mountain sect are like you or Ling Yunkong, I think they are not far from destruction," Lu Ming said loudly with a faint smile. The hearts of the people around twitched and they gasped. This Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to say such things about Ling Yunkong and the Floating Mountain. Although they thought the same in their hearts, they didn't dare to say a word. What a big mouth. What kind of trash are you? How dare you criticize young Master Yunkong and the Floating Mountain? Kill him! Kill him! Ling Kai said coldly and waved his hand. Behind him, 5 young men rushed out at the same time, and 5 long swords were aimed at Lu Ming. These 5 youths are the same as the previous one, in their early 30s. They couldn't be considered prodigies, but their combat strength wasn't weak either. They were all experts of the first-level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The Central Continent was indeed the center of the divine wilderness continent. It was a holy land for cultivation, and there were many experts. There weren't many in the Eastern Barren Territory who had reached the spirit embryo realm in their 30s, but they had encountered one after another here. Get lost! Lu Ming spat out a word, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled, and 5 spear lights appeared, stabbing at the 5 young men. Blood splattered everywhere. The 5 young men screamed and quickly retreated. A bloody hole appeared on each of their shoulders, and blood flowed out. The 5 young men's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. If Lu Ming's spear gleam had been aimed at their throats, they would have been dead. "Now get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly, his eyes like lightning as he stared at Ling Kai. "Brat, you're looking for death." Not only did Ling Kai not retreat, but his killing intent grew even stronger. Buzz! A big fish appeared above Ling Kai's head. This fish was extremely ferocious. It was like a battle sword. It had a slender body and a fierce look in its eyes. The ancient swordfish was Ling Kai's bloodline. On it, 3 golden chakras shone. Ling Kai was an expert who had awakened a 3rd-level divine level bloodline and was a prodigy among prodigies. Even though Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak, he was not afraid. With his combat power, it was enough to deal with a 4th-level spirit embryo realm expert. Buzz! Sword radiance burst out from Ling Kai's hands, and countless sword chi shot toward Lu Ming. With a shake of the spear, the space buzzed, and endless spear radiance appeared. Clang! 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 The rapid sound of metal clashing rang out, extremely dense, and rang out for a few hundred times. Then, Ling Kai's figure retreated rapidly. Several holes appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. His face was pale and extremely gloomy. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been merciful. However, Ling Kai was not grateful. Instead, he felt even more resentful. In his heart, Lu Ming did not dare to kill him because he was a member of the Floating Mountain sect. It was only natural that Lu Ming would not kill him. However, Lu Ming had injured him and embarrassed him. If he could not answer to Ling Yunkong when he returned, it would be a great sin. "Brat, just you wait. Go!" Ling Kai roared and turned around with the others, turning into a few sword lights and disappearing into the sky. Lu Ming did not give chase. If he was alone, he would not mind killing these pieces of trash. He would not even frown. However, he had to take the Xiao family into consideration. That was why he showed mercy. A Zhen, a Lei, and Xiao Zhan were a little dazed. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful that even Ling Kai was no match for him and was easily defeated. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were also dumbfounded, but at the same time, their expressions were extremely ugly. "Brat, how dare you to injure a Heaven's Pride expert of the Floating Mountain sect? It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag our Xiao family into this. At this moment, Desolate Ning strode out with a gloomy face. He pointed at Lu Ming and cursed. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Shut up. Little brother Lu is trying to save us," Xiao Zhan scolded. "Grandpa, you're old and muddle-headed. What do you mean, save us? You're clearly trying to harm us. Letting Ling Kai take Ale and Ajin away was the best choice. That way, our Xiao family would have a bright future. Now it's all ruined by this kid. Our Xiao family is going to be in deep trouble." Desolate Ning shouted, his face twisted. You, evil beast." Xiao Zhan glared at Xiao Ning, his body trembling with anger. "Ning is right. Little brat, I knew you didn't have any good intentions. You framed our Xiao family, and now you've offended young Master Ling Yinkong. We're all going to be in trouble." Xiao Hongyun stepped forward and said coldly, "Ha ha ha, setting up your Xiao family and bringing disaster upon your family? Laughable, truly laughable. Who was the one who killed the Xiao clan's disciple just now? Me?" Lu Ming laughed heartily. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were truly shameless. Just now, when the disciples of the Floating Mountain Martial School killed several people from the Xiao family, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning did not even say a word. Now that Lu Ming had helped the Xiao family to repel Ling Kai and the others, these two people jumped out and accused him. Was there such a ridiculous thing in the world? What's the big deal with the death of a few Xiao family's trash? Who told them to be so disobedient? Desolate Ning sneered. "Pa!" Lu Ming slapped Xiao Ning's face with the back of his hand. Xiao Ning spun dozens of times in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. "In my eyes, you're also a piece of trash. Why don't you just go and die?" Lu Ming looked down at Desolate Ning and said coldly, "How dare you? I'll take you down right now, destroy your cultivation, and send you to apologize to young Master Ling Yinkong." Xiao Hongyun bellowed as the aura on his body burst forth. He took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming, sending a palm strike at him. 5th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Xiao Hongyun's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. With his cultivation, he could have stopped Ling Kai earlier. However, he did not move at all earlier, and now he wanted to take down Lu Ming. "Stop!" Xiao Zhan shouted in anger. He had never thought that Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning would be so shameless. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, his cultivation had yet to fully recover. It was too late to stop Xiao Hongyun. Lu Ming did not move in the face of Xiao Hongyun's palm. It was as if he had no intention of retaliating. Xiao Hongyun's heart skipped a beat as he had a bad feeling. This kid is so young, and I've never heard of his name. I don't believe that he's my match. With that thought in mind, Xiao Hongyun's palm force grew stronger and blasted toward Lu Ming. Just as the palm force was about to hit Lu Ming moved his feet slightly and dodged Xiao Hongyun's palm. At the same time, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed Xiao Hongyun's face, pressing it against the ground. Boom! The ground trembled as Xiao Hongyun's face came into close contact with the ground, creating a huge pit in the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. Xiao Hongyun let out a terrible scream, like a lazy toad that had been stepped on. Chapter 999. 999 Intimate Contact with the Ground. When the dust settled, Xiao Hongyun was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face was completely deformed, blood constantly oozing out of his mouth, and his body was twitching. It was a terrible sight. The surrounding onlookers were tongue-tied and couldn't speak for a long time. Xiao Hongyun, who was at the 5th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, was completely defenseless in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's strength had suddenly become unfathomable in everyone's hearts. What's the use of a person like you living in this world? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Xiao Hongyun felt Lu Ming's killing intent and shivered. He sobered up and broke out in a cold sweat. He crawled towards Xiao Zhan with all his might and shouted, "Dad, Dad, save me, save me. I won't do it again. I was wrong this time. Save me." Xiao Zhan's gaze was complicated. He sighed and cupped his fist to Lu Ming. "Little brother Lu, can you let him off this time?" After all, Xiao Hongyun was his son and his last son. Xiao Zhan could not bear to see him being killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart. He had already known this outcome. Xiao Zhan valued friendship too much. Although he was disappointed in Xiao Hongyun, he didn't want to see him die. "Since Senior Xiao has spoken, I'll spare him this time," Lu Ming said. In his eyes, it didn't matter whether he killed Xiao Hongyun or not, because he didn't care at all. Why should he care about something that he could kill with a single slap? "Big brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Anan jogged over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Alei was standing behind him. She blinked her big eyes and peeked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded their expectations. It seemed that even their grandfather was not a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and turned to Xiao Zhan. "Senior Xiao, what do you plan to do next?" It was obvious that Ling Yunkong would not let the matter rest. "Little brother Lu, let's go in and talk," Xiao Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the Xiao family mansion with Xiao Zhan, Aluo, and Ale. "Ling Yunkong shouldn't be here so soon. I plan to disband the Xiao family and then take Ale and Ajin away. However, I feel bad for implicating you this time." Xiao Zhan bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a burst of vital essence spread out, dragging Xiao Zhan along. "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Ale and I are also considered friends. I can't just watch them being taken away by the people of the Floating Mountain sect. Moreover, I'm alone, so I'm not afraid of the Floating Mountain sect." Feeling Lu Ming's vast vital essence, Xiao Zhan found that he couldn't bow down even a little bit. He was secretly shocked. In his eyes, Lu Ming was even more unfathomable. This old man really can't repay little brother's great kindness. Xiao Zhan cupped his hands and said. Previously, Lu Ming had cured him of his poison. This time, he had saved Luo and her sister. They were really indebted to him. After chatting for a while, Xiao Zhan ordered the entire Xiao family to pack their things and leave in batches at night. The Xiao family of Lishui City could no longer be kept. Half a day passed, and night fell. The disciples of the Xiao family disappeared into the night in batches. Lu Ming, Xiao Zhan, and the sisters, Luo and Ale, were sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea slowly. "Master, let this old servant stay and take care of you." An old man with a head full of white hair stood beside Xiao Zhan and pleaded. The old man was very old, but he was full of energy. However, his eyes were full of sadness and reluctance. Grandpa Quan, Luo, and Ale were also full of reluctance. The old man's name was Feng Quan. He had been in the Xiao family for more than 100 years and was now the Xiao family's butler. He had watched Aku and Ale grow up and had deep feelings for the Xiao family. "Quan, it's very dangerous to follow us. You still have a family. Let's go. If there's a chance, we'll meet again," Xiao Zhan said. He was helpless, but this was the only thing he could do. If they stayed, they would all die when Ling Yunkong and his men arrived. Their only chance of survival was to leave. Xiao Zhan's attitude was firm, and Feng Quan had no choice but to say goodbye to Xiao Zhan and the others. "Grandpa, it's all our fault." Luo and Ale were in tears. "If it wasn't for them, how could such a thing happen? You two silly girls, don't let your thoughts run wild." Xiao Zhan chuckled and turned to Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, it's getting late. You should leave now. We'll disguise our slaviers and leave the city at dawn." Lu Ming had already helped them a lot. He did not want to continue implicating Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could say anything, footsteps were heard in the courtyard. In the next moment, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning appeared and walked in. "What are you guys doing here? Hurry up and get lost," Xiao Zhan coldly rebuked. Plop, plop. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning both knelt down in front of Xiao Zhan. "Father, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I was blinded by greed in the past. That was why I thought of using Ale and Aluo to curry favor with Ling Yunkong. That's why it ended up like this. I was wrong. Xiao Hongyun repeatedly kowtowed to Xiao Zhan, crying bitterly. Then he kowtowed to Lu Ming. This time, it's all thanks to young Master Lu that I've come to my senses. I finally realized how wrong I was in what I did previously. Thank you, young Master Lu. Xiao Ning also followed Xiao Hongyun and kowtowed. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Xiao Zhan also frowned. Father, I only hope that you can forgive me. Then, I will bring Ning to Ling Yunkong and plead for mercy. This will buy you some time so that you and Ajun can go further away. Xiao Hongyun said, his eyes full of sincerity. Grandfather, you see, second uncle also knows his mistake, so please forgive him, Qing said in a low voice. Yes, Grandpa, Lei also said. The two sisters were very kind. Seeing that Xiao Hongyun seemed to be sincere, their hearts softened and they pleaded for Xiao Hongyun. Pa! Pa! All of a sudden, Xiao Hongyun slapped his own face continuously. As he slapped, he shouted, Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me. In a few moments, both sides of Xiao Hongyun's face were swollen. All right, it's good that you know you're wrong. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as you remember in the future, opportunities should be grasped by your slaviers and not exchanged by sacrificing your loved ones. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan's heart softened and he sighed. Thank you, Father. Xiao Hongyun smiled and said, Dad, I don't know when we'll meet again. I've prepared a banquet in the lobby. I've not gathered with you and my two nieces for a long time. Just take it as a farewell to my nieces. Banquet? No need. It's fine as long as you have the heart. Xiao Zhan said, Father, this is a small token of my appreciation. After this farewell, we may never see each other again. Xiao Hongyun sighed, revealing a regretful and sad expression. Grandpa, let's go then. I think second uncle is sincere. Aluo whispered, and Ale nodded. Well, all right then. Xiao Zhan nodded. Chapter 1000. 1000 Snow Heart Poison. Thank you, Father. Xiao Hongyun was overjoyed. Then, he turned to Lu Ming. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. I'm here to apologize to you. Why don't you join us? Well, that's good. There's wine to drink, so there's no reason to refuse. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the group of 6 came to the main hall. There was indeed a table of fine wine and delicacies. Xiao Hongyun poured a cup of wine for everyone, then raised his cup and said, Father Zhan Ale and young Master Lu, I have made a huge mistake. I will drink this as punishment. Then, he picked up his wine cup and drank it all. Xiao Zhan, Aku, and Ale also picked up their glasses and took a sip. Lu Ming raised his glass with a faint smile on his face. Young Master Lu, please. Seeing that Lu Ming did not drink, a trace of panic flashed in the depths of Xiao Hongyun's eyes. Then, he put on a sincere smile and said, It's good wine indeed. You'll know once you smell it. Lu Ming laughed, then picked up the glass and drank it in one go. Seeing this, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning's eyes flashed with surprise. Young Master Lu is so generous. Come, let's eat. Xiao Hongyun laughed as everyone sat down. Xiao Ning then poured wine for everyone. Young Master Lu, you are so young, and yet you have such a high cultivation. I really admire you. I have never heard of your name before. May I know which force you are from? Xiao Hongyun said. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan, Aluo, and Ale also showed a curious look. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence had ended. During the Battle of Providence, all the hidden geniuses, the geniuses secretly nurtured by the unparalleled experts, had appeared one after another. By now, who didn't know the names of these geniuses? However, they were unfamiliar with Liu Shaoqing. Did he not participate in the Battle of Providence? I don't come from any force. I used to cultivate in the deep mountains. This is the first time I'm coming out of the mountains. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lu Ming really did not participate in the Battle of Providence? This was really rare. Generally speaking, almost all geniuses who encountered a Battle of Providence would be tempted. Ha ha, young Master Lu, You have such a cultivation base, even though you have not participated in the Battle of Providence. This is rare. Come, let me toast to you. Xiao Hongyun picked up his wine cup and downed it in one go. Lu Ming smiled and drank the wine in one gulp. Good wine, it's really good wine. You're so thoughtful. Lu Ming clicked his tongue and had a look of enjoyment on his face. Ha! It seems like young Master Lu is a wine lover. You can have a few more if you like, Xiao Hongyun said with a smile. Xiao Ning immediately poured a glass of wine for Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, I hope you can forgive me for my previous offense. Good. Lu Ming smiled, picked up the glass, and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning's faces were filled with joy. After that, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning repeatedly apologized to Xiao Zhan, a Lei, and a Zhen, and toasted to the others. Soon, the Xiao sisters' faces turned red, and they looked exceptionally beautiful. Grandpa Aluo, why do I feel a little cold? At this time, Lei whispered. I also feel a little cold. Qing shivered and exhaled. A layer of frost actually formed in the air. Xiao Zhan's expression changed. Aluo and Lei were both at the perfected spirit sea realm. Why did they suddenly feel cold? Even in a world of ice and snow, they couldn't possibly feel cold. At this time, Xiao Zhan also felt a trace of coldness in his meridians. Bang! Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning like a mad lion. He roared, Evil creatures, you poison the wine? Before he could finish his words, Xiao Zhan felt the world spin around him. He couldn't stand still and sat back down in his chair. Aku and Lei looked at Xiao Hongyun in disbelief. They had never thought that Xiao Hongyun would actually poison them. Didn't Xiao Hongyun already admit his mistake? Could it be that everything was fake? The two sisters found it unbelievable. It's so cold. Lei shouted. At this moment, her face was no longer red, but a layer of frost had appeared. At the same time, a layer of frost would appear in the air with every breath they exhaled. Ha ha! At this moment, Xiao Hongyun laughed hysterically. Old man, you two stinky girls still want to leave? If you leave, what will happen to Ninger and me? We can't let our bright future be ruined by you. Xiao Hongyun laughed out loud. At this moment, he had completely revealed his true nature, and his face was filled with ferocity. And you, boy, if you dare to interfere, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Xiao Hongyun glared at Lu Ming fiercely. Evil creature, Xiao Zhan roared, his heart filled with pain and disappointment. Just now, he had really thought that Xiao Hongyun had found his conscience and changed for the better. He did not expect that everything was fake and that it was all an act. He pretended to be pitiful and remorseful in front of them just to trick them into drinking and eating. He had already poisoned the food and wine. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's face was also covered in a layer of white frost. A layer of light emanated from his body as he tried to force out the poison. However, he had not fully recovered and it was useless. Old man, don't force the poison out. It's useless. This is the snow heart poison, which is 10 times more poisonous than the 7-colored poisonous snake. You can't force it out, Jiang Chun said. Xiao Hongyun sneered. Snow heart poison. Xiao Zhan's face was filled with sorrow. The snow heart poison was very famous among all the strange poisons in the world. Without an antidote, even a spiritual God realm master would find it difficult to force out the poison. Old man, I might as well tell you one more thing. When you were bitten by a 7-colored poisonous snake in the chaotic mountains, it was young Master Yunkong who sent people to lure the snake over. Otherwise, Xiao Hongyun continued to sneer. What? Evil creature. So my whereabouts were also revealed by you? Xiao Zhan staggered and almost lost his balance. Ha, not bad. Other than me, Ninger, and Zhan and Lei, who else would know about your whereabouts? Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning laughed arrogantly. Evil beast! Xiao Zhan's face was filled with despair. If you don't die, how can I take charge of the Xiao family? Also, if you don't die, how can these two girls marry Ling Yankong? Don't you know that you're an obstacle to me? Xiao Hongyun's expression was ferocious. That's right, old man. I'm also your grandson, but why are you so biased towards these two stinky girls? They clearly have such great value, so why do you want to keep them and waste them? Huh? Desolate Ning was also screaming. Xiao Zhan had completely given up. Xiao Hongyun and his son were no different from animals. It's not just the two of you, right? The others are also about to arrive. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee kid, you're right. A sneer rang out, and with a flash, more than a dozen people appeared in the hall. Ling Kai and a few other young men from the Floating Mountain Martial School were among them. It was Ling Kai who had just spoken. Other than Ling Kai, there were 7 or 8 more middle-aged or old men. All of them had powerful auras and profound cultivation. Not only did they poison him, but they also called for help. It could be said that they were absolutely safe. Chapter 1001. 1001 Chapter 1001 Devouring All. Old man, how dare you disobey young Master Yinkong? You're courting death, and you still want to sneak away? Humph. Young Master Yinkong has taken a fancy to these two girls. Do you think they can escape? Ling Kai's cold eyes swept over Xiao Zhan, Aluo, and Ale. Xiao Zhan, Aku, and Ale's faces turned pale. They knew that this time they could not escape. And you, kid, you actually dared to injure us. You simply don't know what's good for you. Hee, aren't you still in our hands? Ling Kai glared at Lu Ming ferociously and licked his lips. But don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll make you suffer all the torture in the world and let you die in pain. AI, Lu Ming suddenly sighed. If it's too late to sigh now, Ling Kaisan said coldly. I'm sighing. I was in a mood to drink, but it was interrupted by a few wild dogs. What a killjoy, Lu Ming sighed. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he picked up the wine pot on the table and said, However, the wine is indeed good wine. We can't waste it. With that, Lu Ming opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The wine in the flagon turned into a water column and flew into his mouth. Lu Ming gulped down all the water. Everyone was dumbfounded. No, not poisoned? How is that possible? Xiao Hongyun cried out in disbelief, thinking that he was dreaming. He had clearly seen Lu Ming drink many glasses of wine. How could he not be poisoned? Moreover, Lu Ming had finished the rest of the wine. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming was not afraid of poison? Ling Kai and the others were also dumbfounded. They were the ones who had brought the snow heart poison. They had given Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning the antidote in advance, and then poisoned the wine and dishes. Their main target was Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was the most dangerous. Xiao Zhan and the others were not a threat to them. The process was surprisingly smooth. Xiao Hongyun and his son had successfully brought Xiao Zhan and the rest here. Lu Ming and the rest had also successfully drunk and eaten. Moreover, Lu Ming had drunk the most and eaten the most. But how could Lu Ming be fine now? Ling Kai knew better than anyone how powerful the snow heart poison was. Xiao Zhan, Aku, and Ale were a little dazed. Then, their eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming was fine. Just now, they were already in despair, but now, hope was born again. I might as well tell you that the moment I picked up the wine cup, I knew that the wine was poisoned. Lu Ming looked at Xiao Hongyun contemptuously and smiled faintly. If you know, why are you still drinking? Xiao Hongyun was still in disbelief. Because it's good wine. How can I waste it? Besides, I also want to see what kind of tricks you were playing. Lu Ming smiled and stood up. Light swirled around his body and a cold aura emanated from him. Then he stretched out his palm and pointed it at Xiao Zhan, Ale, and Aluo. A huge devouring force burst out and white light flew out from the three of them. As the white light flew through the air, a layer of crystal white frost appeared in the air. The white light continued to fly into Lu Ming's palm and was devoured by him. Xiao Zhan, Ale, and Aluo's faces also turned red. The poison in their bodies had been detoxified. Xiao Hongyun, Xiao Ning, Ling Kai, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. They had never heard of such a method of detoxification. Now it's your turn. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, and a sharp, murderous intent burst out. Not good, retreat. Xiao Hongyun's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he pulled Xiao Ning and quickly retreated. They were fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he appeared in front of Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning like a stream of light. He pointed 2 fingers, and the 2 of them were unable to resist as their dantians were touched by Lu Ming's finger. Like balloons that had been burst, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning screamed as their bodies were sent flying and fell to the ground. Their auras were weak, and they were like ordinary people. Their cultivation had been crippled by Lu Ming. Ah, my cultivation, my cultivation! Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning both screamed in despair. It's over, it's all over. Initially, he wanted to rely on Ling Yunkong to rise up the ranks. Now, he didn't manage to curry favor with Ling Yunkong, and his cultivation was crippled. He had become a cripple. All hope was gone. Go, go! Ling Kai's pupils contracted sharply as he screamed repeatedly. He himself was about to retreat. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly appeared in front of Ling Kai, grabbed his neck, and lifted him in the air. Release! Let me go, what do you want to do? I'm young Master Yunkong's man. Ling Kai shouted and tried to threaten Lu Ming. Swallow! Devour! Lu Ming spat coldly. The devouring power suddenly erupted. Ling Kai screamed and kept struggling, but to everyone's horror, Ling Kai's body shriveled up like a ball and finally turned into a dry corpse. Bloodthirsty. This is the bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall. You're from Cold Blood Hall. Go, go. The other people from a floating mountain sect cried out in alarm and tried to escape. Did I let you go? All of you stay. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and clenched it in the air. Boom! A terrifying, devouring power burst out and enveloped all the people of the floating mountain sect. These people screamed in horror. Their power of blood, blood essence, blood, vital essence, and other things flew out of their bodies and were devoured by Lu Ming. This feeling was too terrifying. He had seen himself being devoured and the people around him turning into dried corpses. No, no, they screamed in agony. However, after a short while, everyone from the floating mountain sect turned into mummies and Lu Ming devoured everything. Almost all of these people cultivated the water concept. At this moment, Lu Ming's water concept began to improve as it was continuously refined by the 9 dragon bloodline. Only Xiao Hongyun, Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan, a Ku, and a Lei were left. The people of the floating mountain sect had all died. A foul stench filled the hall. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Xiao Ning. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. He was so scared that he had peed himself. Xiao Hongyun's face was also pale and full of despair. Xiao Zhan and the other 2 also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Brother Lu, are you a Cold Blood Hall disciple? Xiao Zhan asked. Cold Blood Hall? I've never heard of it. I'm not a Cold Blood Hall disciple. Lu Ming shook his head. Not a Cold Blood Hall disciple. Xiao Zhan seemed to let out a long breath. He seemed to be very afraid of Cold Blood Hall. Senior Xiao, I'll leave these 2 to you. Lu Ming pointed at Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Father, father, please spare my life. Please let me off this time. I was blinded by greed for a moment. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Hongyun started pleading. You said the same thing before. You 2 evil creatures. If I let you live, you'll only harm others. I'd rather kill you myself. Xiao Zhan strode forward with killing intent. Chapter 1002. 1002, the top 10 heaven's favorites of the floating mountain. Father, please let us off this time. I'm your biological son. Xiao Hongyun pleaded. Grandpa, I beg you, please let me go. It's not my fault. My father told me to do this. Yes, it's all him. I was forced by him. Xiao Ning screamed and begged, pushing all the blame onto Xiao Hongyun. Bastard, how dare you slander me? If it wasn't for the fact that you could get into Ling Yunkong's good books, would I have done that? Xiao Hongyun looked at Xiao Ning in disbelief and anger. You were the one who gave me this idea from the start. You were the one who told me to make use of Ale and Ajun. That's why I invited Ling Yunkong to our house. It was all your idea. Grandpa, if you want to kill him, then kill him. I'm innocent. I'm the last man in the Xiao family. I still want to pass on the Xiao family's heir. Desolate Ning shouted. Animal, animal, I'll kill you. Xiao Hongyan roared and pounced toward Xiao Ning. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Ning also rushed toward Xiao Hongyan. The two of them were entangled in a physical fight since their cultivation had been crippled. My family is unfortunate. My family is unfortunate. Xiao Zhan's face was dejected, as if he had suddenly aged a few decades. After a long time, Xiao Zhan's eyes revealed a decisive look. A sword appeared in his hand, and he said, "What's the use of two scums in this world?" Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and two heads flew high up into the air with disbelief. After killing Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan's body staggered as if he had lost all his strength. Grandpa, Aku, and Ale quickly supported Xiao Zhan. Senior Xiao, you can't fall. The Xiao family, Ajun and Ale still need you to take care of them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "That's right. Ale and Ajun are the hope of the Xiao family. Nothing must happen to them. Let's leave Li Shui City and get away from the floating mountain." "I'll send you guys off first," Lu Ming said. Then, the four of them took advantage of the darkness and left the Xiao family. However, just as they left the Xiao family, a bright sword light slashed towards them. Lu Ming's expression changed. He used his vital essence to roll Xiao Zhan and the other two to the side. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light slashed toward the Xiao family, leaving a deep sword mark. Half of the Xiao family was cut in half. A group of figures appeared in the sky. Their gazes were cold, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. The people from a floating mountain. Xiao Zhan's expression changed. It seems like Ling Kai and the others are dead. Luckily, I was worried and rushed over personally. Otherwise, you guys would have really escaped. A cold voice came from the distance. A young man in a white robe was waving a folding fan as he walked in the air. Ling Yinkong, Xiao Zhan, Aku, and Ale cried out in alarm, their faces turning even uglier and even more desperate. Ling Yinkong, one of the top 10 heavens favorites of the floating mountain martial school, had actually come personally. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Around the Xiao family, many figures appeared in a flash and flew into the sky, looking over. The movement of the sword earlier was too loud. Everyone within 100 miles could hear it. They all rushed over to see what had happened. The people from the floating mountain, Ling Yunkong. That's Ling Yunkong. Ling Yunkong has come personally. The Xiao family is completely finished. Someone recognized Ling Yunkong and exclaimed in shock. Brother Lu, hurry up and leave. Xiao Zhan called out to Lu Ming anxiously. Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, but he was definitely not Ling Yunkong's match. Ling Yunkong was one of the top 10 heavens pride experts of the floating mountain martial school. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Many of the older generation were not his match. The top 10 heavens pride experts of the floating mountain sect. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. There was a hint of fighting spirit and anticipation in his eyes. The floating mountain sect was the overlord of the central continent. It had an emperor in charge and was on the same level as the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Corps sect. Lu Ming was very curious about the level of the geniuses in such a force. Leave? Today, none of you will be able to escape. Ling Yunkong's voice was cold. His eyes swept across the room and finally landed on Aku and Ale. His eyes were burning with passion. He had played with countless beautiful women in his life, but he had never played with such a pair of pure and lovely twins. Just thinking about them made him feel excited. Old man, you should kill yourself. And that brat kill himself too. That way, I can still leave you with an intact corpse. Ling Yunkong said indifferently. Hee hee, This is the virtue of one of the 10 heavens pride experts of the floating mountain martial school. I've finally seen it today, but it's really disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. In the air, the expressions of more than 10 experts of the floating mountain sect changed. Ling Yunkong's face darkened as well. He glared at Lu Ming coldly and said, "Good, kid, you're good. With your words, I won't let you die. I'll let you live, but I'll make you regret living." Ling Kai said the same thing before, but he's a dead dog now. I hope you have the right to say that. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Attack and cripple him. Ling Yunkong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waved his hand. Bang! An elder strode forward with a steel fork in his hand. His aura rose, and a powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was extremely shocking. 6th level spirit embryo realm. This elder's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. Boom! The old man waved his steel fork and smashed it at Lu Ming. "Be careful. Brother Lu, be careful." Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters cried out in unison, worried. Lu Ming's palm glowed, and a long essential core spear was condensed. The long spear swept out and hit the steel fork. With a clang, the steel fork trembled violently and was sent flying. Lu Ming rose into the air, his long spear turning into a ray of light with a faint dragon's roar. It was a high-grade demigod martial technique, the dazzling dragon spear art. Pucci! The spear broke through the old man's defense and killed him. What? The people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. Lu Ming was very powerful. He had killed a 6th level spirit embryo realm cultivator with one shot. Such a young heaven's favorite would not be unknown in the entire central continent. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered slightly as well. It was apparent that Lu Ming's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. "Looks like I'll have to do it myself today," Ling Yunkong said. He was only slightly surprised, but he did not take Lu Ming seriously. That was because he could kill an ordinary 6th level spirit embryo realm cultivator with a snap of his fingers. Bang! Ling Yunkong took a step forward. The sky trembled violently, and the world began to shake. Ling Yunkong is about to make his move. Some people exclaimed, but more people's eyes were shining. The Battle of Providence had just passed half a year ago. During this time, the entire central continent was very peaceful, as if all the geniuses had gone into seclusion. It was a complete opposite from before the Battle of Providence had begun. Before the Battle of Providence began, the prodigies would battle each other. Battles were endless, and there were battles between peerless prodigies every day. However, after the War of Providence, it became completely silent. All of the geniuses seemed to be digesting what they had obtained from the Battle of Providence and were in seclusion to improve their cultivation. In the past 6 months, it was rare to see some of the top geniuses fight. Was Ling Yunkong going to make a move now? After the Battle of Providence, countless people were curious about what realm Ling Yunkong had reached. Chapter 1003. 1003 Chapter 1003 Suppressing Ling Yunkong. This was because most people would not be able to see the final battle of the Battle of Providence. Only the upper echelons of the Overlord forces could see it. The combat strength of these heaven's favorites were all spread out. Few people had seen it with their own eyes. Now, they finally had a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming took one step at a time in the air. With each step, Ling Yunkong's aura grew stronger. In the end, the aura on his body was as powerful as the archaic divine mountains. The immense pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters couldn't help but retreat, their eyes filled with horror. In front of Ling Yunkong, they felt as though they were nothing more than ants. It was impossible for them to resist him. Big Brother Lu. The Xiao sisters looked at Lu Ming, extremely worried. Ling Yunkong was so powerful. Could Lu Ming be his match? However, Lu Ming's figure was as steady as a rock. He did not move at all. Not even the corner of his clothes moved. Ling Yunkong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. A person who could stand still in the face of his aura was not simple. "You're not bad. You're worth my time. What's your name?" Ling Yunkong's words surprised many people. Ling Yunkong actually said that Lu Ming was worth his time. Was the young man who was standing there, without moving, so strong, worthy of Ling Yunkong's attention? You are not qualified to know my name, Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it was like a storm that spread throughout the entire scene, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Lu Ming actually said that Ling Yunkong was not qualified to know his name. Crazy. Too crazy. Crazy to the point of no end. What kind of person was Ling Yunkong? He was one of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Overlord Force, the Floating Mountain sect. Although he was only ranked 10th, the number of disciples of the Floating Mountain sect was more than 10 million. There were countless geniuses and experts. To be able to stand out among the countless geniuses and be ranked 10th, it was enough to show how terrifying Ling Yun was. However, Lu Ming was saying that Ling Yunkong was not even qualified to know his name. He's too arrogant. I'm afraid that this young man came from the deep mountains and has not seen the world. He actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In my opinion, he's just a frog at the bottom of the well. He thinks he has some ability and doesn't put the world's heroes in his eyes. Just watch. He'll be miserable later. I think I've heard his name before. It's from the Xiao family. I think he's called Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing? I've never heard of him before. The Battle of Providence has just ended, and all the powerful elites are famous. I've never heard of this name before. Did he not participate in the Battle of Providence? You see, I was right. This person must be a country bumpkin who just came out of some deep mountain. There was a lot of discussion near the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan, Aku, and Alei were also trembling with fear. Lu Ming's words had infuriated Ling Yunkong even more. Ha ha ha! As expected, Ling Yun laughed in his anxiety. His eyes were cold as he said, "Arrogant. You are really arrogant. I, Ling Yunkong, have been called arrogant by others, but you're even more arrogant than me. However, you need to have the right to be arrogant. Later on, I will make sure that you can't be arrogant at all. You're right. You have to have the capital to be arrogant, or you're just looking for death." Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was obvious that Lu Ming was referring to Ling Yunkong. "Then I'll let you see what I have." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun took a step forward and waved his palm. A blue, crystal-clear blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to split the entire heaven and earth. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He shook his long spear and a dragon's roar was heard. A spear's gleam burst out and collided with the saber's gleam. Boom! A powerful chi burst out and the space shook. The spear and blade light both disappeared. Ling Yunkong did not move. Lu Ming did not move either. He blocked it. That Lu Xiaoqing actually blocked Ling Yunkong's blade. Unbelievable. How could this be? This person actually has such powerful combat strength. Some people called out in disbelief. Peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He already knew that Ling Yunkong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Half a year ago, during the War of Providence in the Eastern Barren Territory, there would have been cultivators at the level of demonic Lord Luo Tian. However, Lu Ming felt that Ling Yunkong's combat strength should not be as strong as Luo Tian's. His talent should be slightly weaker than Luo Tian's. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence, and Ling Yunkong had only reached the peak of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Just from this point, he was inferior to Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was ranked 10th among all the human talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Not bad. If you can take one of my attacks, then try taking another. 100 Waves Saber Art. The aura on Ling Yunkong's body became even more vigorous. The blade light broke through the air, and the sound of stormy waves actually rang out in the air. Ling Yunkong's blade gleams were like ocean waves, wave after wave, slashing towards Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's spear trembled. The long spear that was condensed from vital essence expanded rapidly, like a pillar that held up the sky. 5 colored rays of light curled around it. Yes, 5 colors, 5 intents. Earlier on, Lu Ming had devoured Ling Kai and the other's water concept and had been refining it. At this moment, Lu Ming's water concept had a breakthrough and reached the lower tier of level 3. Although it wasn't on the same level as the earth mentality, wind, fire, and thunder mentality, the power of the 5 mentalities together was still very shocking. Boom! The massive spear pressed down with an overbearing momentum, obliterating everything in its path. Boom! 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 The heavens and the earth trembled continuously as Ling Yunkong's blade light was crushed and shattered. In the end, the long spear did not stop and continued to smash towards Ling Yunkong. Why would I? Ling Yunkong's pupils contracted rapidly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He broke his 100 Waves saber art in one move and still had the remaining energy to smash at him. All the spectators in the surroundings also widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's spear was too amazing. It was unimaginably powerful. It actually started to suppress Ling Yunkong, one of the 10 proud children of heaven of the floating mountain sect. Ling Yunkong let out a long howl. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he continuously slashed out with the saber in his hand. Within a short period of time, he had slashed at least a few thousand times before he managed to block Lu Ming's long spear. However, he was forced to retreat 1,000 meters, his chest heaving up and down. Just this bit of strength? And here I was thinking how strong he would be. It's a miracle that you're still alive, Lu Ming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong's face turned red with anger. He was very arrogant just now and even said that one had to have the right to be arrogant. The facts had proven that he did not have the right to be arrogant in front of Lu Ming. His words were like slapping his own face. This made him furious and furious. He wished he could kill Lu Ming. Die! Ling Yunkong roared. At the same time, a giant elephant appeared above his head. There were 5 golden chakras around the giant elephant. As expected, a 5th-level divine bloodline was weaker than Luo Tian's. However, it made sense after some thought. The Floating Mountain sect was only on the same level as the Empyrean God Palace or the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ling Yunkong was only ranked 10th in the Floating Mountain sect. If even the 10th place was as powerful as Luo Tian, wouldn't the Floating Mountain sect be as powerful as the entire human race of the East Baron? This was clearly impossible. Chapter 1004. 1004 Chapter 1004 First Display of Strength. It's out. Ling Yunkong's bloodline. Is this a 5th rank divine bloodline? The legendary divine beast, the divine water elephant. It is as famous as the ancient war elephant and can control all the water in the world. Exclamations of shock came from all around. Ling Yunkong performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the divine water elephant. The divine water elephant was 1,000 meters tall, towering into the clouds and covering the sky. It let out a long roar, and the entire Lishui city trembled. Countless people looked at the huge creature in the sky in shock. Boom! The divine water elephant stepped forward and stomped toward Lu Ming. Lei and Xiao Zhan were extremely frightened. This kind of power was too amazing, as if it could destroy the world. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still as calm as water. The spear in his hand grew larger again, becoming thousands of meters long. It was indomitable, stirring the wind and clouds. Boom! The huge spear radiance shot toward the divine water elephant. The clouds in the sky were directly split apart, allowing the starlight to fall. The divine water elephant let out a long cry and curled its trunk, which was hundreds of meters long, toward the spear radiance. A deafening boom resounded and the space trembled. However, the final result was shocking. The 5-colored spear radiance destroyed the elephant's trunk like rotten wood and struck the divine water elephant's trunk. The divine water elephant let out a wail, and its huge body retreated. It stepped in the air, causing ripples to appear in the air. Ling Yunkong is going to be defeated, someone exclaimed. Everyone was extremely shocked. Ling Yunkong had even used the fusion of bloodlines, but he was still no match for them. He was about to lose. Boom, boom. Lu Ming's body was as small as an ant, but he waved his 1,000-meter-long spear and continuously bombarded the divine water elephant. After a few consecutive explosions, the divine water elephant let out a blood-curdling screech and exploded with a bang, turning into Ling Yunkong's appearance. Ling Yunkong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood was spurting out of his mouth like a fountain. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned into a blade light and flew into the distance at an extreme speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Kid, just you wait. Ling Yunkong's voice could be heard from afar. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not pursue. He did have some apprehensions, not because of himself, but because of the Xiao family. After all, Ling Yunkong was one of the 10 Heavens Pride experts of the Floating Mountain sect. If he were to be killed, the Floating Mountain sect might be enraged and send out a few spiritual God Realm experts. He could just pat his butt and leave, and the Xiao family would be in trouble. Therefore, Lu Ming did not give chase. At this moment, the people who were watching the battle looked at Lu Ming with awe, shock, and curiosity. Lu Ming had actually defeated Ling Yunkong. This meant that he was a more powerful genius than Ling Yunkong. But why had he never heard of Lu Xiaoqing's name? Did this kid really not participate in the Battle of Providence? Lu, big brother, A Qing, and the others were also dumbfounded. They had never expected Lu Ming to be so powerful that even Ling Yunkong was not his match. What kind of ability was that? Was this still the young man who had been injured by the demonic beast? They thought of how Lu Ming looked when they first met him in the chaotic mountains. At that moment, their beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up. Back then, they had met Lu Ming because a level 8 vicious beast had gone into a rage. At that time, they had thought that Lu Ming had been implicated and injured by some other smaller vicious beasts because of the level 8 demonic beast rage. Now that they thought about it, perhaps the level 8 demonic beast rage was because of Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming was injured was probably because he was attacked by that level 8 demonic beast and not some small demonic beast. Xiaozhan was even more surprised. He had been cultivating for many years, and he knew very well how strong Ling Yunkong was. At his peak, he was at the peak of the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, in front of Ling Yunkong, he was definitely killed in a second. But Ling Yunkong was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Let's go, we'll leave first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the long spear disappeared. He smiled at Luo and the rest. Ah, yes, okay. As if they had just woken up from a dream, the 4 of them headed out of the city. Naturally, Lu Ming did not care about defeating Ling Yunkong. To him, Ling Yunkong was not his match at all. Ling Yunkong's cultivation was weaker than his. He had not even used the power of his bloodline. He had defeated Ling Yunkong with just his cultivation and intent realm. The power of the fusion of 5 kinds of mentality is indeed much stronger than that of 4 kinds of mentality. It's a pity that the water mentality is still a little weak. If it was on the same level as the other mentalities, the power that it could unleash would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The 4 of them headed north of Lishui City. After leaving the city, the 4 of them changed their appearances and changed their clothes. The sisters' looks had become much more ordinary and less eye-catching. Lu Ming had also turned into a young man in his 30s. He kept going north and crossed the Myriad Lake Plain. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he stopped at a small island in the middle of a lake. This small island in the middle of the lake was very peaceful and suitable for living in seclusion. Xiaozhan, a Ku, and a Lei planned to live here temporarily. There was plenty of water vapor here. Lu Ming also planned to cultivate here for a period of time. The 4 of them then settled down. Every day, Lu Ming would sit cross-legged on the surface of the lake to comprehend the concept of water. To him, he couldn't afford to waste any time. The talisman amulet sect's yin and yang formation could only last for 5 years. However, Almost half a year had passed. Lu Ming felt that time was too tight. He had to seize every bit of time to cultivate and improve himself as soon as possible. As for Xiao Zhan, he would disguise himself and go out every day to gather information. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming cultivated quietly every day and made great progress in the water concept. One day, Xiao Zhan returned with a worried look on his face. Seeing this, Aku and Ale quickly asked Xiao Zhan what had happened. At first, Xiao Zhan didn't say anything, but he had no choice but to tell the truth. It turned out that he had heard an important piece of news when he went out just now. Ling Yunkong had returned. He seemed to have invited the experts of the floating mountain martial school to come here. He had captured many disciples of the Xiao family who had left. At this moment, Ling Yunkong was holding the disciples of the Xiao family in custody. He had released the news that Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others should return. Otherwise, he would kill all the disciples of the Xiao family. Despicable. This Ling Yunkong is actually so despicable. Qing gritted her teeth. No matter what, Ling Yunkong was still one of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the floating mountain martial school. They did not expect him to be so despicable and shameless. After being defeated by Lu Ming, he actually used the Xiao family's disciples to threaten them. Xiao Zhan's face was full of worry, but Lu Ming's expression was very calm. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look, Lu Ming said. No, little brother Lu, you've helped us too much. I can't repay your kindness in this life. I can't let you take any more risks. Xiao Zhan firmly shook his head. That's right, big brother Lu. That Ling Yunkong must have found someone stronger than him. If you go, won't you be in danger? Qing also said, It's fine. I'm just going to take a look. I won't show my face if I'm not confident. Lu Ming said with a smile. This? They hesitated after hearing Lu Ming's words. Don't worry, you guys wait here for my news. Lu Ming smiled and rose into the air. Chapter 1005. 1005, another heaven's favorite. In front of the Xiao family's mansion in Lishui City, at least 50 Xiao family disciples were tied up and kneeling on the ground. Ling Yunkong sat on a chair with an extremely cold expression. Beside him, there were some experts of the floating mountain sect. Many people were watching around the Xiao family. Ling Yunkong's methods are too despicable. He actually used such methods to force Xiao Zhan and Lu Xiaoqing to come out. He is indeed despicable. However, not all of the Heaven's Pride experts of the floating mountain martial school are like this. Some Heaven's Pride experts are very forthright. I heard that Chu Kuang, who is ranked second among the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the floating mountain martial school, is very forthright. He even married and made friends. I wonder if that's true. This is true. Come to think of it, Ling Yunkong was defeated by Lu Xiaoqing the last time, and he still dares to return. Isn't he afraid of being defeated by Lu Xiaoqing again? That's because he brought an expert with him. Do you see that young man who is sitting cross-legged on Ling Yunkong's right? That's Hai Ziming. What? That's Hai Ziming, the fifth of the 10 Heaven's favorites of the floating mountain sect? Countless people were talking about it from all directions. However, they kept their voices very low for fear that Ling Yunkong would hear them. At the end of their conversation, most of their gazes fell on the young man on Ling Yunkong's right. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who wouldn't be able to be found in a crowd. However, when everyone heard his name, no one dared to look down on him, because he was Hai Ziming. It was said that Hai Ziming was the Heaven's favorite of the floating mountain sect who rose up the fastest. He was also the youngest and was not even 25 years old yet. In the Battle of Providence, he rose like a comet, shocking everyone. After the Battle of Providence, he was ranked 5th among the 10 Heaven's favorites of the floating mountain sect, much stronger than Ling Yunkong. He did not expect that Ling Yunkong would actually invite Hai Ziming over. It was obvious that he was here to deal with Lu Xiaoqing. Continue to spread the news. If Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Zhan still don't show up, I will kill a Xiao family disciple every 2 hours. At this moment, Ling Yunkong revealed a look of impatience as he coldly ordered an old man beside him. Yes. The old man hurriedly nodded. Enough. At this moment, Hai Ziming opened his eyes. His eyes flashed, and he spat out 2 words. The old man's expression immediately changed, and he stood still. Ling Yunkong frowned. Ling Yunkong, I'm here with you to meet Lu Xiaoqing. You're too despicable, Hai Ziming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong frowned, and a look of displeasure flashed across his eyes. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Hai, Lu Xiaoqing and the old man of the Xiao family are both in hiding. If we don't use this method, how can they appear? Forget about killing them. Also, when they arrive, let these people go. They're all people with low cultivation. If we kill them, it will be bad for the reputation of our floating mountain. Hai Ziming said, All right, junior brother Hai, I know what to do. Ling Yunkong's voice turned cold. Hai Ziming frowned. If it were not for the fact that Ling Yunkong had helped him before he rose to power, he would never have followed Ling Yunkong here to do such a thing. Ling Yunkong, I've already helped you twice. This is the last time. After this, you and I don't owe each other anything. Hai Ziming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong snorted but did not say anything. After Hai Ziming finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Lu Xiaoqing is here. At this moment, someone exclaimed. What? Where is he? Over there. The gazes of the crowd turned to the sky in unison. Ling Yunkong's eyes lit up. Hai Ziming, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes as well. 2 bright spear lights shot out from his eyes. A black-robed young man with his hands behind his back was flying in the northern sky. It was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived at Li Shui's city, he found out that Ling Yunkong did not bring any spiritual God realm powerhouse with him. He only invited a young heaven's favorite. Lu Ming did not hide and showed himself. Thinking about it, how could a spiritual God realm venerable be invited by Ling Yunkong to do such a thing? He would probably be ridiculed by the world. Lu Xiaoqing. Ling Yunkong glared at Lu Ming, gritting his teeth as he spoke word by word. What's wrong? You didn't learn your lesson last time, and now you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming cast a glance at Ling Yunkong and said disdainfully. This made Ling Yunkong gnash his teeth in anger. Lu Xiaoqing, where's the old man and the 2 girls from the Xiao family? Ling Yunkong asked coldly. You want to know? Why should I tell you? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, The Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School only know how to play such tricks. They used innocent people to lure me out. Now that I'm out, you can use whatever tricks you have. If I didn't do this, how would you have come out? Lu Xiaoqing, aren't you very strong? Today, I'll let junior brother Hai Ziming have a taste of your strength. Ling Yunkong said. Oh, so it was a different person? However, I'm not interested in fighting with someone else. I'm more interested if you fight me yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Ling Yunkong's expression turned even uglier. How would he dare to do it himself? Lu Xiaoqing, it's not up to you today. Ling Yunkong sneered. Lu Xiaoqing, fight with me. Hai Ziming stood up, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. If you want to fight with me, sure. How about we make a bet? Lu Ming said. How do we bet? Hai Ziming asked. It's simple. If I lose, I'll destroy my cultivation and hand it over to you. I'll also hand over Senior Xiaozhan, Aluo, and Ale. But if you lose, you have to swear that you'll never touch the Xiao family again, no matter what means. Lu Ming said. Why should I agree? You have no choice now. The lives of these Xiao family disciples are in my hands. You'd better listen to my orders. Ling Yunkong sneered and rejected him directly. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to pounce on him. In the process of pouncing, Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. Purple scales immediately appeared on Lu Ming's body. Vanish! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his muscles squirmed. The purple scale armor could not be seen, but only covered his skin. It made his body look like it was only suffused with a layer of purple radiance. Lu Ming's physical body had now reached complete rank 8 and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that when he released his dragon energy, he could control his body. He could make the scales hide under his skin instead of appearing on the surface. In this way, the strange phenomenon would not be too obvious and would not be noticed by people with ill intentions. Of course, this was related to the strength of his body and the explosive dragon power. Given the strength of Lu Ming's current physical body, he could only hide the phenomenon caused by 4 bursts of dragon energy at most. If he had more than 4 bursts of dragon energy, he would not be able to control his physical body and scales would appear. Chapter 1006. 1006 Forced to Swear. Lu Ming's body was like a ray of light when he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and released 2 bursts of dragon energy. It was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Ling Yunkong. Even though Ling Yunkong was prepared for this, he was still shocked. In a hurry, he made his move. However, his attack and defense were as fragile as tofu in front of Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm pierced through all defenses and grabbed Ling Yunkong's throat. With a burst of energy, Ling Yunkong's neck seemed to be about to break. He let out a blood-curdling screech, and his essential core almost dissipated. The surrounding people were all stunned. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could restrain Ling Yunkong with one move. After a long time, everyone finally reacted. "How dare you? Let go of young Master Yunkong. You're looking for death, you know." A few old men shouted. They were all Ling Yunkong's trusted aides. "Shut up. I'll break his neck right now." There was a murderous glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Killing intent burst forth. The few elders immediately shut up. "Lu Xiaoqing, I'm the Heaven's Pride expert of the Floating Mountain Martial School. If you kill me, the experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School will not let you off." Ling Yunkong roared. "You have lost so miserably in a fight between peers. Do you really think that those higher-ups of the Floating Mountain Martial School will stand up for you? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Lu Ming sneered, his eyes cold. Ling Yunkong shivered as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. That was indeed the case. In a fight between peers, if one was killed because he was no match for the other, the elders of the sect would take revenge. Did the other party not have any elders? By then, the other party's elders would also kill the Heaven's Pride experts of their own younger generation. Then, how would the young Heaven's Pride experts in the world have the chance to rise again? Wouldn't they all be dead? Whether it was the East Continent, the Central Continent, or other places, this was an unwritten rule. When a younger generation fought, under normal circumstances, the older generation would not interfere. Of course, special circumstances were an exception. If I wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake. Do you understand the difference between you and me now? Lu Ming sneered and continued. However, even if I don't kill you today, I can agree to fight him. However, my condition is still the same as before. Swear it, a blood oath. If you lose, you can't touch the Xiao family in any way. On the other hand, I will fulfill my condition. Lu Ming pointed at Hai Ziming. Today, Lu Ming had to completely solvier the Xiao family's future trouble. Otherwise, there would be no end to this. On one hand, he wanted to force Ling Yunkong to make a blood oath. On the other hand, he wanted to display his powerful abilities to intimidate them. I promise you, if I lose, I won't touch the Xiao family at all, and I won't let anyone touch them. Hai Ziming was the first to speak. In the end, Ling Yunkong had no choice. His life was in Lu Ming's hands. He could only agree and take a blood oath. Once a martial artist made a blood oath, he could not go against it. Otherwise, in the future, he would be plagued by inner demons. Not only would it be difficult to advance his cultivation, but he might even suffer from qi deviation. After Ling Yunkong had made the blood oath, Lu Ming flung him away. Damn it! I hope Hai Ziming can kill this Lu Xiaoqing. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him in this way. This made his killing intent extremely strong. Moreover, he had lost all his face today. His only hope now was that Hai Ziming could defeat Lu Ming. he was still quite confident in Hai Ziming. He felt that the reason why he was caught by Lu Ming was because Lu Ming had caught him off guard. If he had been on guard, Lu Ming would not have been able to take him down so easily. He was not the only one who thought so. In fact, many people thought so too. It was because Lu Ming had indeed succeeded in his sneak attack. Moreover, Ling Yunkong was very clear about Hai Ziming's combat strength. Among all the heaven's favorites of the Floating Mountain sect, Hai Ziming was the one who caught up from behind. He rose quickly, and his improvement speed was shocking. In the Battle of Providence, Hai Ziming was ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. However, half a year had passed, and Ling Yunkong was clear that even the 4th-ranked genius of the Floating Mountain sect might not be a match for Hai Ziming. Therefore, he had confidence in Hai Ziming. Bang! Hai Ziming stepped forward and stood opposite Lu Ming. A powerful aura erupted from him without any restraint. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight and excitement. The peak of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. Hai Ziming did not hide it at all. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Hai Ziming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. Lu Xiaoqing, allow me to experience it. Hai Ziming's palm glowed, and an ocean blue spear appeared in his hand. Hai Ziming also used a gun. His long spear seemed to be made of blue gemstones, and water vapor emanated from it from time to time. Under the sunlight, it emitted a colorful radiance. Lu Ming's fingers moved slightly, and the infinite dragon spear appeared. Good spear. Hai Ziming's eyes lit up. Yours is not bad either, Lu Ming said. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Ziming took another step forward and waved his long spear. In the air, shadows of spears appeared all over the sky, heading straight for Lu Ming. Radiance filled the air, and there were countless spear shadows. It seemed to have covered all of Lu Ming's paths. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear trembled, and similarly, he thrust out a sky full of spear shadows, which constantly collided with Hai Ziming's spear shadows. Clang! 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 The dense sounds of collision were like raindrops falling to the ground, endless. The spear shadows that filled the sky completely drowned Lu Ming and Hai Ziming. Outsiders could only see the spear shadows, but not the person. It rang for at least a few thousand times before the sound stopped. The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared, and 2 figures appeared. Vast wave spear art. The long spear in Hai Ziming's hand spun and waved. It was as if there were several large rivers spinning around the long spear. It carried a terrifying power and charge towards Lu Ming. Spear concept. There's another concept that's also extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Hai Zi's talent was shocking. She had actually comprehended 2 powerful intents and had already fused them into one. Her combat strength was extremely strong. The infinite dragon spear glowed with a 5-colored radiance. At the same time, it activated the Strangle Hell Heaven art. Every spear strike contained a terrifying power that could suppress everything. Boom! The 2 long spears collided with each other. In the end, the river collapsed, and Hai Ziming's long spear was sent flying. Hai Ziming's body retreated quickly, and he only stopped after retreating 100 meters. His expression was serious. On the other hand, Ling Yunkong's expression was extremely ugly. Lu Ming was actually so powerful. The combat strength that he was displaying now had already surpassed his combat strength when he had fought with him previously. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength. Amazing. Take my strongest move. Hai Zi's eyes lit up as a long spear appeared above her head. The spear was also surrounded by a large river, and 6 golden chakras floated above it. A divine level rank 6 bloodline. Hai Ziming used his bloodline fusion and transformed into a spear. The boundless sea. Hai Ziming's voice came from the long spear. The long spear vibrated and spun in the air as it stabbed out. Whoosh! Lu Ming seemed to have seen an ocean. The waves were shocking, and with a power that could destroy everything, it surged toward Lu Ming. Ocean concept. Lu Ming finally knew what Hai Ziming's other concept was. It was the ocean concept, a terrifying concept. Chapter 1007. 1007, The Black Water Lotus Throne. The spear intent and the ocean intent merged together. The spear force was like the ocean, with raging waves hitting the shore, and the ocean being boundless, destroying everything. Strong, he's too strong. Retreat, retreat. The hearts of the spectators sped up in fear as they watched this move. It was as if they were about to be crushed by the ocean in the next moment. Countless people cried out in alarm and retreated in panic. A coup, a lay, and the others stood on the ground. They had the same feeling. They felt like they were going to be turned into ashes the next moment. However, there was an imposing figure in front of them. He burst out with a shocking aura and blocked everything for them. Roar. A faint dragon's roar came from his body. Two streams of dragon energy burst forth, causing Lu Ming's body to glow with purple light again. Boom! This time, Lu Ming put away the infinite dragon spear. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm. This palm was very ordinary, but it seemed to have the power to suppress the heavens and split everything. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked to see that the sea seemed to have been split in half by Lu Ming's palm. Endless sea water swept in and then collapsed. Bang! In the middle of the ocean, a blue spear also collapsed. In the next moment, the ocean disappeared, and so did the spear. The sky above Li Shui's city returned to its usual tranquility, and only a figure could be seen retreating rapidly, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. This was because the person who had retreated was Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming was defeated and retreated while vomiting blood. Oh my god, even Hai Ziming was defeated. Lu Xiaoqing's combat power is too shocking. In the entire central continent, Hai Ziming was about to be ranked as a third-class heaven's favorite, but he still lost. Could Lu Xiaoqing be a third-class heaven's favorite? That's possible. Lu Xiaoqing is a third-class heaven's favorite. That's terrifying. The surroundings were in an uproar. Countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Impossible. How is that possible? Ling Yankong roared. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually defeated Hai Ziming. How could he be so strong? One had to know that there were not many people in the vast central continent who could defeat Hai Ziming. After all, in the vast central continent, there were only 18 overlord forces. Even if some of the weaker forces also had peerless heaven's favorites, how many could there be? Ling Yankong was furious, but the Xiao family was ecstatic. They were saved. Ling Yankong swore a blood oath that if Hai Ziming was defeated, he would not touch the Xiao family in any way. I've lost. Hai Ziming stood in the air, his eyes full of surprise. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his hands. Lu Ming estimated that Hai Ziming's talent was not inferior to that of Wang Fenshin, Dong Fangyu, and the others from the Eastern Barren Territory. Lu Xiaoqing, it's a pity that you didn't participate in the Battle of Providence with your talent and combat strength. However, the Battle of Providence is only one of the stops for us to rise. Even if you didn't participate, I believe that you can rise with your talent. Hai Ziming cupped his fists and revealed a look of admiration. He was very free and honest, completely different from Ling Yankong. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He nodded in his heart. This was normal. It was impossible for everyone to be like Ling Yankong. Otherwise, the Floating Mountain sect would really not be far from destruction. The battle is over. Ling Yankong, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Hai Ziming said as he looked at Ling Yankong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Hai Ziming owed Ling Yankong a favor, and that was why he helped him. With that, Hai Ziming's figure moved, turning into a rainbow light and disappearing into the sky. What's wrong? You're still not leaving? Lu Ming looked at Ling Yankong. Ling Yankong flicked his sleeve. He wanted to make things difficult for them, but he had already taken a blood oath, so he could only grit his teeth and leave. In fact, he couldn't even order others to deal with the Xiao family in the future. In an instant, not a single person from the floating mountain martial school remained. Lu Ming came to the Xiao family and waved his hand. Essential core surged out, and the essential core that sealed their cultivation was broken by Lu Ming. They regained their freedom. Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving my life. The Xiao family members thanked Lu Ming profusely. This time, without Lu Ming, they would most likely be dead. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. From now on, Ling Yinkong won't make things difficult for the Xiao family. You can recall the other members of the Xiao family. I will go and fetch Senior Xiao and the others. Lu Ming said. Everyone from the Xiao family nodded and moved in batches. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed towards the small island. With Lu Ming's departure, the crowd dispersed as well. However, Lu Shaoqing's name had spread throughout the entire Lishui city at an alarming rate. It was believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the territory controlled by the Floating Mountain sect. Many people were curious as to who Lu Shaoqing was to suddenly appear after the Battle of Providence. When Xiao Zhan, a Lei, and a Luo heard the specific news, they were overjoyed and grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had completely wrestle-levered this matter. They did not need to run away in the future. Everyone returned to the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan made arrangements for the Xiao family to begin rebuilding the Xiao mansion. Because the Xiao family was previously affected by the war, many of their buildings were destroyed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to cultivate. Time flew by, and another 10 days had passed. His water concept was slowly approaching level 3 upper tier. He was getting closer and closer to the other concepts. On this day, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Lishui city. To the west of the city, there was a black lake. In the middle of the black lake, there was a pristine water lotus that was about to mature. It's actually the cleansing water lotus throne. Let's go, we can't miss this. Let's go. As soon as the news spread, countless people were tempted and headed to the west of the city. However, there were also many people who were more sensible and did not go. The pure water lotus platform is so precious. It's very useful for the cultivation of the water mentality or the cultivation techniques of the water nature. It can even help one break through the bottleneck. It will definitely attract a lot of experts. Even many old monsters who have been living in seclusion for many years will appear. That's right. Although the pristine water lotus platform is not of much use to a 4th level will, it is of great help to a 3rd level will. Especially when a 3rd level will breaks through to the 4th level, it will be extremely useful. By that time, there will be many experts. If we go, we will only be courting death. These people sneered and did not move. They just waited for news in Lishui City. Pure water lotus throne. Lu Ming's eyes glowed when he heard the news. He had to get the cleansing water lotus throne. As long as he got the pure water lotus throne, his water mentality would have a huge improvement in a short time. It might even surpass the other 4 mentalities and catch up. In this case, his cultivation base could start to improve again. It had been more than half a year, but his cultivation had not improved. Now, the other geniuses who had participated in the Battle of Providence were all cultivating in seclusion, digesting what they had gained. Their cultivation would definitely improve at a rapid pace. Lu Ming speculated that the cultivation of Di Shun, Shui Jinni, Ao Tu, and the others must have far surpassed his. Lu Ming had to quickly improve his water concept so that he could continue to improve his cultivation. Chapter 1008. 1008. The Fight for the Blackwater Mystical Snake. Lu Ming bade farewell to Xiao Zhan, A Luo, A Lei, and the others. He had stayed in the Xiao family in Lishui City for long enough. It was time for him to leave. Big brother Lu, will you come to see us again in the future? Qing looked at Lu Ming, reluctant to leave. A Lei didn't say anything, but her eyes were the same, reluctant to leave. I will. When I have time, I will come and visit you. You must cultivate well. If anything happens, just pass a message to me. Lu Ming smiled and nodded at Xiao Zhan. Then, he rose into the air and left, flying in the direction of the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was located a few million miles west of the city. The Blackwater Lake was not big. It was only about 100 miles in radius. When Lu Ming arrived, the Blackwater Lake was already surrounded by people. These people were not only from Lishui's city, but from all over the world. There were men and women, young and old. Many of them had powerful auras and profound cultivation. That's Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Ming's arrival caused a commotion. Some people recognized him. Many people looked at him with solemnness and wariness. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even Hai Ziming was not his match. It could be said that there were few who could match him in the spirit embryo realm. This was a strong competitor. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the Blackwater Lake. As its name suggested, the black water of the Blackwater Lake was black in color. It was said that the water was highly toxic, and even a spirit embryo realm expert would be in grave danger if they were to come into contact with it. In the middle of the Blackwater Lake, there was a green lotus platform. At this moment, it was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. This was the pure water lotus throne. However, it was obvious that the pure water lotus throne was not fully mature. The cleansing water lotus throne was a special spiritual medicine. If it was not fully mature, it would not be a spiritual medicine, but a poison. Only when it was fully mature would it be a spiritual medicine, which was of great help to the cultivation of water attribute techniques and the concept of water. So many experts have come. It seems like we have no chance. Look, that's Lu Xiaoqi. He's the heaven's favorite who defeated Hai Ziming. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. There are also quite a few people at the peak of the Sea of Souls realm. An ordinary perfected spiritual ocean tier cultivator is nothing. There are a few experts at the level of old monsters. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. Some people sighed, knowing that they had no hope. The so-called old monster level expert was a term used to address some extremely terrifying existences in the spirit embryo realm. Among those in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, there were a few people who had awakened a divine bloodline, but were stuck at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm and did not break through to the spiritual god realm. Those who had lived for a long time and were terrifying in all aspects were called old monsters. These people were different from ordinary great circle spirit embryos. When they were young, they were all god-tier heaven's favorites. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the spirit god realm. Many prodigies with first or second rank divine bloodlines would be stuck at the limits of the spirit embryo realm and would not be able to break through for the rest of their lives. These people were the most terrifying ones among the spirit embryo realm. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. There were few of such people present today. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. That's Yang Tsong, one of the 10 heavens favorites from the Floating Mountain sect. There's also Wukong, one of the top 10 heavens favorites. Someone exclaimed as they looked at the sky. From the east and west, there was a young man, each walking through the air. His aura was dignified and extraordinary. Lu Ming's heart stirred. During this period of time, he had gained some understanding of the top 10 heavens favorites of the Floating Mountain sect. Yang Tsong was ranked 4th, while Wukong was ranked 6th. Both of them were extremely powerful heavens pride experts. Unexpectedly, the pristine water lotus throne had attracted all the heavens favorites from the Floating Mountain sect. The eyes of many old monsters turned serious. Although the cultivation of heaven's favorites like Yang Tsong and Wukong were not as high as them, their combat strength could not be judged by common sense. Everyone waited quietly, and more people arrived. Half a day later, the cleansing water lotus throne suddenly shone brightly. The strong medicinal fragrance could be smelled even from hundreds of miles away. The cleansing water lotus throne has matured. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, at least a few hundred people charged towards the Blackwater Lake. Get lost. The cleansing water lotus throne is mine. You're looking for death, it's mine. You're the one who's going to die. Roars of anger rang out, and all sorts of lights burst out. Screams of pain rang out continuously, and blood dyed the Blackwater Lake red. Walala! The energy surged, and the water of the Blackwater Lake churned and splashed. Ah! Shrill screams were heard. Some people were splashed by the water of the Blackwater Lake. They actually made sizzling sounds, and their bodies were quickly corroded. Not good. Be careful. This lake water is poisonous. Many people shouted in shock and circulated their true yuan to protect themselves. However, the lake water was extremely poisonous. When it touched one's Zhen yuan, even the Zhen yuan would be quickly corroded. Get down! Roars of anger could be heard continuously. Some people were struck into the lake and were submerged by the water. Their protective Zhen yuan was quickly corroded. In the end, they let out miserable screams and died without a corpse. Many people were shocked and began to retreat, not daring to charge forward. It was too dangerous. In just a short while, over 100 people had died, and they were all strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm and above. Those martial artists below the spirit embryo realm didn't dare to charge forward at all. As long as they were splashed by a drop of the lake water, they would be dead. However, there were still many people who charged forward. They were all experts, and with a glance, one could see that they were all experts at the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. Suddenly, the water in the lake churned, and a few huge creatures appeared from the Blackwater Lake. They were huge black snakes with thick scales and cold eyes. Each of them was more than 10 meters in diameter. The giant black snake rolled, and the lake water churned violently, stirring up thousands of waves. The waves swept toward many people, and suddenly many people were swept into the lake screaming in pain. Blackwater mystical snake. It's a Blackwater mystical snake. Someone shouted in fear. Voila! The Blackwater mystical snake was a top level 7 demonic beast. In the Blackwater Lake, it was like a fish in water, which was extremely terrifying. In the Blackwater Lake, a total of 6 Blackwater Xian snakes appeared, protecting the cleansing water lotus in the middle. They swept their tails, bringing up huge waves. No one dared to take it head-on, and they all dodged. Evil creature, you're looking for death. A few white-haired old men shot out beams of divine light, dispersing the lake water and attacking the Blackwater mystical snake. It's an expert at the level of an old monster. Someone shouted. The few elders were extremely powerful, far exceeding the average Great Circle spirit embryo. At the same time, everyone saw that Yang and Wukong were also extremely powerful. They rushed forward and fought against Black Snake and Shin Snake. There were also some Great Circle 9th and 8th level spirit embryo experts who were charging forward with all their might. The battle on the Blackwater Lake was endless and chaotic. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and rushed forward. He had the devouring power, so he was not afraid of the poison in the lake. However, he did not rush forward. Instead, he mixed in with the crowd and used his devouring power. Many experts have been killed. This was a huge resource. Lu Ming would not waste it. He clenched his fist, and a powerful, devouring force erupted, enveloping those who had been killed. In an instant, the rolling blood essence, true vitality, and intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. The 9-dragon bloodline began to be refined continuously. Lu Ming's water concept began to improve rapidly. Chapter 1009. 1009, Killing the Old Monster. On the lake, the battle was extremely fierce. The dark water mystical snake couldn't resist the attacks of so many powerful warriors. Its huge body was covered with wounds. 2 of them were killed, and their huge bodies floated on the lake. The rest of the dark water mystical snakes sank into the lake. The cleansing water lotus throne is mine. As the Blackwater mystical snake retreated, many people started to go crazy and rush to the cleansing water lotus throne. You want to obtain the cleansing water lotus throne? You're courting death. A blue-haired elder bellowed and grabbed with his fingers, tearing apart several 8th and 9th level spirit embryo realm experts and killing them. Too powerful. This blue-haired elder's strength was far above that of an ordinary great circle spirit embryo. He was an expert on the level of an old monster. In other directions, there were also such experts who were rushing towards the cleansing water lotus throne. Among them, Xianxia and Wukong were also unrivaled, not any weaker than those old monsters. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming also began to move. His figure was like a stream of light, rushing towards the cleansing water lotus throne. His speed was extremely fast, leaving many people behind. Stay here. Suddenly, 2 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze swept across and realized that the ones who attacked him were 2 elders. These 2 elders had the cultivation of a perfected spirit embryo, but they were just ordinary perfected spirit embryos. You're looking for death. Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Devouring power burst out from his left palm and enveloped the 2 elders. He pointed out 2 fingers with his right palm, and 2 spear lights appeared, pointing at the 2 elders. Not good, retreat. Being enveloped by the devouring power, the 2 old men felt that all the energy in their bodies was being devoured. They could not use their strength at all. At the same time, the 2 spear lights were extremely terrifying, giving them a fatal threat. The 2 of them bellowed in anger, their eyes flashing with extreme fear. They knew that they had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite. However, it was too late to retreat now. The 2 spear lights arrived in front of the 2 of them in an instant. Spare me. The 2 of them screamed, but the next moment, the spear light pierced through their foreheads. The devouring power burst out and devoured the essence of the 2 elders. Lu Ming could kill ordinary perfected spirit embryos with a flip of his hand. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Very soon, he was at the forefront. Die. A cold roar was heard, and the terrifying claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate and struck with his palm. Bang! His palm struck a blue claw. His body only swayed slightly, but the other party was forced to retreat. Lu Ming took a look. It was the blue-haired elder, an expert at the level of an old monster. At this moment, the elder looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. The old man had not expected a young man to be so powerful. Lu Ming glanced at him and did not continue to attack. Instead, he rushed towards the cleansing water lotus throne. There were already people approaching from other directions. The blue-haired elder's expression changed. He didn't continue to attack and rushed towards the cleansing water lotus throne. A blue divine eagle and a golden chakra appeared above his head. He performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blue divine eagle, pouncing toward the cleansing water lotus throne. From all directions, a total of 7 figures approached the pristine water lotus throne. Xianxia, Wukong, Lu Ming, and 4 other elders. The 7 of them were the fastest and approached the cleansing water lotus throne. Get lost. You're the one who's getting lost. Die. The 7 of them exchanged glances, and a great battle suddenly erupted. Terrifying attacks poured towards each other, and a chaotic battle broke out. However, everyone intentionally avoided the pristine water lotus throne, and the chi did not land on it. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, and all kinds of light flew around. Sila, a blue divine eagle pounced at Lu Ming with a terrifying gust of wind. It was that blue-haired old man again. Old man, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. A 5-colored light burst forth as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with his palm. Bang! The palm hit the blue godly hawk and shattered its talons. The blue-haired elder's figure reappeared. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he quickly retreated with fear in his eyes. Then, the terrifying, devouring power enveloped him. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the blue-haired elder, striking out with his palm. Wait, spare me. The blue-haired elder screamed in horror But Lu Ming's palm did not stop and continued to strike. Kacha! The blue-haired elder's body had a huge hole in it, and blood was flowing out from it. However, he was not dead yet, and he wanted to run for his life. Now, he couldn't care less about the cleansing water lotus throne. All he wanted to do was to escape and escape. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? Bang! He took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons stepping on air exploded. The blue-haired elder screamed in pain, and his 4 parts were intact. Subsequently, Lu Ming devoured all the essence of the blue-haired elder. The blue-haired elder had only awakened a first-level divine bloodline. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? Even though his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, he was still easily killed. Behind him, the other people who were chasing after him were shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. An old monster-level expert was killed just like that. They looked at Lu Ming with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the fight for the cleansing water lotus throne was still going on. Yang Tsung and Wukong joined forces to fight against the 3 old monsters. They were at a disadvantage. Buzz! Lu Ming stepped forward and approached the pristine water lotus. Lu Xiaoqing. Yang Tsung's gaze swept toward Lu Ming with a hint of solemnity. Obviously, he already knew that Lu Ming had defeated Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming's abilities were not weaker than his. He was not confident that Lu Ming could defeat Hai Ziming. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd indifferently. He stepped forward and stretched out his palm to grab the cleansing water lotus throne. Don't even think about it. Wukong's eyes glinted coldly as he thrust the long spear in his hand at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck with his palm. Wukong's body trembled and he retreated. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch and an old monster retreated while vomiting blood. CSI. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was too powerful. Wukong, an expert at the level of an old monster, was easily injured by Lu Ming. No one could stop him. You'd better not court death. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the group. The old monsters, Yang Tsung and Wukong, all had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Xiaoqing, you may be strong, but there are so many of us here. We don't have to be afraid of you, Wukong said. At this time, many experts had appeared in all directions. However, they were watching from afar and did not dare to get close. You guys can try, Lu Ming said coldly. Yang Tsung, Wukong, I suggest that we join hands and defeat this man. Then, we will seize the platform with our own abilities. Otherwise, we will not get anything if this man takes the platform. One of the old monsters said. All right, I agree. Wukong nodded. Yang Tsung frowned. He did not want to offend a prodigy like Lu Ming unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Tsung, what about you? Wukong looked at Yang Kong. Chapter 1010. 1010 Chapter 1010 Suppressing the Crowd. Yang Tsung muttered to himself for a moment, then actually took a few steps back and said, although the cleansing water lotus throne is precious, it is not of much use to me. I will not fight for this lotus throne. All right, you said it. Wukong's eyes brightened. Yang Tsung was a formidable opponent. If they backed out now, they would have one less powerful opponent after they defeated Lu Ming. In Wukong's mind, his greatest opponent here was Lu Ming, followed by Yang Kong. As for the old monsters, Wukong was not afraid. The few old monsters' eyes lit up and they looked at Lu Ming one after another. Now, he only had to deal with Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. A berserk aura rose up. A bright light appeared above the heads of Wukong and the 3 old monsters. All kinds of bloodlines appeared. Among the 3 old monsters, 2 of them had second-level divine level bloodlines, while the other had first-level divine level bloodlines. Each of them had a cultivation base at the peak of spirit embryo perfection. As for Wukong, he had a 6th-level divine level bloodline, and his cultivation was at the later stage of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. However, the strength of his aura was stronger than any old monster. Almost at the same time, the 4 of them combined their blood meridians and attacked Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy, and a layer of purple light spread across the surface of his body. His dragon power burst forth, and his strength increased greatly. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a few punches in succession. Boom, 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 boom. The space trembled, and the terrifying fist force attacked the four people. The three old monsters were forced to retreat. Only Wukong was in a better state, but he was also forced to retreat. A five-colored radiance covered both his fists as he activated the prison, suppressing heavenly art. The might of this technique was incomparably terrifying. With the improvement of the water concept, the power of the five concepts erupting at the same time was getting stronger and stronger. The punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. Fight, fight! Lu Ming let out a long howl as his fighting spirit burst forth. The light shone brightly, making him look like a young god of war. He moved unhindered, and his fist radiance shook the sky. With his strength alone, he suppressed the four people. The space rumbled, and dozens of loud sounds rang out in succession. Not far away, Xianxia was extremely shocked. He then gave a bitter smile. As expected of someone who could defeat Hai Ziming, he was not his opponent. Further away, the others were even more shocked. Lu Ming actually suppressed four experts by himself. It should be known that in the eyes of ordinary people, experts at the level of old monsters were almost invincible existences in the spirit embryo realm. They had awakened a divine bloodline, but had not entered the spiritual god realm. They had cultivated for at least 1,000 years, and some had even cultivated for 2,000 to 3,000 years. How terrifying was that? Furthermore, there was also the monstrous genius Wukong. The four of them joined forces, but they were still not Lu Ming's match. After dozens of moves, Wukong and the other three finally could not withstand it. Under the pressure of Lu Ming's terrifying fist force, they all turned into human forms. Their bodies rose and fell, and their breathing was weak. They were more or less injured. At this moment, the four of them were extremely shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. A third-class heaven's favorite. Liu Shaoqing's combat strength has definitely reached the level of a third-class heaven's favorite. That's right. Even some of the weaker, third-grade heaven's favorites don't have such battle power. A third-grade heaven's favorite. They're the most powerful people in the central continent. The Floating Mountain sect only has 3. Waves of discussions could be heard in the surroundings. No one dared to step forward. Even if the cleansing water lotus throne was right in front of them, they did not dare to step forward. In front of Lu Ming's combat strength, an ordinary perfected spirit embryo could be killed with a flip of his hand. Who would dare to step forward? Lu Ming swept a glance at the crowd, and then stepped forward toward the cleansing water lotus throne. Wukong and the other old monsters did not move. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this time, the cleansing water lotus throne was Lu Ming's. No one could compete with him. Voila! At this moment, the water in the lake churned and a huge creature suddenly appeared. It swallowed the pristine water lotus throne in one gulp and then went into the water. It was a giant snake, the Blackwater mystical snake. No, that was not the black serpent. It was even bigger than the dark water mystical snake, and its aura was even more shocking. It was the king of the dark water mystical snakes, the dark water king snake. You're looking for death, Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a few steps forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out, and the terrifying power blasted into the Blackwater Lake. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Blackwater Lake started to shake, and huge waves rose to the sky. Ah, this is bad. Liu Shaoqing has gone mad. Go, go. Quickly retreat. In the surroundings, the experts flew up into the sky in fear and then towards the shore. The water in the lake churned and huge waves rose to the sky. Under the bombardment of the terrifying power, the shadow of the Blackwater King Snake was faintly visible. Lu Ming waved his hand, and hundreds of long spears were condensed in the air, shooting toward the lake. The king black snake let out an angry hiss and rushed out of the Blackwater Lake, flying towards the shore. "It's not the Blackwater king snake, it's a human," he said. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This Blackwater king snake wasn't the real one. Someone with the Blackwater king snake bloodline had used a bloodline fusion. This person was very scheming. His bloodline was the Blackwater king snake, so he was not afraid of the poison in the Blackwater Lake. He had already dived to the bottom of the lake, waiting for the opportunity to seize the pristine water Lotus Throne. However, how could Lu Ming let this person get away so easily? He took a step forward and chased after the Blackwater king snake like a stream of light. Just as the Blackwater king snake was about to escape from the Blackwater, a white blade light slashed at it. The blade light was extremely terrifying, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The Black Snake King Snake was shocked. Its huge snake body curled up and turned back into its human form. This was an old man whose hair was about to fall out. His eyes were sinister. He dodged the blade light and wanted to escape from the other side. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. He threw a punch, and the light from his fist enveloped the old man. His body trembled and was blocked. "Blackwater old monster!" Someone cried out in surprise, recognizing the old man. The bloodline that this old man had awakened was actually a third-level divine level. However, for some unknown reason, he had not broken through to the spiritual god realm. However, his combat strength was extremely powerful, and he was very famous in the region of the Floating Mountain sect. Silala. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Many people looked around and widened their eyes. It turned out that the blade light did not hit old monster Blackwater, but the Blackwater Lake. At this time, the entire Blackwater Lake was frozen, and the 100-mile Blackwater Lake became an ice lake. A tall and burly young man stepped through the air and appeared on the other side of Blackwater Monster. He stood on either side of Lu Ming and surrounded Blackwater Monster in the middle. "Chu Kuang. It's Chu Kuang," someone exclaimed. Chu Kuang actually came too. This is going to be interesting. Could it be that Chu Kuang has also taken a fancy to the cleansing water Lotus Throne? While many people were shocked, their eyes also lit up. Chu Kuang, who was ranked second among the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School, had appeared. Chu Kuang had a burly figure and was dressed casually. He carried a saber on his back. His gaze passed over old monster Blackwater and landed on Lu Ming. "You're Lu Xiaoqing?" Chu Kuang asked. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. "I heard that you defeated Ling Yinkong and Hai Ziming." Chu Kuang asked again. "That's right. Do you want to stand up for them?" Lu Ming said. Chapter 1011. 1011 Fighting Chu Kuang. "Ha ha ha." Chu Kuang suddenly laughed. After a while, he said, "Stand up for them? How is that possible? For someone like Ling Yinkong, if I were to see him using the name of the Floating Mountain Martial School to commit crimes, I would immediately behead him with a single blade." Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. He had heard of the name Chu Kuang before. Chu Kuang was ranked second among the 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School. He was incomparably powerful and had unparalleled talent. At the same time, this person was wild and unruly and liked to make friends. From the looks of it, he was indeed not someone like Ling Yinkong. "I was just passing by today. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. I like to find experts to spar with. Lu Xiaoqing, fight with me. I'll use this pristine water lotus as a bet. If you win, you can take the pristine water lotus. If I win, the pristine water lotus will belong to me. How about it?" Chu Kuang said as he looked at Lu Ming. He still did not look at old monster Blackwater. "All right." Lu Ming nodded and agreed without hesitation. Chu Kuang was clearly a warmonger. Lu Ming knew that it was useless to avoid a fight against such a person. It would be better to fight him. As long as his combat strength was stronger than his opponent would naturally be convinced. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Chu Kuang's auras exploded as they faced each other from a distance. The early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chu Kuang's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm, which was even higher than the Emperor Gods in the Battle of Providence. Of course, a high cultivation did not mean that his combat strength was stronger than the Emperor Gods. Detestable. Old Monster Blackwater was sandwiched between the two, and his face turned ugly. These two were going to fight, and he was completely ignored. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the side, trying to escape. At this moment, Lu Ming and Chu Kuang both moved and attacked Old Monster Blackwater. The terrifying chi enveloped Old Monster Blackwater, and his face turned pale. Old Monster Blackwater used all his strength to attack, but the chi from Lu Ming and Chu Kuang kept falling on his body, causing him to shake violently. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang were crossing swords with Old Monster Blackwater. No matter how powerful Blackwater was, having awakened a 3rd-level divine-level bloodline and cultivated for thousands of years, he was still in a miserable state in the battle between Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He could not charge forward at all. Instead, he was sent flying here and there, blood spurting from his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the air, and streams of fist radiance shot forward like meteors. Chu Kuang's palms continued to swing out, and streams of bone-chilling saber radiance burst out. The pitiful Old Monster Blackwater was stuck in the middle, desperately trying to resist. It was a tragic sight. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other and couldn't help but sympathize with Old Monster Blackwater. Arg, I don't want the purified water lotus anymore. I will give it to you. Old Monster Blackwater took out the cleansing water lotus throne and threw it into the distance. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang deliberately avoided the pristine water lotus thrones. Old Monster Blackwater also took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and escaped far away. He looked at the scene with lingering fear. Haha, with one less hindrance, it's just nice to fight with all my strength. Chu Kuang laughed as he unsheathed the saber on his back. An even more terrifying and cold saber radiance burst out. Good. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He strode forward and slowly increased the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique as he fought Chu Kuang. As for the pristine water lotus throne, no one dared to touch it. Everyone knew that if anyone dared to take this opportunity to seize the pristine water lotus throne, they would immediately end up like Old Monster Heishui. They were not sure if they could survive the battle between the two heavens' pride-level experts. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Chu Kuang was very strong. His cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm, and the bloodline he had awakened was definitely not weak. It was very likely to be a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. Lu Ming felt that Chu Kuang was a Heaven's Pride expert on the same level as Shui, Jinny, and Ao, too. If they were to fight at the same level, Chu Kuang would not be weaker than Shui, Jinny, Ao, too, and the others. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Sila. Chu Kuang's saber slashed out, and a terrifying saber light flashed. A white ice crystal appeared in the air, and the layer of ice on the black lake became thicker and thicker. He has actually cultivated the ice concept to such a level. No, there is also the water concept. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was obvious that Chu Kuang had merged the ice and water concepts together, and the power had increased by several times. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as two more streams of dragon energy burst out from Lu Ming's body. With the dragon's roar, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. He took a step forward, and his fist radiance shook the sky. The fist radiance shattered Chu Kuang's blade light, filling the sky with ice shards. Chu Kuang's eyes revealed a serious look. Above his head, an ice river actually appeared. On the ice river, 7 meridian cycles shone. He had indeed awakened a 7th-level divine level bloodline. As soon as the ice river appeared, the air became even colder. Hundreds of miles around them were covered in the cold air. Many people retreated. If they were covered by the ice, even their Zhenyuan would be frozen. However, Chu Kuang's bloodline appeared, but he did not merge his bloodline. Instead, with a flash of his eyes, his bloodline re-entered his body. He retreated quickly and dodged Lu Ming's fist radiance. He shouted, "Stop! Stop! I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. I've lost this battle." Lu Ming was stunned and stopped. The crowd was also stunned. Chu Kuang had clearly not used his full strength yet. Why did he stop and admit defeat? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Chu Kuang was a very straightforward person. He probably felt that even if he fused with the bloodline, he wouldn't be confident, so he simply admitted defeat. "Lu Xiaoqing, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. This pristine water lotus throne is yours." Chu Kuang sheathed his saber and grinned. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the cleansing water lotus throne into his palm, storing it in his storage ring. Many people had envious looks on their faces, especially the older generation who were stuck at the perfected spirit embryo realm. They were even more envious. However, they did not dare to make a move against an expert like Lu Ming. "Many thanks." Lu Ming put away the pristine water lotus throne. He was in a good mood and cupped his fists at Chu Kuang. "Haha, no need to be so polite. I was no match for you. Of course, this cleansing water lotus throne is yours. Lu Xiaoqing, it's a pity that I didn't see you in the Battle of Providence. If you think highly of me, how about we be friends? I'll treat you to a drink." Chu Kuang laughed. He was very forthright. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. This Chu Kuang was indeed, as the rumors said. He was bold and uninhibited and liked to make friends. He was not someone that Ling Yunkong could compare to. Since Brother Chu has invited me, I naturally have to give him face. Unfortunately, I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I'm afraid we can't have a drink together." Lu Ming said. Chu Kuang nodded and said, "I understand. How about this? I'll be in the Sunset Moon City for the time being. If Brother Lu ends his seclusion in 10 days, you can come to the Sunset Moon City to find me. There's going to be a grand event soon. I'll go and take a look with Brother Lu." After saying this much, Chu Kuang turned around and stepped into the air. Looking at Chu Kuang's back, Lu Ming was reminded of Yen Kuang too. Their personalities were very similar, both bold and uninhibited. However, Yen Kuang too was even more arrogant, unruly, and audacious than Chu Kuang. He was more arrogant than Chu Kuang and didn't give face to anyone. In comparison, he had fewer friends. After Chu Kuang left, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he soared into the sky, leaving the place as well. Chapter 1012. 1012 4th Level Water Concept. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, Lu Ming appeared at the bottom of a small lake. He then entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He began to refine the blood essence, energy, and runes that he had devoured. This time, Lu Ming had devoured more than 100 experts above the spirit embryo realm. Among them, there was no lack of 8th or 9th level spirit embryo realm and even perfected spirit embryo realm. Furthermore, many of them cultivated the concept of water. So many concept runes were continuously refined and integrated into Lu Ming's own water concept runes. His water concept was rapidly improving. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's water concept had broken through to level 3 upper tier and continued to improve. The early stage of the 3rd level, the middle stage, and the late stage. When all the concept runes were refined, Lu Ming's water concept rose to the late stage of level 3. When Lu Ming's concept of water advanced to the later stage of the 3rd level, the spirit embryo in his dantian finally erupted with a powerful suction force. The energy that had been devoured seemed to have found an outlet and was frantically converted into essential core, increasing Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation, which had stagnated for more than half a year, began to improve rapidly. The early stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm, the middle stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. When everyone's energy was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. However, his bloodline had not been upgraded. All the blood essence he had used to upgrade his 9-dragon bloodline was obviously not enough. After refining all the energy, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a lotus platform appeared in his hand. The lotus platform had 81 petals, and each petal was filled with a strong water concept and water spiritual qi. Lu Ming planned to use the pristine water lotus throne to continue improving his water concept. He first plucked 3 petals and swallowed them. The refined flower petal melted in his mouth, and a cool feeling flowed down his throat. It turned into a cool energy that filled Lu Ming's entire body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was surrounded by endless water vapor. He could clearly sense the concept of water. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate in seclusion. When the energy of the 3 flower petals disappeared, Lu Ming plucked another 3 flower petals and swallowed them. Lu Ming's water concept began to improve rapidly again. After refining 27 flower petals, his water concept had broken through to the full stage of level 3 and was on par with the wind, fire, and thunder concepts. It was even slightly higher than the earth concept. His earth was only at the peak of level 3 upper tier. It was still a step away from the full circle of level 3. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to refine the remaining flower petals. He was trying to break through to the 4th level of the water concept. The cleansing water lotus throne was extremely useful for 3rd level intent realm and the advancement of 3rd level intent realm to 4th level intent realm. It wasn't just for show. It was indeed miraculous. Moreover, Lu Ming's current level of comprehension was terrifying. Therefore, when all the petals were refined, Lu Ming actually broke through the bottleneck in one go, and his water concept broke through to the 4th level. The water concept was the concept that Lu Ming had comprehended the latest. He did not expect that he would be the first to break through to level 4. Lu Ming opened his eyes, looking delighted. To be able to break through to level 4 was also beyond his expectations. He didn't have much hope of successfully breaking through. After all, the 4th level intent realm was the last intent realm. It was extremely difficult to break through. Many of the older generation were stuck at this step, unable to break through for their entire lives. Lu Ming did not expect that he would break through this time. Lu Ming estimated that this had a lot to do with his immense luck and the tenfold increase in his comprehension. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through to level 4 so easily, even with a treasure like the cleansing water lotus throne. Of course, the stage of the spiritual god realm was not as simple as just the concept. Some people could not break through to the spiritual god realm even after their concept had broken through to the 4th level. Of course, Lu Ming was still a distance away from breaking through to the spiritual god realm. There was no need to consider it for the time being. 10 days have passed. It's time for me to leave. I'll travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint dynasty. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. This was his current plan. At the moment, his cultivation was still weak. Even if he reached the ancient Saint dynasty, he would not have the ability to take Xianxia away. He planned to travel around while taking risks to cultivate and improve his strength. After exiting the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed west. Lu Ming's speed was not very fast. However, one day later, he had covered a distance of millions of miles. A large city appeared in front of them. On the city gate, there were 3 big words: Sunset Moon City. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was such a coincidence. Chu Kuang had said that if Lu Ming ended his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, he could come to the Waning Moon residence in the Sunset Moon City to have a drink with Chu Kuang. Previously, Lu Ming did not take it to heart. He did not expect that he would still come to the Sunset Moon City. Since you're here, let's go to the Xiaoya house. Chu Kuang said that there will be a grand event soon. What is it? Lu Ming smiled and walked into the Sunset Moon City. Sunset Moon City was huge, twice the size of Li Shui's city, and the Howling Moon House was very famous in the city. This was because the Xiaoya house was the biggest restaurant in the Sunset Moon City. After asking around, Lu Ming found out where the Xiaoya house was. After turning a few streets, a 5-story restaurant appeared in front of him. Guest, do you want a drink? Even in the entire floating mountain range, the wine of our shop is among the best. Lu Ming had just entered the restaurant when a waiter came up to him. I'm here to find someone, Lu Ming said. Oh, who are you looking for? This little one will have some impression of anyone who comes into this shop to drink. The waiter replied. Chu Kuang, Lu Ming said. So you're the guest that young Master Chu Kuang was waiting for. Young Master Chu Kuang is in the private room on the 5th floor. He's been drinking here for 3 days. He said that a friend will come to look for him in the next few days. I think it must be you, young master. Please follow me. The waiter said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Chu Kuang to really be waiting for him here. He had even waited for 3 days. It seemed that Chu Kuang was right to say that he liked to make friends. He followed the waiter to a private room on the 5th floor. Before the waiter could announce his arrival, a loud laugh came from the private room. Ha ha! I could feel your presence the moment Brother Lu arrived. Squeak! The door of the private room opened, and Chu Kuang walked out with a smile on his face. The waiter also left. Brother Chu, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Since I said I wanted to be friends with you, I naturally had to wait for you here. However, I was going to wait for 1 more day at most. If you didn't come by then, I would have to leave. Fortunately, you came. It seems that Brother Lu still acknowledges me. Ha ha. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Lu Ming felt ashamed at his heart. He did not plan to come at first. He just happened to pass by the Sunset Moon City and decided to come and take a look. Brother Lu, please, the wine is ready. Chu Kuang waved his hand, and Lu Ming and Chu Kuang entered the private room one after another. In the corner of the private room, there were already a few empty jars. It was obvious that Chu Kuang had drunk a lot of wine these few days. Ha, Brother Lu, you must be joking. I'm a person who loves wine as much as my life. I have to come to this Moon Howl Tavern's wine every once in a while. Chu Kuang laughed. On the table, there were already 2 jars of wine. Chapter 10:13. 1013, the Heaven's Pride Level of the Central Continent. Lu Ming opened the cover of a jar of wine and took a big gulp. He immediately felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth and could not help but praise, good wine. Chu Kuang also picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, you didn't use your full strength in the battle that day, did you? Brother Chu, what makes you think so? Lu Ming smiled and did not give a direct reply. Feeling, Chu Kuang said, I have a feeling that if I continue to fight, I will definitely lose. Moreover, I will lose miserably. Therefore, I admitted defeat so as not to embarrass myself. Huh. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not comment. Of course, he had not used his full strength back then. Brother Lu, you're not from the Central Continent, are you? Chu Kuang suddenly said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flashed. Brother Chu, what makes you think so? It's just a random guess. Every time there's a battle of Providence, all the heroes in the world will be dispatched. They won't miss this opportunity. Brother Lu, you're so talented, but I've never seen you in the Battle of Providence. I'm just curious. So I'm guessing that Brother Lu might be a peerless genius from the East Baron, Northern Plains, or Southern Nether. Chu Kuang laughed. Brother Chu, you're thinking too much. I've been cultivating in the mountains all this time, so I missed the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming said. Haha, Brother Lu, don't think too much. I'm just asking. I like to make friends with all the heroes in the world, especially one like Brother Lu. No matter where you're from, I'm definitely going to make friends with you. Please. Chu Kuang lifted the wine jar and said. Lu Ming also picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. Chu Kuang's words didn't seem to be false. He was just casually asking. This was indeed the case. The battle of karmic luck had already ended, and yet such a genius had suddenly appeared. Everyone was curious. However, Lu Ming was not very worried because his second body was in the Yin and Yang mountain. He would appear occasionally during this period of time. The Yi and martial emperor would not suspect that Lu Ming would appear in the central continent. After all, the twin forbidden technique was too freakish. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not reveal many of his signature bloodlines in the central continent, nor did he show any signs of the dragon bloodline's eruption. No one would suspect that he was Lu Ming from the East Baron. The two of them drank and chatted casually. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to ask Chu Kuang about the specific situation of the major forces in the central continent. In the central continent, there were a total of 18 overlord forces, both humans and demons. They each occupied the vast East Baron. Each overlord force had an emperor in charge and was extremely powerful. Under the 18 overlord forces, there were many other powerful forces. Some of them were extremely powerful and had supreme beings as their leaders. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The central continent was indeed powerful. The Eastern Baron territory could not compare to it. He wondered how powerful the ancient sacred dynasty of the central continent was when they were victorious. Brother Lu, in my opinion, you have a great chance of becoming a second-grade Heaven's favorite. Chu Kuang sighed. Second-class Heaven's favorite? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh, so Brother Lu doesn't know about this? In the central continent, the top Heaven's Pride experts are divided into 3 ranks. I am a third-grade Heaven's Pride expert, and in the Floating Mountain sect, there are only 3 Heaven's Pride experts above the 3rd grade. The others like Yang Tsong and Hai Ziming you've seen before are not even in the 3rd grade. Chu Kuang explained. Brother Chu is only a 3rd grade Heaven's favorite. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chu Kuang's talent was definitely not inferior to that of Bloodsword 1 and AO 2 from the East Baron. However, he was only a 3rd grade Heaven's favorite. If he was a 2nd grade or even a 1st grade Heaven's favorite, how terrifying would that be? That's right, I'm only a 3rd class Heaven's favorite, and in the Floating Mountain sect, only the first among the younger generation can be considered a 2nd class Heaven's favorite. However, there aren't many 2nd class Heaven's favorites in the central continent. Only about 20 of them. Chu Kuang said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chu Kuang was only a 3rd grade Heaven's favorite. A 2nd grade Heaven's favorite must be stronger and more talented. Lu Ming speculated that a 2nd grade Heaven's favorite was most likely at the level of an Emperor God. If they were really at the level of Emperor Gods, there were actually more than 20 of them, which was terrifying. Emperor Gods were said to be able to inherit the legacy of martial Emperor Di and have the potential to become emperors in the future. They were extremely rare in the entire history of the Eastern Baron territory. There were more than 20 Heaven's favorites of this level in the central continent. What about the stronger 1st grade Heaven's favorites? Chu Kuang seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He continued, above 2nd grade Heaven's Pride experts are 1st grade Heaven's Pride experts. However, there are only 5 of them, and they're known as the top 5 young warriors. Each of them is a figure that can suppress an era. They are incomparably terrifying, peerless, and extremely powerful. Chu Kuang's eyes were filled with deep respect and fear. It was obvious that the top 5 young warriors held a high position in his heart. The top 5 young warriors. Lu Ming's eyes glowed with a strong fighting spirit. Supreme talents like the Emperor God were also extremely powerful and could become emperors in the future. They were all incredible existences. However, Lu Ming was not under too much pressure because he had fought with the Emperor God. Although the Emperor God was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to suppress the Emperor God again if he met him in the future. However, those who surpassed the Emperor God level were terrifying. Lu Ming could not imagine how powerful they were. However, this made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming was not afraid of having an opponent. He was afraid of not having an opponent. With an opponent, he would have pressure and motivation. The Central Continent was indeed more brilliant than the East Continent. The competition between geniuses was more intense. The battle for providence in the Central Continent must be extremely intense. It's a pity that I'm not in the Central Continent. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. Brother Lu, do you still remember that I said there would be a grand event in the near future? In 10 days, the two second-class Heaven's favorites will fight at the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. That will definitely attract a lot of attention. After the Battle of Providence, many Heaven's favorites will probably go into seclusion and come out again. Chu Kuang said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. He speculated that a second-grade Heaven's favorite was a Heaven's favorite at the level of an Emperor God. A battle between two such Heaven's favorites was indeed a grand event. It was definitely a rare sight, and Lu Ming did not want to miss it. This was a good opportunity for him to see how strong Central Continent's top Heaven's favorites were. Why are two such geniuses fighting? Lu Ming asked curiously. One of them is Master Blood Luo from Cold Blood Hall, and the other is Yin Bupo from Sky Eagle Castle. They're the strongest experts among the younger generation in their respective forces, and they have a grudge against each other. So, it's normal for Master Blood Luo and Yin Bupo to not get along. The two of them exchanged thousands of blows in the Battle of Providence, but neither of them won. They agreed to fight another day, and the date of their next battle is in 10 days. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. So that was the case. Brother Chu, when do we leave? Lu Ming asked. We can leave immediately. But before we go to the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, I have to go back to the floating mountain. Brother Lu, do you dare to go with me? Chu Kuang said. Why wouldn't I? Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 1014. 1014, The Divine Mountain in the Sky. The Floating Mountain sect was one of the overlords of the Central Continent. Naturally, it had an extraordinary atmosphere. However, Lu Ming was still a little stunned after seeing it. In front of him was the boundless water. Above the boundless water, there was a huge divine mountain floating in the air. This huge mountain had no end in sight. It was like the legendary divine mountain where ancient gods lived. It was suspended in the air thousands of meters high. The floating mountain, as its name suggested, was really a floating divine mountain. From a distance, the floating mountain was filled with clouds and water vapor. Under the sunlight, rainbows hung in the sky. At first glance, there were countless rainbows, which were extremely dazzling, like a paradise on earth. What a great floating mountain! Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. Ha ha! Let's go! Chu Kuang laughed and flew towards the floating mountain with Lu Ming. With Chu Kuang leading the way, they naturally entered the floating mountain. Lu Xiaoqing. At this moment, a voice of disbelief was heard. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but find it funny. Wasn't that Ling Yunkong? Lu Xiaoqing, you dare to come to the floating mountain? Ling Yunkong's eyes were wide open. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and saw Chu Kuang. His expression changed. What's wrong? Brother Lu is my friend. Do you have a problem with him? I've heard a few things about you from Brother Lu. Chu Kuang looked at Ling Yunkong and licked his lips. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Ling Yunkong's expression changed again. His face turned pale and bloodless. He hurriedly said, No, Lu Xiaoqing is your friend, Senior Chu. How could I have any objections? I have no objections. When Ling Yunkong saw Chu Kuang, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was scared to death. In the future, you'd better not use the name of the Floating Mountain Martial School to do evil things. Also, Brother Lu's friend, if you dare to touch a hair on your head again, I will cut you down with my knife. Chu Kuang's eyes flickered with an ominous glint as he looked at Ling Yunkong. I don't dare. I definitely don't dare. Ling Yunkong nodded his head repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his back. Get lost! Chu Kuang coldly shouted. Ling Yunkong hurriedly ran away in fear. This Ling Yunkong seems to be very afraid of you, Lu Ming said. I've taught him a few times in the past. There was also a heaven's favorite who was similar to Ling Yunkong. The two of them were always up to no good. I chopped off one of them. He was afraid that I would chop off his head too. Chu Kuang said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. Ling Yunkong was extremely afraid of Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's innate talent was much greater than Ling Yunkong's. Even if he killed Ling Yunkong, the higher-ups of the Floating Mountain Martial School wouldn't stand up for him. The floating mountain was really huge. The two of them flew on the mountain for hundreds of thousands of miles and came to the edge of a cliff. On the edge of the cliff, there was a courtyard. Wenjing, I'm here, Chu Kuang called out as they arrived at the courtyard. Not long after, the door of the courtyard opened, and a young woman walked out. The young woman had a graceful figure and skin as white as snow. She was very beautiful in a light yellow dress. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Wenjin, ranked third among the top 10 proud children of heaven of the Floating Mountain sect, was this woman. Zhang Wenjin was one of the 3 geniuses of the Floating Mountain Martial School who were at least a third-class heaven's favorite. Brother Chu, you're here. You're 2 days late, the young woman said. Haha, don't blame me for being quiet. I just made a new friend and drank with him for 2 more days. So I rushed over. Chu Kuang laughed and continued to introduce. Wenjin, this is Brother Lu, Lu Xiaoqing. Brother Lu, this is my junior sister, Zhang Wenjin. Chu Kuang said, You're Lu Xiaoqing? Before Lu Ming could say anything, Zhang Wenjin spoke up and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Have you heard of my name before, Wenjin? Lu Ming said, Of course I've heard of you. You suppressed Ling Yunkong and defeated Hai Ziming. Now, the news has spread all over the Floating Mountain Martial School. How can I not know? Zhang Wenjin smiled. Ha! I believe that Brother Lu's name will soon spread throughout the central continent. Chu Kuang laughed. Zhang Wenjing was slightly surprised. It seemed that Chu Kuang liked Lu Xiaoqing very much. Obviously, Zhang Wenjin had not heard about the battle for the Pure Water Lotus Throne. If she had, she would not be so surprised. Wenjing, let's go. Let's set off for the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Chu Kuang said. This place was quite far from the Heavenly Jewel Mountain, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Zhang Wenjin nodded. Then, the 3 of them flew out of the floating mountain and headed northwest. Cold Blood Hall was located to the north of the floating mountain. It was an overlord force close to the floating mountain and the East Baron. The Sky Eagle Castle was to the west of Cold Blood Hall. Sky Pillar Mountain was in the middle of Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle, northwest of Floating Mountain. It was very far away. In the East Baron, it was at least 50 regions away. It was obviously impossible to travel such a distance by flying. It was too slow. They first took the teleportation array and teleported to the area near the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Then they flew away. The Pillar of Heaven's Mountains was a barren land, surrounded by mountains. The 3 of them flew for several days before they suddenly stopped in front of forest. What a strong smell of blood! Zhang Wenjin's expression changed. Lu Ming's and Chu Kuang's faces darkened as well. They could also smell the extremely thick stench of blood. The smell of blood came from a mountain on the right. Let's go and take a look. Chu Kuang was the first to fly in that direction. Lu Ming and Zhang Wenjin followed. Not long after, they discovered the source of the bloody smell. In the mountains, there was a stone castle. It was a small town with many people living in it, but now, everyone here was dead. The town was filled with dead bodies. The 3 of them swept their gazes across the sky. They estimated that no less than 100,000 people had died. They had become corpses. The air was filled with blood qi. No wonder the 3 of them could smell the blood from so far away. Who is it? He actually killed so many people, most of whom were just ordinary people. Zhang Wenjin's face turned pale. The blood qi here is all gathering in one direction, Lu Ming said. He observed carefully and realized that the blood chi in the air was all gathering in one direction. Could it be the Cold Blood Hall? Chu Kuang's eyes moved. The Cold Blood Hall's cultivation was mostly related to blood. However, due to its overbearing and terrifying cultivation, it had once incurred the dissatisfaction of other forces. They had joined forces to pressure Cold Blood Hall, and they had also promised not to attack ordinary people. But now, most of the people who had died here were ordinary people. The three of them looked at each other and slowly walked in the direction where the blood chi was gathering. "There's a person there." Zhang Wenjin sent a message to the two. In the center of the town, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged, and the smell of blood was soaring from his body. Endless blood chi was gathering towards him and entering his body. The bloodthirsty technique. Is an expert from Cold Blood Hall. "Let's go," Chu Kuang muttered. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he wanted to retreat. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold and cruel, killing intent burst out. Chapter 10:15. 1015 Chapter 1015 Fighting the Spiritual God. Three heavens favorites with vigorous chi and blood. "Ha! The heavens are on my side. Die!" The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe stretched out his hand and clenched his fist in the air. Immediately, 5 blood-red ribbons spread out like 5 soft whips and rolled toward the three of them. Boom! 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 The three of them erupted at the same time. Chu Kuang slashed out 2 cold blade lights towards 2 of the blood-red ribbons. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out 2 palms consecutively at the 2 blood-colored ribbons. Zhang Wenjing, on the other hand, slashed out a sky-blue sword chi and collided with one of the blood-colored ribbons. 5 consecutive explosions were heard. Lu Ming was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Chu Kuang was in a similar state. Zhang Wenjin was in a better state. She was only forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. After all, she was only dealing with 1 ribbon. A spiritual god realm master. The three of them had a thought at the same time, and their expressions became extremely serious. To be able to repel the three of them with a casual attack, it was definitely in existence in the spiritual god realm. What? The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe was surprised that he did not kill Lu Ming and the other 2 with 1 strike. However, he was overjoyed soon after. "Ha! The 3 of you can be considered third-class heaven's favorites. Your chi and blood are thick. Kill!" The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe laughed and waved his fingers. 10 blood-red ribbons wrapped around Lu Ming and the other 2. This ribbon seemed to be light, but it was terrifyingly powerful. As it streaked through the air, it let out a terrifying whistling sound. "Let's go charge out," Chu Kuang shouted. A 7th-level divine bloodline appeared above his head as he immediately executed the bloodline fusion. He did not dare to be careless in the face of a spiritual god realm master, as carelessness would mean death. Zhang Wenjin also performed bloodline fusion. Lu Ming did not use the blood meridian fusion, but he also burst out with 3 bursts of dragon energy. Each attack was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The 3 of them joined forces and launched a powerful attack, instantly destroying the 10 blood-red ribbons. The 3 of them were about to fly away. "Want to leave?" Blood cage. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe still did not get up. He sat there with his legs crossed and struck out with his hands continuously. Immediately, countless blood-red ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a cage made of blood-red ribbons, locking the 3 of them inside. The 3 of them fought back. The blood-red cage shook continuously, but they couldn't break it for a while. Slash! The blood-robed, middle-aged man shouted coldly. With a snap of his fingers, 3 terrifying blood-red blade lights slashed towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them tried their best to resist the blood-red blade light, but in the end, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's bloodlines trembled nonstop and they almost turned back into their human forms. Lu Ming also felt a burning pain all over his body. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil, and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was terrifying, and he successfully blocked it. Break! Lu Ming continued to increase the power of the prison destructive heaven technique. After a few consecutive punches, the blood-red cage finally collapsed. The three of them quickly rushed out. "You want to leave?" "No way." The blood-robed, middle-aged man suddenly stood up. His entire body was filled with blood qi. He raised one hand and slashed out 3 blade auras in a row. They crossed thousands of meters in the void in an instant and slashed toward the 3 people. These 3-blade lights were extremely terrifying, as if they could split the 3 of them in half. Not good. Chu Kuang was shocked and furious. He had a feeling that he would die under this knife. Voila! At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. The mountain and river diagram flew out and surrounded the 3 of them. Then, it flew forward rapidly. Bang! 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 The 3 saber beams struck the mountain and river diagram, but failed to tear it apart. Part of the force was blocked by the mountain and river diagram, but there was still a part of the force that passed through the mountain and river diagram and fell on Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin. Chu Kuang and Zheng Wenjing turned into their human forms and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His skin was cut open and blood flowed out. Lu Ming endured it and flew forward with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. "Damn it!" The blood-robed, middle-aged man growled, but he didn't pursue. Instead, after his expression changed, he continued to sit cross-legged and absorb the blood qi around him. The 3 of them flew for more than 100,000 miles and landed in a valley. After landing, the 3 of them sat down cross-legged and began to heal their injuries. In comparison, Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. The dragon scales hidden under his skin blocked most of the force. After 2 hours, Lu Ming had fully recovered and the healing ended. He took a look and found that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin were still healing. "There's still a huge gap between me and a spiritual god realm powerhouse." Lu Ming was deep in thought. The difference between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm was too great. There was a huge chasm between these 2 realms. Most importantly, the conditions to break through to the spiritual god realm were too high. Ordinary martial artists or ordinary heaven's pride experts could not break through to the spiritual god realm at all. Those who were able to break through to the spiritual god realm were all geniuses among geniuses. This caused the gap between the 2 realms to be even greater. In reality, the higher the cultivation, the greater the gap between the major cultivation realms would be. It would become more and more terrifying and difficult to cross. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. It was too difficult and almost impossible for him to cross such a huge distance and fight with a spiritual god realm expert. It might be possible when he attained the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe must have been injured. He's recuperating now, Lu Ming secretly thought. If the other party had not been injured, they might not have been able to rush out. After a few more hours, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin finally opened their eyes and finished their treatment. "Thank you for your help this time, Brother Lu." Chu Kuang stood up and expressed his gratitude to Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, they would not have been able to escape. "Brother Chu is too polite." Lu Ming waved his hands. That Cold Blood Hall expert should be an expert in the 1st level of the spiritual god realm. For some reason, he was injured, so he massacred the town and used the blood of the entire town to heal his wounds. "We happened to run into him." Chu Kuang analyzed. Lu Ming nodded. Chu Kuang had the same thoughts as him. However, it was too cruel to kill an entire town of ordinary people to heal their injuries. The 3 of them chatted for a while before leaving and heading in the direction of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. The matters of spiritual god realm powerhouses were not something they could interfere with, and they did not have the ability to do so. After flying for another 2 days, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. The Pillar of Heaven's mountain, as its name suggested, was like a pillar that pierced through the earth, piercing through the clouds. It stood among the many peaks and could be seen with a single glance. Legend had it that the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was a giant mountain formed from the weapon of an ancient supreme expert. There were still 2 days before the battle between Shui Luo Zi and Yin Biupa. The three of them settled down in a small city nearby. In the small town, people came and went, and it was very lively. This is the first battle between second-grade geniuses after the Battle of Karmic Luck. So many people have been attracted. Chu Kuang looked around and sighed. In the small city, the people walking on the streets were all experts. Any one of them had a cultivation above the spirit embryo realm, and there were men and women of all ages. It was obvious that they were here for the battle between the two heaven's favorites. Chapter 1016 1016 The Five Great Beauties of Central Continent. The three of them found an inn to stay in and waited for the battle to begin. Lu Ming made the best use of his time to comprehend the Earth concept, while tempering his essential core and concept at the same time. 2 days passed by in a flash. After 2 days, countless figures flew toward the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Lu Ming and the other two blended into the crowd and arrived near the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. When they arrived, they realized that the area was already surrounded by people. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. From this, one could see the influence of a second-grade heaven's favorite in the Central Continent. The Central Continent was vast. It was 7 to 8 times the size of the East Baron. It was filled with talented people and experts. However, in such a vast land, how many second-grade geniuses were there? Below the 5 young tyrants were the second-grade heaven's favorites. There were only 20 of them, and it was rare to see one. In the Battle of Providence, most people were not qualified to watch the battle. That was why so many people had come this time. They all wanted to see what level a second-grade heaven's favor had reached and what terrifying level his battle prowess had reached. In the crowd, there were old men and a few youths in their teens. These youths were the most excited. They were the younger generation and had missed the Battle of Providence. They wanted to see how powerful the heaven's favorites who were half a generation older than them were. This would motivate them. So many experts. Chu Kuang's eyes swept across the crowd. He discovered many heaven's favorites who were on par with him. They were third-grade heaven's favorites. There were also some who were not third-grade heaven's favorites, but were still extraordinary. For example, Hai Ziming, Wu Kong, Ling Yunkong, and Lu Ming from the Floating Mountain. There were even a few elders standing in the sky, exuding an astonishing aura. They were clearly spiritual God realm existences. This battle had even attracted the attention of spiritual God realm existences. Suddenly, demonic chi rushed to the sky. A black-robed young man stepped through the air and attracted everyone's attention. Junyu, the Junyu of Demon Mountain. Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Demon Mountain Junyu is also here. Zhang Wenjin and Chu Kuang also exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look at Junyu carefully. During this period of travel, Lu Ming had also inquired Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing about many things regarding the Central Continent. Chu Kuang had talked the most about the heaven's pride of the younger generation. Lu Ming had some understanding of the heaven's favorites of the Central Continent. Of course, it was mainly the top 5 young warriors, 20 or so second-grade heaven's favorites, and the various overlords. Demon Mountain was also one of the overlords of Central Continent, and Junyu was one of the 22nd-grade heaven's favorites. He's indeed very strong and terrifying. He's definitely a heaven's favorite on the level of an emperor god. Lu Ming sized up Junyu and pondered in his heart. Junyu gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was obvious that the battle between Yin Biupo and Blood Luo Zi had attracted the attention of heaven's favorites of the same level. Junyu stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked straight ahead as if no one could attract his attention. He didn't even look at the spiritual god realm experts, as if he didn't care at all. Indeed, with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the spiritual god realm. In the future, he would definitely reach the Supreme Being realm. His goal was to become an emperor. How could he care about ordinary spiritual gods? The crowd continued to wait. The pure space spirit of the floating mountain. Suddenly, the crowd let out another cry. Junior's sister Kongling is here. Chu Kuang's eyes lit up as he looked at the sky. A young woman wearing a long, watercolored veil was stepping on the air and approaching. Her entire body was filled with water vapor. She looked like she was in her 20s. Her beauty was unparalleled and could cause the downfall of a country. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible in the water vapor. She was barefooted, and her two jade-like feet were like the most beautiful piece of art in the world. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky. She was walking on the cloud as she walked over. The scene was silent, as if everyone's eyes were attracted by this woman. So she's the pure, spatial spirit. As expected, she's peerless in beauty. Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. Chu Kuang was ranked second in the Floating Mountain sect, while the number one heaven's favorite of the Floating Mountain sect was Jing Kongling. She was a woman with terrifying talent. At the same time, she was also a second-grade heaven's favorite. She was as famous as Junyu and Yin Bupo. Furthermore, Jing Kongling was one of the 5 great beauties of the Central Continent. Everyone in the Central Continent knew her. For the past few days, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin had mentioned her to Lu Ming many times. Lu Ming had long been curious about this unparalleled beauty. Lu Ming could not help but compare all the women he had met with the pure and ethereal spirit. He realized that only Xianxia could compare to the pure and ethereal spirit. The others, such as Mulan and Xiaoyu, were slightly inferior. Jing Kongling, I didn't expect you to be attracted to this battle. Juanyue's gaze finally moved as he looked towards Jing Kongling. A fiery light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Didn't you come too? The pure void spirit spoke softly. His voice was calm, and when it entered one's ears, it gave one a very comfortable feeling. It was as if it could calm one's restless heart. Just like her name, she was like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust. Brother Jun, Sister Kongling, you're early. A sweet and clear voice was heard. Not far away, another woman stepped on the air and arrived. This woman looked younger than Jing Kongling, but her looks were not any worse than Jing Kongling's. Her little face was a little pale, but she had a kind of sickly beauty that made people want to go up and protect her. Medicine King's Valley's goddess Xianxia. Many people widened their eyes. Another second-grade heaven's favorite, and one of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent. Many people felt that they were going crazy. They felt that this trip was too worth it. This time, the main characters of the 2 duels had yet to arrive, and there were already peerless geniuses who had arrived. Even 2 of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent were here. It's worth it. It's too worth it. Many people have crossed hundreds of millions of miles to see one of the 5 great beauties, but they can't even get it. Today, they can see 2 of the 5 great beauties. What's not worth it? Fairy Tanxiang. Chu Kuang's eyes also lit up as he stared at Goddess Tanxiang like a lecherous pervert, causing Zhang Wenjin, who was standing beside him, to feel quite displeased. In fact, Zhang Wenjin was also a rare beauty, but compared to Jing Kongling and Goddess Tanxiang, she was far behind. Sister Tanxiang, why are you here? The pristine void spirit stepped forward and came to the side of Goddess Tanxiang. The 2 of them stood together. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the 2 women. Many people's eyes were burning with passion, but no one dared to flirt or even hit on them. Although the 2 women were beautiful, they were also Heaven's Pride experts whose names shook the world. They were extremely terrifying. Whoever dared to flirt with them would die, without even knowing how they died. Ha ha! I didn't expect that the two fairies would come. This scene is truly honored. A loud laugh was heard. In the distance, a bolt of lightning flashed. The next moment, a young man in purple feather clothes appeared on the top of Sky Pillar Mountain. This young man had cold eyes, an aquiline nose, and extremely sharp eyes that flashed with lightning. In Bupo, someone called out the person's name. Finally, when the two people in today's battle had appeared, Chapter 1017 1017 The battle between second-grade Heaven's favorites. Hee Bupo, why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think the two fairies came for you? From another direction, a sneer could be heard. With a flash of blood-red light, a young man in a blood-red robe appeared on the other side of the pillar of Heaven's mountain. This young man's face was slightly pale, but he was very handsome and gave off a feminine feeling. Master Shueluo, you look like you're half dead. Are the two fairies here to see you? Bupo sneered. Each of the 5 beauties of the central continent was not only beautiful, but also talented. Naturally, they had countless suitors, including many second-grade Heaven's favorites and even the 5 young tycoons. There had been rumors before that Bupo and Blood Luo Zi were both suitors of goddess Xianxia. At this moment, the 2 Heaven's favorites arrived. Everyone's eyes finally moved away from Jing Kongling and goddess Xianxia to Bupo and Master Shueluo. Today, the 2 of them were about to engage in a world-shaking battle. Lu Ming also looked at the 2 of them. Whether the second-grade Heaven's pride experts of the central continent were on the same level as the Emperor God would soon be known. Bupo, you managed to escape with your life in the last battle of Providence. Today, I'll kill you completely. Shueluo Zi sneered. Just you? You're the one who will die today. Bupo sneered. He let out a long cry and turned into a huge godly eagle. The godly eagle was covered with terrifying lightning power. Bupo was not a human, but a demon. The Sky Eagle Castle was the demon clan's power. Most of them were all kinds of eagle-type demon beasts. Of course, there were also many other bird-type demon beasts, but most of them were eagle-type demon beasts. It was said that the Lord of the Sky Eagle Castle was a powerful eagle emperor. Bupo had the bloodline of the divine beast, the mysterious thunder sacred eagle, and the concentration of the bloodline was extremely shocking. Boom! Although Shueluo Zi spoke casually, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. His aura burst out, and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. Kill! Bupo roared and flapped his wings. The terrifying power of thunder gathered and turned into a thunder sword, slashing at Blood Luo Zi. Blood River Divine Blade. Shueluo Zi clenched his fist in the air. Endless blood light gathered and turned into a blood-red long blade. He shouted and slashed out. The blood-red blade light slashed down, and the void rippled like water. It collided with the lightning sword. Boom! 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 The sword chi and saber radiance swept in all directions. Many of the weaker cultivators were shocked and retreated. Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin stood still and observed the scene carefully. Bupo and Shueluo Zi exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Blood Luo Zi, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You haven't improved much. Bupo sneered. It's more than enough to suppress you. Shueluo Zi sneered. Is that so? Bupo sneered. He flapped his wings and let out a long hiss. The blood in his body boiled, and the sky was filled with lightning. The endless lightning seemed to fill the sky. Buzz! Bupo's wings seemed to have turned into blades of lightning, cutting through everything and slashing towards Blood Luo Zi. The bloodthirsty swirl. Shueluo Zi let out a long cry. His blood chi soared into the sky, and a semicircular blood light cover spread out. A terrifying, devouring power spread out. Even from a distance, many people could feel their blood stirring as if it was going to leave their bodies. Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty technique. Chu Kuang's face was solemn. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that this bloodthirsty technique was somewhat similar to the Nine Dragons' devouring power. However, the bloodthirsty technique only targeted blood and was far less domineering than the Nine Dragons' devouring power. Boom! Ian Bupo's blade of lightning slashed at the blood-colored light screen, creating a deafening sound. However, he was also affected by the bloodthirsty technique. The blood in his body was restless, and his combat power was affected. He could not use his full strength. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound was heard. A giant bat appeared above Blood Luo Z's head. This bat was blood red all over, and its eyes were extremely cold, filled with a bloodthirsty glow. Bloodwinged Sky Bat was an extremely terrifying godly beast. Obviously, Xueluozi's bloodline was a bloodwinged sky bat. Around the bloodwinged sky bat, there were 8 bright and dazzling chakras. Divine level rank 8 bloodline. The bloodline level of Blood Luo Z was the same as that of the Divine Emperor. Xueluozi performed bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged bat, fighting with Ian Bupo. A terrifying force shot out, and the space kept shaking as if it would be torn apart at any time. It was completely distorted. The terrifying force spread out for thousands of miles. Many mountains were swept by the force and turned into dust in an instant. However, most of the energy landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. It seemed like the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was really made from the weapons of ancient experts. The terrifying energy landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, but it was not damaged at all. At most, it only left a few marks on it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 moves, and there was still no clear winner. Heavens so strong, too strong. Is this the combat strength of a second-grade Heaven's favorite? An old man at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm gasped in shock. He had a feeling that with his cultivation of the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, not to mention exchanging blows with the two, even if he were to charge forward and get within 100 meters of the two, he would be ground into pieces by the terrifying energy. A martial artist at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm would not be able to resist at all. Their cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but their combat strength is too terrifying. They're probably close to the spirit god realm. Even if they can't really fight with a spiritual god, they won't be too far off. If they break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, they might really be able to fight with a spiritual god realm powerhouse. Terrifying. A spirit embryo that can battle a spirit god. Too terrifying. The onlookers discussed as they watched. They were extremely shocked. Even a few spiritual god realm powerhouses had grave expressions. He's indeed powerful. He's definitely a Heaven's favorite on the same level as an emperor god. Lu Ming pondered in his heart, his gaze a little solemn. Now he was sure that the second-grade Heaven's pride experts of the central continent must be at the level of sovereign gods. It was amazing that there were more than 20 of such Heaven's pride experts. I wonder what realm the emperor god has reached. Lu Ming thought to himself. Half a year ago, the emperor god cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Now that more than half a year had passed, it was normal for the emperor god to reach the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. It was even possible for him to reach the perfected spirit embryo realm. If they met, he would still be a great enemy of Lu Ming. With my current combat strength, am I a match for them? Lu Ming was secretly measuring his combat strength. In the War of Providence, Lu Ming had suppressed the emperor god by combining the inscription Tao and the Tao of inscription. However, the emperor god had not been defeated one-sided. Now that Lu Ming's refinement path and martial arts were separated, his combat power was slightly weaker. However, as compared to the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had cultivated the water concept. The fusion of 5 types of concepts had an astonishing power, much stronger than 4 types of concepts. Even without the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming's combat strength was still powerful. He was confident that he could suppress his opponent in a battle of the same level. However, they were in the central continent now. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Lu Ming could not use some of his techniques. He could not fully unleash his dragon power either, which greatly reduced his combat strength. In addition, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to encounter either Blood Luo Zi or Yin Bupo, he would not be a match for them. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. If I reach the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm and reach the same level as them, I won't be afraid of them even if I can't fight the bloodline fusion. Lu Ming kept thinking. Chapter 1018 1018 9th level spirit embryo realm. The heavens and earth trembled continuously. Half of the sky was filled with lightning, while the other half was filled with blood chi. The lightning and the blood-red light kept clashing and clashing. No one could see Yin Bupo and Shui Luo Zi's figures at all. They could only see light and shadow intertwining. This battle lasted for 2 hours. The lightning and blood light in the sky dissipated at the same time. Two figures stood on one side of the sky, gasping for breath. Their eyes were sharp and serious as they stared at each other. It was a draw. It was said that in the Battle of Providence, the two of them exchanged thousands of moves and ended up in a draw. Today it was the same. Blood Luo Zi, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You're lucky today, Yin Bupo said coldly. I should be the one saying that. I'll spare your life today. Shui Luo Zi also sneered. The two of them didn't continue to fight. They had exchanged 1,000 moves just now, and the two of them had used up a lot of their energy. Moreover, there were many experts around them, so they had to leave some strength to guard against someone who might attack them in the dark. It seems like they won't fight again this time. It's a draw again. Shui Luo Zi and Yin Bupo are really strong opponents. That's true. Sky Eagle Castle and Cold Blood Hall are close to each other. The two forces have been fighting each other for a long time. Yin Bupo and Master Blood Luo have been fighting since they were young, but there has never been a winner between them. But this is a good thing. With a lifelong opponent, their progress is amazing. It's good to have an opponent. This is a golden era with countless geniuses. In the past, geniuses like Yin Bupo and Master Blood Luo would definitely be invincible. But today, there are more than 20 of them, and there are even the stronger top 5 young warriors. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but sigh. There were too many Heaven's favorites in this generation. Second-grade Heaven's favorites like Yin Bupo and Shui Luo Zi had the chance to break through to the martial royal realm. In the past, it was considered good if there were 2 or 3 of them in each generation. But in this generation, there were over 20 of them, and even a more powerful 5 overlords. Even the Eastern Barren Territory, Southern Nether, Northern Plains, and Western Desert were filled with talents. Heaven's Pride experts were like clouds, and all of them were competing with each other. This was a brilliant golden age. Everyone knew that this battle was over, and some people were preparing to leave. Everyone, Tan Xiang is preparing to host the Alchemy King's Banquet in 7 days. I'd like to invite all of you to have a drink and discuss Tao. Would you all be willing to give this little girl some face? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. It was Fairy Tan Xiang. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha, it's a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for Goddess Tan Xiang to personally host the Pill King Banquet. How can I not go? Demon Mountain Jun Yu was the first to speak, his eyes shining. Many thanks, Brother Jun. Fairy Tan Xiang bowed slightly. It's our honor to be able to attend the Pill King Banquet organized by Goddess Tan Xiang. As long as Fairy doesn't mind, I'll definitely pay you a visit. The others all rushed to speak, hoping to attract Goddess Tan Xiang's attention. Then this little sister thanks everyone. This little sister will take her leave first. Everyone can stay in the Pill City for the time being and head to the Pill King Academy in 7 days. With that said, Fairy Tan Xiang bowed slightly, then stepped on the air and left. After that, Jing Kongling also turned around and left, like a fairy in the clouds. Imbupo will fight another day. Shueluo Zi turned into a ray of bloodlight and left. Imbupo laughed coldly and also left. After that, the others also dispersed. Brother Chu, what is the Pill King banquet? Lu Ming asked Chu Kuang. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are all alchemists who mainly refine pills. The pills of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are well known all over the world, and some of the outstanding heroes of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will, from time to time, melt their proudest pills in a fine wine and invite the world's heroes to come and have a taste, and also make friends with the world's heroes. So, although the Valley of the Medicine Masters is not an overlord force today, its influence is still extremely terrifying. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. This tradition was very special. Let's go to the Pill City first. The Pill King Institution is in the Pill City. Chu Kuang said. Immediately, the three of them flew towards the City of Pills. On the way, Lu Ming learned more about the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Valley of the Medicine Masters had been an overlord force in the distant past, but now, because they did not have an emperor to hold down the fort, they had stepped down from the throne of overlord force. However, their strength was still very terrifying and could not be underestimated. There was more than one supreme martial artist in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and they were good at alchemy and had good relations with the major forces. Their potential was no small matter. The City of Alchemy was built in the vicinity of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was very crowded and lively here. The Valley of the Medicine Masters sold all kinds of elixirs here and also bought all kinds of spiritual herbs and flowers, so it attracted a large number of chambers of commerce to sell and purchase elixirs. The Pill City was not far from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. In just half a day, the three arrived at the Pill City. So many spirit herbs, so many spirit herbs. Dandan had appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, her eyes darting around. On both sides of the city streets, there were spirit herb shops. The rich medicinal fragrance of the elixir shops came from all directions, which made people feel refreshed. No wonder Dandan was looking around. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin glanced at Dandan. They thought that this little turtle was quite interesting. Brother Chu, Miss Wenjing, how about we find a place to stay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. All right, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin nodded, and the three of them found an inn to stay in. In the room of the inn, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his figure disappeared. Only the mountain and river diagram was left floating in the room. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared around him. I'll break through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm with the Ori rocks. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall had made Lu Ming realize the huge gap between him and a spiritual god expert. This time, he was under a lot of pressure when he saw the battle between Shueluo Zi and Inbupo. Now, he had many restrictions, and his cultivation was not high enough. If he were to fight against Heaven's favorites like Blood Luo Zi and Inbupo, he would most likely not be their match. Hence, he needed to increase his strength urgently. Originally, he did not plan to use the raw gemstones to improve his cultivation because the consumption of raw gemstones would definitely be terrifying. He did not have many raw gemstones on him now. He had wanted to keep them as a backup, but he could not care so much now. Improving his strength was the most important thing. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and swallowed. A terrifying, devouring power burst out, shattering tens of thousands of raw gemstones. The majestic original chi was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and began to be refined rapidly. Circulating the true war dragon technique, the origin chi was constantly refined and transformed into true essence. The true essence gathered in the spirit embryo and was constantly condensed. The spirit embryo became more and more solid, and its size became smaller and smaller. After refining tens of thousands of raw gemstones, another tens of thousands of gemstones were refined. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 300,000 raw gemstones. Soon, with a sharp glint in his eyes, he continued to refine. Another day passed, and he had refined nearly 100,000 raw gemstones. Boom! Something seemed to have been broken through. Lu Ming's aura grew, and the essential core in his body roared. It was several times more powerful than before. His cultivation broke through and reached the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. Chapter 1019. 1019 Chapter 1019 Spatial Stone. Who? At this moment, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. However, the consumption of the raw gemstones made him feel a little pained. He had refined a total of 400,000 raw gemstones. This was too shocking. However, after his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. His vital essence was vast and abundant, and the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be more powerful. I wonder if I can fight Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi with my current combat power? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Shui Luo Zi and Yin Bupo were both at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, while Lu Ming was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. This was similar to his battle with the Emperor God in the Battle of Providence. However, at that time, Lu Ming had to use all his means in the array to suppress the Emperor God. However, Lu Ming did not have the Tao of inscription, but he had integrated the concept of water. If Lu Ming could use all his skills and perform the blood meridian fusion, he was confident that he could suppress Shui Luo Zi or Yin Bupo. However, if he could not perform the blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming was not confident. But at least, Lu Ming was confident that he would not lose. There's still 3 days before the Pill King banquet. Let's go to Pill City first. Lu Ming stood up and walked out of the room. He sensed that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's rooms were empty. They must have gone out for a walk. The city of pills was like a huge commercial city. There were shops everywhere, and there were countless types of spiritual herbs and pills. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. In some shops, one could even buy level 8 medicinal pills, but the price was terrifying. In some places, stalls were set up. The stall owners would sell some strange things. Some might be rare treasures, while others might just be waste. Such a place was called the Taba area. It was mainly a test of luck. If one was lucky, they might be able to buy something of high value. Of course, one also needed to have good eyesight. This place had attracted a lot of people. There were many people on the street. Lu Ming strolled among the crowd, looking to the east and west. On her shoulder, Dandan's eyes were also looking around. Upon arriving here, Dandan became spirited and declared that with his eyesight, no treasure could escape his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after walking around. The things here were strange. Some of the so-called spirit herbs were just weeds on the side of the road and were used to fool people. Some of the abandoned spirit weapons were used as battle weapons from the ancient times. Some people even took a few stones and said that there were rare treasures in the stones. They were also sold at a high price. Once this was sold, it would be a huge profit. That is, Lu Ming, that piece of purple jade in front. Yes, the purple jade that the chick is buying. Buy it. It's very useful. Lu Ming was looking around when Dandan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. She looked very excited. Lu Ming's spirit was lifted and he looked forward. 2 young women were standing in front of stall. One of the young women was taking a purple jade from the stall owner. The purple jade that Dandan was talking about was this one. That purple jade is very ordinary. Could it be a treasure? Lu Ming was surprised. You can't compare to my judgment. Lu Ming, you'll definitely make a big profit if you buy it. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He strode forward to the front of the stall and pretended to take a casual glance at the purple jade in the woman's hand. He said casually, "This piece of purple jade is not bad. I can buy it to make a jade pendant for my sister." "This big brother, how much is this purple jade?" The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He smiled and said, "Young master, you're late. This purple jade has just been bought by this lady." "You bought it." Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. He then sized up the young woman. The young woman was very beautiful. She was in her 20s and could be considered a rare beauty. Behind her, there was another woman. From her appearance, she should be a maidservant. "Miss, can you let me have this purple jade?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Hey, my lady bought this piece of purple jade first. Why should she let you have it?" The maidservant behind the woman called out first, "It's nothing. I just saw that this purple jade is quite beautiful and wanted to buy it to make a jade pendant for my younger sister. Since this young lady has bought it first, then this one will not take it from her." Lu Ming smiled, cupped his fists, and was about to leave. Although it was a pity to miss it, Lu Ming would not take it by force since it had already been bought. "Young master, please wait." At this moment, the young woman called out and Lu Ming stopped. "Actually, I only bought this purple jade because I thought it looked good. It's not of much use to me. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you." The young lady stepped forward and handed the purple jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rather surprised and did not pick it up. "Brat, quickly accept it. If you don't, you'll regret it." Dandan constantly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and reached out to take the purple jade. "I'm Lu Xiaoqing. Thank you for giving me this jade. I wonder what your name is. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you for this jade." "I am Xianxia. Young Master Lu is too polite." The young woman smiled. "So it's Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou is also here to participate in the Pill King banquet?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. It seems like young Master Lu has the same purpose as me." Xianxia smiled and looked around. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Lu Ming took his leave. This was because Dandan was urging Lu Ming to go back and cut open the purple jade. There would definitely be a surprise. "Miss, why did you give that purple jade to that kid?" After Lu Ming left, the maidservant said unhappily, "Silly girl, what is this place?" This time, there are quite a few young talents from the Pill City who have come to attend the banquet. This man looks extraordinary, so he might be a heaven's chosen. Why not use a useless piece of purple jade to make friends with a heaven's chosen? Xianxia smiled. "Mrs. Wise," the servant girl flattered. Very soon, Lu Ming returned to the inn. After entering his room, he entered the mountain and river diagram. His palm glowed, and the purple jade appeared in his hand. This piece of purple jade looked very ordinary. Could it be that there was really a rare treasure in the purple jade? "Lu Ming, cut this purple jade open. Be careful," Dandan instructed. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. His essential core spread out and condensed into a sharp sword, slowly cutting toward the purple jade. The purple jade was about the size of 2 fists. Lu Ming cut it carefully. When he was halfway through, a faint milky white halo spread out. There was really something in the purple jade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He slowly cut the purple jade around him, leaving behind a milky white jade the size of a longan in his hand. What kind of jade is this? Lu Ming was a little curious. This piece of jade looked ordinary and did not look like a rare treasure at all. "Brat, is the dimensional stone considered a rare treasure?" Dandan grinned. "What? This is a storage elemental stone?" Lu Ming's eyes widened. Chapter 1020. 1020 Chapter 1020 Stealing Medicine. Lu Ming was overjoyed to find that it was a Nanyuan stone. The Nanyuan stone was a very mysterious treasure because it could store a warrior's true yuan. A warrior only needed to put their true qi into the storage yuan stone in advance and store it. When they needed to use it, they could directly absorb the true qi from the storage yuan stone, because it was originally the warrior's own true qi, so there was no need to convert it, and it could be used directly. This way, he didn't have to worry about his true essence being exhausted. The Nanyuan stone was a rare treasure for a warrior. Sometimes, it could save one's life. Moreover, the Nanyuan stone could be used for a long time. It was rarely seen in the market, but once it appeared, its price would be terrifyingly high. Lu Ming had never expected that there would be a Nanyuan stone in the purple jade. I wonder if this yuan storing stone can withstand my true yuan. Lu Ming pondered. There was a limit to the amount of true essence that different energy storage stones could store. It was impossible for an ordinary Nanyuan stone to store a king's vital essence. If a king's vital essence was poured in, the Nanyuan stone would probably explode. The amount of true yuan that different energy storage stones could store was different. I'll try. Holding the Na yuan stone in his hand, Lu Ming continuously transferred his essential core into the Na yuan stone. As expected, the moment the essential core entered the Na yuan stone, it was stored in the Na yuan stone. In a short while, Lu Ming's essential core was almost completely absorbed into the Nanyuan stones. It's great that he can withstand it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In this way, the essential core that Lu Ming could use had greatly increased. The power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was now equivalent to the middle level of a low-grade divine level martial arts technique. The amount of vital essence it consumed was too terrifying. Lu Ming had not dared to unleash his full power previously. Otherwise, the vital essence in his body would be drained dry in an instant. However, Lu Ming was not afraid now. Even if he was drained in one go, he could replenish his essential core in an instant with the Nanyuan stones. In this case, Lu Ming had an additional trump card. Now that he was using all of his strength to unleash the prison-suppressing heaven technique, even though he could not unleash its full power, it was still much stronger than when he could only unleash a few levels of its power carefully. Next, Lu Ming took out the rough stone and started to recover his essential core. When his quintessential essence had fully recovered, Lu Ming continued to channel his quintessential essence into the Na yuan stone. He predicted that this energy-storing stone should be able to withstand the true essence of his first-level spiritual god realm. In other words, before Lu Ming broke through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, this Nanyuan stone would be his trump card. Lu Ming only stopped after he had channeled his essential core 5 times. Quintessential essence of 5 times was equivalent to 5 times his quintessential essence, which was enough for the time being. After he had recovered his essential core, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. There was still one more day before the start of the Pill Emperor's banquet. More and more people were gathering in Pill City. Other than the people who had watched the battle between Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi, there were also some other people who had rushed over after hearing the news. Of course, most of them were from the younger generation. Because the one hosting the Pill King's banquet was Goddess Tan Xiang, it was only natural that the young people would be gathered here. It wasn't good for the older generation to mix around with these young people. Lu Ming strolled around with Dandan, hoping to find something. Unfortunately, they did not find anything after a long round. Lu Ming laughed at himself. He knew that he was too greedy. He was really lucky to have gotten the Nanyuan stones the last time. He could not help but feel apologetic towards Xianxia. Xianxia was the one who bought it first, and then gave it to Lu Ming. Gradually, Lu Ming strolled to the north of the Pill City. There were fewer and fewer buildings here, and instead, there were many hills. I smell a fragrance. It's a strong medicinal fragrance. There are spiritual herbs. Dandan's nose suddenly twitched. Then, she rushed down from Lu Ming's shoulder and ran forward at an extremely fast speed. This got Lu Ming was speechless. He chased after her. After crossing a hill, they came to a canyon. Dandan slowed down a little, rushed left and right, and rushed into the valley. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This valley was filled with inscription formations. Now that Lu Ming did not have mental energy fire, he could not break the array. However, even if they could not break the formation, they might not be able to stop Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming did not have a mental energy fire, he still had his knowledge of the inscription Tao. Moreover, he could also feel it as his second body's understanding of the inscription Tao increased. During this period of time, he had been cultivating at Mount Liangyi, and his progress had been amazing. The second body did not have any distracting thoughts. Coupled with the blessing of providence, its comprehension had increased tenfold. As it focused on cultivation, its progress was much faster than Lu Ming's main body. Its understanding of the Tao of inscription was improving every day. Therefore, although Lu Ming did not have a mental energy fire, he still had a good eye. Although the array in the canyon was brilliant, Lu Ming could still see the flaws in it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, then backward, suddenly left, then suddenly right, and headed into the valley. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, Lu Ming saw an herbal field. There were many kinds of spirit herbs planted in the herbal field. The herbal fragrance was extremely rich and wafted in the valley. These spiritual herbs are all level 7. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that the spiritual herbs in the herbal field were almost all level 7 spiritual herbs, and there were at least 1,000 of them. At this time, Dandan was rolling around in the medicinal field, her eyes shining with excitement. Her claws were constantly grabbing the spirit herbs in the medicinal field and stuffing them into her mouth. "Dandan, hurry up," Lu Ming urged. It was impossible for this large herbal field to be ownerless in the City of Pills. It must have been planted by an expert from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Even Lu Ming was a little apprehensive to steal other people's spiritual herbs in their territory. Like a tornado sweeping away the clouds, Dandan quickly stuffed hundreds of spiritual herbs into her mouth, all of which were upper level 7. This fellow had sharp eyes and picked the best ones. Where did this little thief come from, daring to steal medicine here? Suddenly, a delicate shout was heard and a beautiful figure rushed out of the valley. In the air, inscriptions filled the air and a great formation glowed. Rays of light entangled Dandan. Not good. Dandan was shocked. She sprinted frantically, her 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell danced in the air, dodging the formations one by one, and flew toward Lu Ming. Sandalwood incense. Lu Ming was shocked to see that beautiful figure. The beautiful figure in the valley was actually the fairy sandalwood, moose sandalwood. Lu Ming's body glowed, and his physical body changed rapidly, turning into another appearance. He grabbed Dandan and retreated quickly. "Stay here." Fairy Tan Xiang's jade-like hands danced, and the mental energy fire between her brows glowed. On the ground around Lu Ming, formations kept appearing. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. He swept his gaze across the array and took a few steps forward. Each step was very mysterious. He stepped on the weak point of the array and retreated quickly. In a few breaths, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. Fairy Tan Xiang stopped, a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She did not continue to attack or pursue. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming flashed at top speed and soon left the canyon, disappearing from sight. Strange, it's really strange. There's clearly no trace of mental energy fire, but he can see the weakness of the array with a glance, and thus avoid the attack of the array and retreat calmly. It's really strange. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing, Fairy Tan Xiang whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity. This was also the reason why she didn't pursue him. Chapter 1021. 1021 Chapter 1021 Paragons attending the banquet. She could sense very clearly that Lu Ming definitely did not have any mental energy fire. This was rare in itself. Most martial artists would cultivate mental energy fire as an auxiliary martial art. However, she did not sense any mental energy fire on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could see through the weakness of the array at once. This was something that even she could not do better than this. That was why she was even more curious. You try to hide your appearance and change your appearance at the first moment to fool me. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to fool me. Fairy Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled flirtatiously. Lu Ming rushed out of the canyon and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his current combat power, he was not afraid of Goddess Xianxia, but he was in the wrong after all. This was the city of pills, the territory of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. If he was discovered by a rank 8 alchemist from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You rascal, I'm not going to care about you in the future. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Kid, what did you say? Why didn't you say that when I found a treasure like the NA Yuan pill for you? Dandan glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. Lu Ming was silent and speechless. Indeed, Dandan had been of great help to Lu Ming at times. However, she was also the one who caused trouble at times. Kid, I'll recover better with the spiritual medicine. When I've fully recovered, I'll be able to dominate the world. At that time, I'll be able to kill even stronger experts with a single slap, let alone martial emperors. At that time, there will be countless people who want to curry favor with me, and it won't be your turn. Dandan said proudly. Oh, how long will it take for you to fully recover? What level of spirit medicine do you need? Lu Ming said. I don't know. As for the spirit herbs, if you want me to fully recover, mere spiritual medicine is of no use. You need stronger treasures, such as saint medicine. Dandan muttered. Go to hell. Lu Ming looked at him with disdain. What was the use of saying so much? Sacred medicine? What was a sacred medicine? It was a legendary supreme treasure medicine, an unparalleled treasure. Even if an emperor saw it, they would be envious. In terms of level, it was an item that completely surpassed emperors. Above level 9 spirit herbs were saint herbs. The man and the turtle bickered as they returned to the inn. Lu Ming threw Dandan into the mountain and river diagram and continued cultivating. The next morning, Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin headed for the Alchemy King's department. The Pill King Institution was located on the west side of the city. It was very famous, and everyone in the city knew about it. There were people from Medicine King's Valley standing guard at the entrance of the Pill King's Academy. However, after Chu Kuang revealed his identity, he naturally didn't stop the three of them from entering. The fragrance of herbs assailed the nostrils of the Alchemy King's department. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower was a spirit herb. Many of the buildings were built like pill furnaces. They were ancient and simple, filled with the aura of time. There were butterflies and bees flying in the flowers, collecting pollen for the spiritual flowers. These colorful butterflies and bees were not ordinary insects. They were all exotic species. For example, each of those bees was a rank 5 demonic beast, equivalent to a king's realm cultivator. The honey they produced in the future would be a precious medicine worth cities. Entering the Alchemy King Academy and smelling the medicinal fragrance, it made one feel refreshed and breathing smoothly. If an ordinary person were to enter this place and live in such an environment for a few days, they would definitely not get sick and live to 100 years old. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in wonder. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was similar to the Talisman Amulet sect. They were both major sects in the Tao of Inscription. However, the Talisman Amulet sect was more inclined towards talisman scrolls and puppets, while the Valley of the Medicine Masters was more inclined towards alchemy. Their fate was very similar to that of the Talisman Amulet sect. They both once had an emperor, but now the emperor had passed away. In fact, the Talisman Amulet sect was no longer an overlord force because it didn't have an emperor to oversee it. Lu Mingdong took a closer look and walked around the courtyard a few times. When they arrived at another courtyard, it was already full of people. They were all young people, and there were no figures of the older generation. There were about 10 tables, about 80 to 90 people, and on the side, disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters walked around, carrying pots of wine. Some people couldn't wait to pour out the wine, and the fragrance immediately assailed the nose and spread in all directions. Good wine, it's really good wine. Chu Kuang's nose twitched, and his eyes lit up. It's indeed good wine. Lu Ming was also amazed. Even before drinking it, Lu Ming could feel that this was definitely a good wine. Furthermore, there were many kinds of spiritual herbs in the wine. It was definitely not an ordinary wine. Brother Lu, this is the outer court. Third-grade geniuses and above should be in the inner court. Chu Kuang sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. So that's how it is. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. No wonder he did not see any famous geniuses here, let alone second-grade geniuses like Goddess Tanxiang, Jing Kongling, and Junyu. It turned out that they were divided into the inner and outer courts. Clearly, only third-grade heaven's favorites and above could enter the inner court. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and Lu Ming walked towards the door in front of them, attracting the attention of many people. That's Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. I'm so envious. A third-class heaven's favorite or above can enter the inner court and drink and chat with peerless beauties like Goddess Tanxiang and Jing Kongling. I heard that the fine wine in the inner court is even more precious. Who's that kid? How come I've never seen him before? If he dares to enter the inner court, he might be kicked out. In the end, many people looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This was because they felt that Lu Ming was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Only Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and a few other heaven's favorites from the Floating Mountain Martial School looked normal. They knew very well that Lu Ming was definitely a third-class prodigy. Naturally, Lu Ming heard this as well. He ignored it and walked through the gate into the inner courtyard. There was a small lake in the inner courtyard, and the environment was even more elegant and unique. There was a pavilion beside the lake. In the pavilion, there was a table, and around the table, there were only 6 people. There were 5 of them, the Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Junyu, Yin Bupo, Master Blood Luo, and a young man in white. Lu Ming had not seen him before, but he was undoubtedly a second-grade heaven's favorite. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to sit in that position. Under the pavilion, there were 2 tables, and more than a dozen young figures were sitting there. These people were obviously third-class heaven's favorites. So it's Brother Chu and Miss Zhang. Please. Fairy Tanxiang waved her hand and chuckled. When she turned to look at Lu Ming, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Then she smiled. After all, Lu Ming had a guilty conscience. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly concealed his aura and did not look at Fairy Tanxiang. Ha, Chu Kuang, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I wonder if your strength has improved recently. At this time, an arrogant voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young man in a blood-red robe. He was burly and had an arrogant expression on his face. He was sitting at one of the 2 tables. Huang Kuei, you were lucky to win the battle of karmic luck. There's no need to keep talking about it. Chu Kuang coldly said, his face somewhat unsightly. Luck? Hee, you really know how to put gold on your face. The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. He glanced at Zhang Wenjin and Lu Ming, and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. He said, Chu Kuang, why don't you come in by yourself? Who is this person? What right did he have to step into this place? Did he not know his identity? Is this a place that trash can enter? Chapter 1022. 1022 Chapter 1022 Rare Spiritual Wine. Huang Kuei sneered at Lu Ming with a look of contempt. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not say a word when he came in, but Huang Kuei came to him of his own accord. Huang Kuei, Brother Lu has the qualifications to enter this place, Chu Kuang said with a sullen face. Ha, qualified? Do you think I'm qualified because you said so? Then anyone can bring people in. Are there still rules? Huang Kuei sneered and then looked at Goddess Tan Xiang. Fairy, I suggest that we drive this person out. However, before Huang Kuei could finish his sentence, Goddess Tan Xiang raised her hand and interrupted him. Brother Huang, you don't have to say anything. I know Brother Liu. He is qualified to enter this place. The clear voice spread throughout the entire area, causing many people's eyes to move in surprise. Fairy Tan Xiang actually knew this young man, surnamed Liu. Where did this person come from? Was he also a third-grade Heaven's favorite? Then why hadn't he seen it in the Battle of Providence? Many questions appeared in everyone's mind. Huang Kuei's face froze on the spot before it turned red. He was extremely embarrassed. Previously, he had berated Lu Ming loudly, saying that he was a piece of trash and that he was not qualified. However, the next moment, Fairy Tan Xiang directly said that she knew Lu Ming and that Lu Ming was qualified. This was equivalent to slapping his face in front of everyone. His heart was burning with anger, and he was very dissatisfied with Fairy Tan Xiang, but he did not dare to show it. It's all Chu Kuang's fault, and this brat's fault. Not daring to be displeased with Goddess Tan Xiang, Huang Kuei could only direct his anger towards Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip, his eyes cold. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin were also stunned. Fairy Tan Xiang knew Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming and Fairy Tan Xiang were old acquaintances? Everyone had their own thoughts. Even Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Don't tell me he recognized me. Lu Ming could not help but think. Brother Liu, please take a seat. Tan Xiang waved her hand and smiled sweetly as she pointed to their table. This time, the scene was in an uproar, and everyone's face changed. What? Fairy Tan Xiang asked this Liu guy to sit at the table above. That table is reserved for second-grade Heaven's favorites. Does this Liu guy have the right to sit there? How is that possible? How many second-grade Heaven's favorites are there? I didn't even see him in the Battle of Providence. So how could he be a second-grade prodigy? Then why did Fairy Tan Xiang ask him to take the seat of honor? Many third-class Heaven's favorites were discussing in low voices. However, everyone had a suspicious look in their eyes. Even Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, Junyue, and the others' expressions changed slightly as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's expressions were even more interesting. Lu Ming himself was also a little stunned. Brother Liu, please. Fairy Tan Xiang invited again. All right, Lu Shaoqing thanks the fairy. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stepped forward without hesitation. This kid really went up. He really dares to go up? Does he really think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a second-grade Heaven's pride? Lu Ming's actions caused a wave of soft discussions. This kid, Huang Kuei's expression turned even uglier. Lu Ming did not care about the gazes from the surrounding people. He stepped forward. He was now certain that Sandalwood had recognized him. Since she had recognized him, he could only face it. At most, he would just compensate her with those spirit herbs. Brat, get down. This is not a place you can come up. Just as Lu Ming walked up to the pavilion, a cold voice rang in his ears. It was transmitted and no one else could hear it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at a person. Blood Luozi. The words just now were clearly said by Blood Luozi. At this moment, Blood Luozi stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not look at Blood Luozi anymore. He continued to walk to the table in the pavilion and sat down on an empty chair. He completely ignored Shui Luozi, which made Shui Luozi's expression turn ugly. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Jing Kongling, Junyue, and the rest were also sizing Lu Ming up curiously. It's almost time. Let's not wait any longer. Serve the wine now. Fairy Tan Xiang's voice rang out. She then clapped her hands lightly, and a few young women brought out pots of wine. In front of each of them was a small pot of wine. The first wine to be served is called Heart-Burning Flame. Everyone, please have a taste. Fairy Tan Xiang said in a sweet voice. As soon as Fairy Xianxia finished speaking, some people impatiently poured wine and drank it all. Lu Ming poured himself a cup as well. When the wine was poured into the cup, a layer of flame seemed to appear on the surface of the wine and dance in the cup. What a wonderful wine! Lu Ming praised him in his heart. He then picked up the cup and drank in one go. When the wine entered his mouth, it was rich and sweet, but when it flowed down his throat and into his stomach, it was like a flame burning fiercely. In particular, there was a stream of heat flowing into his heart. Lu Ming felt as if his heart was on fire, but he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt warm and extremely comfortable. This wine can also burn and condense true essence. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that his essential core had become more solid. Good wine. Lu Ming could not help but pour himself another cup and finish it. Following that, Lu Ming poured a few glasses of wine and finished the pot of wine in no time. Lu Ming licked his lips, looking as if he had not had enough. It was the same for the others. Even some women who didn't like alcohol had finished it all. Good wine, burning heart. The wine is indeed as good as its name. A young man in white beside Lu Ming sighed. This person was the peerless genius of Xianxia Academy, Kong Xian. It's indeed good wine. Junyue also sighed in admiration. A demonic light flashed on his body, and his aura was overbearing. It's good that everyone likes it. My little sister's efforts were not in vain. Next, I'll invite everyone to taste the second wine. Fairy Xianxia chuckled and then clapped her hands. Another young woman brought up a pot of wine, and everyone still had a pot. This wine is called the Spirit Cleansing Dew, Fairy Xianxia introduced. With the intense flames burning heart wine from before, many people were no longer in a hurry and began to drink. Lu Ming poured a cup and drank in one go. The feeling that this wine gave was completely different from the previous raging flames, burning heart wine. As soon as this wine entered his stomach, a cold feeling spread throughout his body and finally gathered in his mind. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that his mind was extremely clear and his thoughts were active. It was several times stronger than usual. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He sensed the intent realm of the earth carefully and realized that his speed of comprehension of the intent realm had increased by several times. This kind of wine could actually improve a warrior's comprehension ability. Of course, this was only temporary. The wine had been mixed with elixirs. Once the medicinal effect wore off, the effect would naturally disappear. However, it was already shocking enough. If he took it for a long time, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. One cup after another, and very quickly, another pot of wine was finished. After that, Goddess Xiang ordered people to bring out a few more types of wine. Each type of wine had a different effect, and they were not simple wine. Each type of wine was refined from spirit herbs and wine. They had different flavors, and it was very satisfying. Chapter 1023. 1023 Challenging Lu Ming. The wine brewed by Fairy Xiang is really rare. I'm really lucky today. That's right. If other people knew about this, they would be so envious. The young men began to flatter her, hoping to gain her attention. Since everyone is so excited, and it's rare for us to gather together after the Battle of Providence, why don't we use martial arts to liven things up? Huang Kuei raised his wine cup and strode out, his voice echoing throughout the entire area. Everyone's hearts moved. The show was about to begin. With so many heaven's favorites here, drinking was just one of the reasons. Sparring was also a must. Obviously, Huang Kuei was the first to suggest this. Using martial arts to liven things up, naturally, with a wave of her hands, inscriptions glowed on the ground. In an empty space not far away, light flickered and a fighting ring appeared. This battle platform was originally built by our sex seniors for sparring. It's sturdy and immortal. Everyone, please feel free to display your skills. Fairy Xiang introduced. All right, thank you, Fairy Xiang. Huang Kuei laughed as he stepped forward and landed on the fighting stage. His eyes swept around, finally landing on Chu Kuang as he said, "Chu Kuang, you lost to me in the Battle of Providence. Half a year has passed. I wonder how much progress you've made. Do you dare to fight me?" "Why wouldn't I?" Chu Kuang drank a cup of wine in one gulp. His body moved, and he landed on the fighting stage. "Miss Zhang, what are Brother Chu's chances of winning?" Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Zhang Wenjin. Zhang Wenjin's expression was grave. She also sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "It's hard to say. Huang Kuei is the second most powerful genius in Cold Blood Hall. Brother Chu was defeated by him in the Battle of Providence. Although Brother Chu has improved in the past 6 months, Huang Kuei will not stagnate. It turns out that Huang Kuei is also from Cold Blood Hall." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Blood Luo Zi had shouted at him coldly and told him to get lost. Boom! At this moment, the two of them had already started fighting in the fighting ring. The two powerful auras collided with each other, creating a violent boom. Chu Kuang and Huang Kuei's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. It was clear that they had just broken through. 10,000 miles of ice. Chu Kuang's blade flashed, and the terrifying cold chi seemed to be able to freeze the entire alchemy division. It's this move again, Blood Flame Claw. Huang Kuei's blood chi was boiling as he clawed out claw rays. These claw rays reeked of blood, and within them there was a burning heat. The blood-red flame and the ice continued to collide with each other, causing a sizzling sound to be heard on the fighting ring. The ice was melted by the fire, and a mist filled the air. In Bupo waved his hand, and the cold wind whistled, blowing away the mist. At this moment, the paragons of the outer court had also heard the commotion. They all rose into the air and looked over. Chu Kuang has made a move, and his opponent is Huang Kuei, Hai Ziming said. In the Battle of Providence, Chu Kuang lost to senior brother Huang Kuei. This time, Chu Kuang will definitely lose. A Cold Blood Hall genius sneered. "Times have changed, I don't think so," Hai Ziming replied coldly. "Oh, really? Just watch." The Cold Blood Hall disciple sneered. Cold Blood Hall was next to the floating mountain, and their relationship was not good. In a land of central continent, the various emperors stood side by side. The various overlords and forces were divided and fought for hegemony with each other. They were not harmonious and had conflicts with each other. For example, the Sky Eagle Castle and Cold Blood Hall were mortal enemies. At the same time, the relationship between Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain was not good. As the crowd discussed, the battle on the fighting ring became even more intense. The two of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The bloodthirsty world. Huang Kuei displayed a terrifying technique of the Cold Blood Hall. A blood-red light curtain burst out in all directions. Chu Kuang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated as if he was very afraid. But even though he retreated, he was still affected. The blood in his body was boiling, as if it was about to leave his body. Blood Flame Emperor Hand. Huang Kuei once again changed his technique, and his attacks became even more violent. Chu Kuang had no choice but to use his bloodline fusion. But immediately after, Huang Kuei also used bloodline fusion. It turned out to be a blood-red claw. It seemed to be the claw of some kind of living creature, and its power was terrifying. The two bloodlines clashed in the air, and a few dozen more moves quickly passed. However, it was obvious that Huang Kuei was stronger, and he slowly gained the upper hand. In the end, Chu Kuang's bloodline was torn apart by the blood claw, and he transformed back into his human form. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Huang Kuei also transformed into his human form and laughed. "Chu Kuang, I think you're becoming more and more useless. You're losing even faster than the last time. You'll never be my opponent." "Ha ha ha." Huang Kuei laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with contempt. Chu Kuang's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Since he had lost, saying that everything was in vain would only make him lose even more face. Haha, I told you, Chu Quan will definitely lose. Your floating mountain sect. Other than the Jing Kong Ling, there's no one else you can take out. In the air above the outer yard, Cold Blood Hall's sovereign sneered, while Hai Zimming and the others had ugly expressions. However, Cold Blood Hall's sovereign was right. The floating mountain sect was indeed slightly weaker than Cold Blood Hall. Even among the overlord forces, there were strong and weak forces. The floating mountain was considered weak among the overlord forces, while Cold Blood Hall was obviously stronger. Chu Kuang walked down from the fighting ring with an unsightly expression. He came to Wenjin Zhang's side and sighed. Losing to Huang Kuei for the second time was a huge blow to Chu Kuang. Big Brother Chu, it's normal to win or lose. Winning once doesn't mean that you'll always win. I believe that Big Brother Chu will be able to defeat Huang Kuei in the future. Zhang Wenjin comforted her. Wenjin, I'm fine. Chu Kuang smiled and quickly adjusted his state of mind. Huang Kuei was still standing on the fighting ring, feeling smug and proud. He had an invincible look on his face. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Xiaoqing, do you dare to come up and fight me? Huang Kuei shouted. He had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually been invited by Fairy Tanxiang to sit with her and the rest. This made him extremely jealous. What was Lu Ming? How could he sit with Fairy Tanxiang and the others? How strong could a person who did not participate in the Battle of Providence be? Huang Kuei was certain that Lu Ming was not strong. Perhaps he was just lucky to have met Goddess Tanxiang. Moreover, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming in public and humiliate him. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Lu Ming. This would also be a blow to Chu Kuang. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Huang Kuei and spoke indifferently. That's right. Do you dare to fight? If you don't, then quickly admit defeat and get out of here. Huang Kuei laughed in disdain. Okay, I agree. However, I won't take advantage of you. You've been exhausted in the battle just now. Let's fight again after you've recovered. Lu Ming said. There's no need for that. It's just dealing with Chu Kuang. It won't cost me much. And even if it does, I'm confident that it'll be more than enough to deal with you. Huang Kuei had a confident expression. Oh, really? Then do as you wish. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the fighting ring. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming had actually been invited by Fairy Tanxiang to sit at the same table as them. Everyone was very curious. What kind of abilities did Lu Ming have? Chapter 1024. 1024 Chapter 1024 Beating a Dead Dog. Even Junyue, Jing Kongling, Kong Xin, and the others were looking forward to it. Even Fairy Tanxiang herself was looking forward to it. She invited Lu Ming to take a seat because she recognized him as the person who had stolen the medicine previously. He did not have any mental energy fire, but he could move freely in the array. She was very curious about this, so she invited Lu Ming to take a seat. She also wanted to see how strong Lu Ming's real abilities were. That is, Lu Xiaoqing. In the outer courtyard, Hai Zimming, Ling Yinkong, and the rest were shocked as they recognized Lu Ming. It's that kid, the one who went in with Chu Kuang. Haha, and nobody actually dares to fight with Senior Brother Huang. I bet he'll be completely crushed by Senior Brother Huang within 10 moves. 10 moves? I don't think we should even take 5. A few Cold Blood Hall talents sneered. Don't be too sure. Hai Zimming replied coldly. He had fought with Lu Ming before. He felt that Lu Ming did not use his full strength when he fought with him. He might be able to fight Huang Kuei. It's not that you're too full of yourself, but that there's no suspense. Cold Blood Hall's Paragon looked confident. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Huang Kuei stood opposite each other. Make your move, Lu Ming said indifferently with a carefree look. What are you pretending for? I'm going to make you reveal your true form. Huang Kuei laughed coldly. His body flashed, and a blood-red light burst forth. A blood-red claw ray grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He struck with his palm. On his palm, a five-colored radiance flashed. Bang! The palm and the blood claw collided, producing a cracking sound and a muffled groan. Huang Kuei's figure quickly retreated to the other side of the fighting ring with an extremely ugly expression. One of his hands trembled slightly, and one of his fingers was deformed. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming had actually forced Huang Kuei back with one palm and even broke one of his fingers. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? So you have some ability. I was just careless just now. Next, I will suppress you. Huang Kuei's voice rang out. His deformed fingers began to twist and return to normal. Buzz! Buzz! His figure flashed, and he pounced toward Lu Ming. Blood Flame Emperor Claw. Huang Kuei clawed out hundreds of times in a row. Endless blood-colored claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. Each claw was terrifyingly sharp and emitted a scorching aura. They had the terrifying power of burning and corroding. The bloodthirsty world. At the same time, Huang Kuei unleashed his bloodthirsty world and cast many ultimate techniques at the same time. He wanted to use this move to defeat Lu Ming in one fell swoop and humiliate him to avenge his broken finger. Is this the bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall? It's far from the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming felt the blood in his body trembling slightly, and he thought to himself, the bloodthirst art could indeed affect other people's blood and weaken the other party's combat strength. However, it had no effect on Lu Ming. The devouring power was activated, and the blood calmed down. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and struck with his palm again. The power of this palm was more than 10 times stronger than the palm just now. The space twisted and exploded. The bloodthirsty forces world collapsed like tofu. The claw radiance that filled the sky disappeared without a trace under Lu Ming's palm. Kacha! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking in a shrill scream, a figure retreated rapidly. Huang Kuei, it's Huang Kuei again. At this moment, one of his palms was completely deformed. The bones in his fingers and palm were all broken into hundreds of pieces by the terrifying force. CSI. Gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had actually beaten Huang Kuei to such a state so easily. He had completely crushed Huang Kuei. Lu Ming actually had such combat ability? This was too terrifying. Brother Lu's cultivation has broken through. Chu Kuang muttered. He felt that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. Previously, he was at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and now he was at the 9th level. When Lu Ming was still at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, he could already faintly suppress him. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was indeed more powerful. Huang Kuei was also in disbelief. Lu Ming's power was far beyond his imagination. Lu Xiaoqing, let's call it a day. You have the upper hand. However, I've been exhausted from the battle with Chu Kuang. We'll fight another day. Huang Kuei cried out. He was clearly afraid. You want to fight and not fight? Did you ask me? Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Kuei in an instant. This Huang Kuei was truly laughable. Before the battle, he claimed that he had not expended much energy and that he was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Now that the situation was not right, he wanted to give up the battle. He even used the excuse that he had expended some energy during the battle with Chu Kuang. It was simply laughable. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He struck out with his palm. Huang Kuei was frightened and used all his strength to block, but in the next moment, he was sent flying. The bone armor of the other claw was also broken. The next moment, he activated his bloodline and turned into a blood-red claw. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the blood-red claw, striking it with his palm. The palm suppressed everything and collided with the blood-red claw with a violent boom. Then, the blood-red claw crumbled and turned back into Huang Kuei. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used the Nine Dragons' heaven-treading steps and stomped toward Huang Kuei. Stop! In the pavilion, Shui Luo Zi stood up and shouted, his blood chi soaring into the sky. However, Lu Ming only glanced at him casually and ignored him. He stomped on Huang Kuei's body a few times in succession. Huang Kuei screamed in pain and fell heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled, and the sound of bones breaking came from Huang Kuei's body. Then, he lay on the fighting ring like a dead fish, spitting out blood and convulsing. Crushing, a complete crushing. The surroundings were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. In the sky above the outer court, the paragons who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. The third-class prodigy, Huang Kuei, was stronger than Chu Kuang in terms of combat strength. However, he was like a piece of trash in the face of Lu Ming. He was easily crushed and beaten into a dead dog. What kind of combat strength was this? Could it be that Lu Ming was a second-grade heaven's favorite? Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a lingering fear. They finally knew that Lu Ming did not use his true abilities when he fought with them back then. Otherwise, they would not have survived. The Cold Blood Hall elites were even more dumbfounded. Previously, they had said that Huang Kuei would be able to crush Lu Ming in 10 or even 5 moves. However, the truth was the complete opposite. Lu Ming had beaten Huang Kuei to a pulp in less than 5 moves. Senior brother Huang Kuei. It's probably because of the battle with Chu Kuang that he's exhausted. A Cold Blood Hall elite finally spoke after a long while, but he was despised by everyone. The battle between Lu Ming and Huang Kuei was not as simple as a loss of essential core. It was a complete suppression in terms of combat strength. Even if Huang Kuei was at his peak, the result would be the same. Even a blind man could see it. They were not the only ones. The geniuses of the inner court were also dumbfounded. The third-grade heaven's favorites were shocked. Lu Ming's strength was way above theirs. Chapter 1025. 1025 Chapter 1025 Great Battle with Blood Luo. As for Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, Kong Exen, Yin Bupo, and the others, they all looked solemn. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed was already close to their level. It's indeed powerful. Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes revealed a strange light. Kid, I told you to stop just now, didn't you hear me? Shui Luo Zi's face was gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming glanced at Blood Luo Zi indifferently and said, "This is my battle with Huang Kuei, and you're telling me to stop? Who do you think you are?" Lu Ming's voice was heard, causing the entire place to suddenly fall silent. Not only the inner court, but the outer court as well. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming actually dared to speak to Blood Luo Zi in this manner. Did not want to live. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, Hai Ziming, and the others all gasped. This is terrible. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's expressions changed drastically, and they looked worried. Although Lu Ming was strong, he should not be Shui Luo's match. After all, Shui Luo was a second-grade heaven's favorite. There was a huge difference in combat strength between a second-grade and third-grade heaven's favorite. Just like the Emperor God, if he used his full power, he could kill Bloodsword in a few moves. As expected, Blood Luo Zi's body emitted a cold, murderous intent. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and laughed out of anger. "Ha, brat, you actually dare to speak to me like this? Do you really think that you're invincible just because you have some battle power? I'll let you know what I am now. And what are you? You will pay a heavy price for what you said." Then, in a flash, Shui Luo Zi appeared on the fighting ring. His terrifying killing intent filled the whole place, causing many people to shiver. Everyone was shocked. Blood Luo Zi was going to attack Lu Ming. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming. In the pavilion, Jing Kongling frowned and said, "Shui Luo Zi, you've gone too far. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. After all, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. As the #1 genius of the Floating Mountain sect, Jing Kongling could not just watch Master Blood Luo kill Lu Ming. Jing Kongling, are you trying to meddle in my business? Shui Luo Zi said coldly. So what? The pure and ethereal spirit stood up, his body covered in mist, making him look even more ethereal. Miss Jing, there's no need for you to take action. I'm enough to deal with a bloodbath. Lu Ming's voice was heard again, leaving the others speechless. Lu Ming said that he would deal with the Blood Luo Zi alone with a confident expression. Where did he get his confidence from? Sister Kongling, I think you don't need to interfere. Maybe there will be a surprise? Fairy Tanxiang smiled. She was even more curious about Lu Ming now. Jing Kongling's gaze turned, and he actually sat down as well, not saying anything more. Lu Xiaoqing, right? It's good to be confident, but you'll soon realize that your confidence is sometimes very stupid. Seeing Jing Kongling sit down, the killing intent in Shui Luo Zi's eyes became even colder. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and kicked Huang Kuei, who was still twitching, out of the fighting ring. This action made Blood Luo Zi's face darken again. He dared to do this in front of him. This was a slap to his face. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Shui Luo Zi's body, and a layer of blood-red flames danced wildly. This kind of blood-colored flame was extremely terrifying. Compared to the Wang family's purple extreme heavenly fire, its power was even more shocking and even more bizarre. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly as the essential core in his body circulated crazily. He didn't dare to be careless in front of Shui Luo Zi. After all, Shui Luo Zi was a heaven's favorite on the same level as an emperor god. Blood Sky Blade. The endless blood-red flames condensed into a saber. Blood Luo Zi held the saber with both hands and stomped his feet. He rushed toward Lu Ming madly and slashed down. The terrifying power pressed down on Lu Ming. The power of this strike alone had already surpassed Huang Kuei's. The five-colored intent realm covered his entire body as he activated the prison suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming strode forward and struck out with his palm. Boom! The saber ray and the palm collided with a terrifying boom. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he took a few steps back. Lu Xiaoqing has retreated. He's not his match. I knew it. He can't be eldest senior brother's match. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the Cold Blood Hall elites began to mock him. It's just the beginning. What's the rush? Hai Ziming replied coldly. Buzz. At this moment, Blood Luo Zi slashed at Lu Ming again. His battle prowess is indeed powerful. Then I'll increase the power of the prison suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming had an idea, and he struck out with his palm again. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. He stabilized himself. Blood Sky Blade, 9 heavenly blades. Shui Luo Zi shouted as he slashed out his scarlet heaven blade. Each slash was stronger than the last, and it seemed like it could destroy everything. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. His strength increased greatly as he struck out with his palms continuously. Boom! 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 The fighting ring kept shaking, and the terrible force shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 people fighting on the fighting ring. How can he be so strong? The Cold Blood Hall disciples were shocked. Previously, they thought that Blood Luo Zi could easily suppress Lu Ming. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming could actually fight with Blood Luo Zi to this extent. Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, and the other second-grade heavens favorites all had serious expressions. Lu Ming was already qualified to be ranked as a second-grade heavens favorite since he could fight Blood Luo Zi to this extent. Moreover, they could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm, while Blood Luo Zi's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm. It was shocking that Shui Luozi didn't have the upper hand when his cultivation was stronger. The more he fought, the more shocked Shui Luozi became. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his expectations. The bloodthirsty's world. Shui Luozi cast the bloodthirsty technique. A circle of light curtains spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's blood was almost boiling. Blood Luozi was much more powerful than Huang Kuei when he used the same move. Comparing devouring power is like showing off your skills in front of an expert. Devour. Lu Ming's left palm exploded with a terrifying devouring power, which enveloped Blood Luozi's entire body. At this moment, Shui Luozi's eyes widened in disbelief. The bloodthirsty intent. No, this power is even more terrifying than the bloodthirsty intent. It's 10 times more terrifying. My essence blood, fresh blood, Zhen Yuan, and even my intent realm are shaking. What kind of secret technique is this? Shui Luozi's mind was racing. Shui Luozi was stunned. Lu Ming would not let go of this opportunity. He arrived in an instant and slashed at Shui Luozi with his palm like a heavenly blade. Not good. Shui Luozi hurriedly slashed his saber, clashing with Lu Ming's. The saber light that was shattered by Lu Ming's palm hit Shui Luozi with a terrifying force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated quickly. Bloodline fusion. While he was retreating, he performed bloodline fusion to unleash his strongest combat power. 4 dragon energies, he exclaimed. Seeing this, Lu Ming also released 4 bursts of dragon power. His skin glowed with purple light, and his power increased greatly. He charged at Shui Luozi. Chapter 1026. 1026, Chapter 1026, Defeating Blood Luo. Squeak. Shui Luozi transformed into a blood-winged sky bat and shrieked. A terrifying invisible sound wave spread toward Lu Ming. Enveloped by the sound waves, Lu Ming felt his eardrums ringing and his heart beating faster. This was the blood-winged sky bat's innate secret skill. It was extremely terrifying. Those with low cultivation would have their hearts shattered by this sound wave. Circulating the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming's vital energy was like a dragon, guarding his body and blocking the external sound waves. He soared into the sky and charged towards the blood-winged sky bat. The blood-winged sky bat screeched and pounced at Lu Ming, starting a new battle. Energy shot out in all directions, but the two were still tied, and it was difficult to determine the winner. A second-rate chosen. Lu Shaoqing is a second-rate chosen. Ling Yunkong mumbled to himself in the sky above the outer courtyard. His face was pale, and he was filled with lingering fear. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was a second-grade heaven's favorite. His combat strength was terrifyingly powerful. The thought of going against Lu Ming in the past made Ling Yunkong's back wet with cold sweat. He was filled with lingering fear. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been wary of the Xiao family and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Back then, he was forced by Lu Ming to take a blood oath to never deal with the Xiao family again. He still harbored a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. But now, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, extinguishing all his thoughts. Seek revenge on Lu Ming? What joke? Was he courting death? If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power, he could kill him with one finger. He secretly decided that he would find an opportunity to apologize to Lu Ming in the future and admit his mistakes. At the same time, he would comfort the Xiao family 10 times more and build a good relationship with them. Hai Ziming, Wu Kong, and the others who had dealt with Lu Ming before also smiled bitterly to themselves ears. They knew that Lu Ming had been merciful earlier. The other talents of Cold Blood Hall were all pale and silent. The inner court was in a similar state. The third-grade geniuses were also silent. However, They knew that another second-grade genius had appeared. Brother Lu. Chu Kuang bitterly smiled and shook his head. Previously, he had thought that Lu Ming might be stronger than him. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so much stronger than him. Like I said, this guy might bring me a surprise. In the pavilion, Goddess Xianxia smiled. It's indeed a surprise. I didn't expect that such a person would appear after the Battle of Providence. The pure spirit nodded. Junyu, In Bupo, and the others looked even more solemn. They knew that from now on, they would have one more powerful opponent on their way forward. In the sky, Lu Ming and Blood Luo Zi had already exchanged hundreds of moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Blood Luo Zi was indeed very strong. He was definitely on the same level as a divine emperor. However, Lu Ming was different from the Battle of Providence, where he had comprehended one more intent realm and his combat strength had increased greatly. Now, Lu Ming could tie with Blood Luo Zi without using Blood Meridian Fusion. If he used Blood Meridian Fusion, he would have no problem overpowering Blood Luo Zi. However, even without using the Blood Fusion, Lu Ming could still suppress the Blood Luo Zi because he had the Nanyuan Stone. It's time to end this. Defeat. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The vital essence in his body circulated wildly as he unleashed the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering boom. The space twisted rapidly. In the end, a pitch-black hole appeared, revealing a pitch-black space. The two of them exploded with all their strength and attacked each other. They actually pierced through the space. Being able to pierce through space was something that could only be done by someone in the spiritual god realm. This meant that the two of them had unleashed their strongest attacks. The power that collided with each other had already reached the spiritual god realm. This was an extremely shocking matter. There was a huge explosion, and the two figures retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming retreated a few dozen meters before he stopped and stood in the void. The true essence in his body wasn't exhausted, but was in a state of absolute fullness. Just now, he had absorbed the true essence from the energy-storing stone. Shueluazi couldn't maintain his blood-winged sky bat form. He turned into his human form and retreated 100 meters before he managed to stop in the air, gasping for breath. Don't tell me it'll end in a draw. The pristine void spirit muttered. They could see that they had both used their full strength in the last attack. It was obvious that their true essence had been used up. The two of them were probably too weak to fight. Lu Shaoqing, I admit that you have some skills. Today is a draw. If we fight again another day, I will defeat you. Blood Luo Zi said. A draw? Who said it was a draw? Lu Ming sneered. You don't want a draw? Our true qi is already exhausted. There's no point in continuing this fight. Blood Luo Zi said. Who said my true essence is exhausted? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. The vital essence in his body circulated rapidly, and a powerful aura exploded. Bang! Bang! At that moment, Jing Kongling, Junyu, Kong Xian, and the rest could no longer remain calm. They stood up from their chairs and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually still had essential core. He actually still had the strength to fight. How was that possible? Impossible. Shueluo Zi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had used all his strength and performed a divine-level martial arts technique. It was impossible for him to have any more strength to fight. What was going on? Storage elemental stones. You have storage elemental stones. Shueluo Zi's pupil shrank, and he shouted. Only by receiving elemental stones could one instantly replenish their true elemental energy. Otherwise, even the best pills would require some time to recover one Jinyuan. The others came to a realization as well. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Lu Ming did not deny it. He stepped forward and approached Shueluo Zi. He sneered, Our battle is not over yet. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward Blood Luo Zi like a stream of light. Damn it! Shui Luo Zi roared and used his remaining strength to retreat. However, he had exhausted all his vital essence. How could he avoid Lu Ming's attack? The terrifying palm force landed on Blood Luo Zi's body. Blood Luo Zi screamed in pain as countless bones in his body were broken. His body fell to the ground of the alchemy division. Boom! Blood Luo Zi smashed a big hole in the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. I'll kill you! Lu Ming rushed in that direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. The crowd was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to kill the blood-covered prince. How audacious! If he really killed the blood-covered prince, the senior management of the Cold Blood Hall would go crazy. Stop! With a furious roar, a blood-red light slashed down from the sky and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated quickly and dodged the bloodlight. Then, an elder in a blood-red robe stepped on the air and descended. Chapter 1027. 1027, The Five Young Tycoons. The blood-robed elder's aura was extremely shocking. He was actually a spiritual God Realm master. There were actually spiritual God Realm experts from Cold Blood Hall nearby. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the most powerful geniuses of the major forces had guards around them and experts following them in secret. For example, Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, and the others might have experts following them secretly. This kind of person was called a guardian. To protect the growth of these geniuses. It was because a heaven's favorite like Blood Luo Master was too rare. It was impossible for such a heaven's favorite to appear in every generation. There would only be one in many generations. If he died in battle, it would be a great loss. Young man, don't push your luck. Stop what you're doing. The blood-robed elder cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, sending chills down his spine. This blood-robed elder was definitely terrifying. He was not someone an ordinary spiritual God Realm master could compare to. Lu Ming frowned and did not say anything. The blood-robed elder reached out his hand and grabbed the unconscious Shui Luo Zi. His body flashed, and he turned into a bloodlight and left. His only mission was to ensure the safety of the Blood Luo seed. He would not attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so powerful. Who knew what kind of forces were behind him? Whether there were experts following him or not. He did not want to get into trouble. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. These geniuses of the major forces were indeed not that simple. They had such powerful people following them. The elder in the blood-red robe gave him immense pressure. If he attacked, Lu Ming had no confidence that he could escape. Lu Ming returned to the inner courtyard after Shui Luo Zi was taken away. Brother Lu, you're truly an unparalleled prodigy. I'm impressed. As soon as Lu Ming returned, Fairy Tanxiang raised her glass to him with a sweet smile. You're too kind, Fairy Tanxiang. I only took advantage of the Nanyuan stones. Lu Ming said. Since the others had already guessed it, he had nothing to hide. Junyue, Yin Bupo, and the others looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. He also had the Nanyuan stones. If they were to fight him, they would not be his match. However, they were not too worried. As long as they broke through to the spiritual God realm, their essential core would be incomparably rich, and they would be able to use divine-level martial arts techniques at will. By then, they would not be afraid even if Lu Ming had the Nanyuan stones. Brother Lu's strength is admirable. Come, let me toast to Brother Lu. Kong Xian, who was dressed in white, raised her wine cup and smiled. Brother Kong, please. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. Then Jing Kongling, Junyue, and Yin Bupo toasted Lu Ming one by one. Strength was everything. It was only when they saw Lu Ming's strength that they truly regarded him as someone on the same level as them. Previously, although Fairy Tanxiang had invited Lu Ming to sit with them, they had looked down on him and did not take him seriously. They were all Heaven's Pride experts that were rarely seen in the world. They were all prideful in their hearts. If one was not on the same level as them, they would not put you in their eyes at all. Even if they were friendly on the surface, they still looked down on you in their bones. But now, Lu Ming had won their attention. Strength spoke for itself. It's really a great era now, and there are as many heaven's favorites as there are clouds. I thought that after the Battle of Providence, all the heaven's favorites would have appeared. I didn't expect that even after the Battle of Providence, someone like Brother Lu would appear. It seems that I've been too complacent. I should keep working hard, or I won't be surpassed by you all. Xianxia was a forthright person. She drank a cup of wine and sighed. You're right, Brother Kong. In the current era, one has to make progress or fall behind. During the Battle of Providence, Long Chun entered the spiritual god realm. He was unparalleled in the world, but I heard that Xianxia has also entered the spiritual god realm not long ago. Demon Mountain Junyue also sighed. What? Xianxia has also entered the spiritual god realm? Fairy Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and the others were all shocked. This matter is absolutely true. I've also heard the elders mention it. Not only that, Yang Patian has also broken through to the spiritual god realm. Xianxia said with a serious look. Jing Kongling and the others gasped in shock. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The people Xianxia and the others were talking about were from the 5 giants of Central Continent. Among them, Long Chun was known as the #1 and the only person in the world. He was extremely powerful and had already broken through to the spiritual god realm during the Battle of Providence. Without a doubt, he was the #1 person among the younger generation in the Central Continent. Xianxia and Yang Patian were also 2 of the 5 giants of the Central Continent. Now, they had all broken through to the spiritual god realm. These big shots were not even 30 years old, but they had already reached this step. It was truly terrifying, especially Xianxia. Back in the East Continent, when Lu Ming was still very weak, he had met Xianxia once. She was Xianxia's sister. Lu Ming was shocked when he first heard Xianxia's name. Now, he was even more shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to have already broken through to the spirit god realm. Xianxia was the #1 genius of the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. Not only was she one of the 5 giants of Central Continent, but she was also one of the 5 beauties. Such a person was truly rare. Lu Ming had always suspected that Xianxia had hidden his cultivation level when he first met him. Xianxia, Yang Patian has broken through to the spirit god realm. I wonder how the other 2 are doing? Kung Xiang sighed. The other 2 she was referring to were the other 2 of the 5 magnates, who were unparalleled heroes of a monster race. I don't know. I didn't receive any news, but I guess the other 2 are definitely not weak. Xianxia said. Everyone's faces were solemn. The 5 young tycoons had entered the spiritual god realm one after another. They understood that the younger generation of the Central Continent was about to step into the era of spiritual god hegemony. The figures of the younger generation had begun to catch up and even surpass the older generation, reaching the peak of the continent. They were under immense pressure. In the eyes of the other geniuses and heaven's pride experts, they were all high and mighty, targets that they had to chase up to. However, from their perspective, they were looking at heaven's pride experts of the same level or even higher, such as the top 5 young warriors. Only by competing with stronger people would one feel the pressure and motivation. Only then would one be able to constantly surpass oneself and achieve breakthroughs. As the group drank, they chatted. Sometimes they talked about martial arts. Other times, they talked about some secrets. Lu Ming learned a lot of things that he had not heard of from them. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone got up and left. Thank you, Goddess Tan Xiang, for taking out so much wine. I'll take my leave now and return to the Xianxia Academy to focus on my closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, I'll really fall behind. Xianxia cupped his fists at Fairy Tan Xiang. Brother Kong is too polite. Fairy Tanxiang smiled. Brother Lu, we hit it off at first sight today. If there's a chance in the future, you can come to Xianxia Academy to find me. Kong Xin then looked at Lu Ming. Definitely, Lu Ming said with a smile. Kong Xin nodded and stepped into the air to leave. After that, Yin Bupo and Jing Kongling also left. Fairy Tanxiang, I'll also take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Brother Lu, please wait a moment. How about you stay for a drink with me? Fairy Tanxiang said in a sweet voice. Chapter 1028. 1028 The Spirit God's Attack. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard Fairy Tanxiang calling out to him. The others were also surprised. Some of the third-class prodigies looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Fairy Tanxiang had actually invited Lu Ming to stay behind and have a drink with her. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Fairy Tanxiang had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? At the thought of this, many young men stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, Lu Ming groaned at his heart. Most likely, he would ask about the stealing of the medicine. Haha, Brother Lu, Wenjin and I will take our leave. Chu Kuang cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Fairy Tanxiang. He blinked his eyes at Lu Ming with great admiration. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not want to stay. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lu Ming and Fairy Tanxiang. Brother Lu, you don't look very willing. Is sandalwood that unattractive? Why is Brother Lu in such a hurry to leave? Fairy Tanxiang chuckled and blinked her eyes at Lu Ming. Ahem, you're too kind. Fairy Tanxiang's beauty is unparalleled in the world. It's my honor to be able to stay and drink alone with you. I'm afraid many people would be envious of me. Lu Ming coughed twice and smiled. Brother Lu, please. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Tanxiang and Lu Ming took their seats. Brother Lu, I've never seen you before. May I know which force you come from? Fairy Tanxiang poured Lu Ming a glass of wine and asked curiously. I'm not from any major power. I've followed Master since I was young and cultivated in the deep mountains. It wasn't until recently that I've gained some cultivation and Master let me out of the mountains. Lu Ming made up a story. Oh, really? Then your Master must be an expert whose name is known throughout the world, or else he wouldn't be able to teach such an outstanding disciple. Fairy Tanxiang asked tentatively. Then, she picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes glimmered as she looked at Lu Ming. Fairy Tanxiang's face was slightly pale, but she had a gentle beauty to her. It made people want to protect her and not lie to her. It made people have the urge to tell her all their secrets. At this moment, they were alone. Facing such a beauty, Lu Ming could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He secretly took a deep breath and suppressed the fluttering in his heart, calming himself down. Central Continent's 5 great beauties. They truly lived up to their reputation. Fairy, Master's name is taboo. He told me not to tell anyone. Please forgive me. I'll drink a cup as punishment. Lu Ming picked up the glass and drank in one go. Fairy Tanxiang chuckled and continued to pour wine for Lu Ming without asking further. After that, Fairy Tanxiang and Lu Ming drank and chatted casually, but they did not mention anything about the herb theft that day. After a while, Lu Ming could not help but say, Fairy, the spiritual medicine incident that day was caused by my pet. It was my fault for not disciplining him well. I will definitely compensate you in full in the future. Fairy Tanxiang smiled and said, It's just some spirit herbs, not worth mentioning. Brother Lu, you can take them. There's no need to compensate me. That's not what I'm curious about. If I'm not wrong, Brother Lu doesn't have any mental energy fire at all, but you can move freely in my formation. I'm very curious about this. How did you do it? Haha, luck, that's all luck. That day, I was just randomly walking around. Lu Ming laughed and continued to make up nonsense. Fairy Tanxiang seemed to be dissatisfied with Lu Ming's answer and rolled her eyes at him. It was a coy and resentful look that made Lu Ming's heart throb a few times. In front of such a beauty, in front of such a gaze, how many people could remain as calm as water? Unless he was not a man, Lu Ming was a normal man. However, Fairy Xiang did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Lu Ming did not want to talk about it would not be good to probe further. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming bade farewell to Fairy Xiang. Brother Lu, if you have time, you can come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to find me, Fairy Xiang said. Definitely. Lu Ming bid farewell with cupped fists and left the alchemy division. After leaving the alchemy division, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. Although Goddess Sandalwood looked weak, she gave off a lot of pressure. Lu Ming could sense that her martial arts cultivation was very low, but her mental energy fire was extremely terrifying, surging like the ocean. The pressure that Goddess Xiang gave off was even stronger than that of Master Shuo Luo and Yin Bupo. I'm afraid that Fairy Xiang has lit 10 mental lamps at perfection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a strong pressure. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Although he had defeated Blood Luo Zi, he did not dare to underestimate the other talents. Those who could become second-grade geniuses all had the potential to become emperors. None of them could be underestimated. Moreover, even if they were all second-grade heaven's favorites, there were still some who were stronger and some who were weaker. Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. He returned to the inn and saw Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. Brother Lu, we plan to go back to the floating mountain to cultivate in seclusion for a while. What about you? Where do you plan to go? Chu Kuang asked. I plan to travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint dynasty. Lu Ming said. Take care, Brother Lu. We'll meet again if there's a chance. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and Lu Ming bade their farewells and left. Not long after Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin left, Lu Ming left the city of Dan and headed west. After leaving the city of Pills, Lu Ming rose into the air and left in an instant. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming frowned and stopped. Ever since he left the Pill City, he felt that someone was following him. Who is it? Come out. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the back. You have sharp senses. With a sneer, two figures stepped through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Cold Blood Hall, spiritual god expert. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and his eyes looked grave. They were two middle-aged, burly men. One was bald and the other had a big beard. They were dressed in blood-red robes. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not see through their auras at all. They were definitely not spirit embryo realm martial artists, but spiritual god realm. Cold Blood Hall actually had two spiritual god realm experts following him. You want to take revenge for Blood Luo Zi? Lu Ming asked. The vital essence in his body began to circulate. He did not dare to be careless in the face of spiritual god realm powerhouses. Moreover, there were two of them. It's one thing to avenge young Master Shuo Luo. Also, young Master Shuo Luo said that you've mastered a secret technique that has a powerful devouring power. Hand over the secret technique, and perhaps you'll die a quick death. The bald man sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It turned out that Blood Luo Zi had taken a fancy to his devouring technique. It was true. The bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall was similar to the devouring technique of the Nine Dragons, but the effect was very different. Naturally, Master Shuo Luo was tempted. It's not that easy to kill me. There was a flash of madness in Lu Ming's eyes. Oh, really? You're really confident. However, no matter how much of genius you are, you're only at the spirit embryo realm. Now, I'll let you see the difference between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm. The bald man's eyes glowed with ferocity. Then he said to the bearded, brawny man, I'll attack, and you'll hold the line. How about it? Sure. With that, the bearded man's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's retreat. Chapter 1029. 1029, a great battle against a spirit god expert. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the bald man's body. Endless blood-red light burned and jumped around the bald man like flames, making him look like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Roar! 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 The dragon's roar continued to ring out from within Lu Ming's body. There were 6 consecutive dragon roars. Facing a spiritual god, Lu Ming did not dare to hold back at all. He immediately burst out with 6 streams of dragon energy. Lu Ming's body could not withstand the power of the 6 streams of dragon energy at the same time. His body became even more burly, and purple gold scales crawled out from under his skin and covered his entire body. His claws had also become like dragon claws. The bald youth's pupils shrank, and then he sneered, "Small tricks, blood axe strike chop." The bald man stepped forward. The blood light around him condensed into a blood-red battle axe. He waved the battle axe and slashed it at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. 5 intents erupted at the same time, blasting toward the bald youth. The fist and the bloody axe collided, creating a terrifying vibration. The space was distorted, and a hideous crack appeared. After a loud noise, Lu Ming's body trembled, and he retreated rapidly. He stomped on the sky, causing loud explosions. He retreated about 100 meters before he stopped. However, that was all. Lu Ming was not injured. On the other side, the bald man's body also trembled, and he took a few steps back. "Impossible!" The bald man roared, his eyes full of disbelief. The bearded man was the same. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually repelled the bald man. How is this possible? Lu Ming was only at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. How could he have such terrifying combat power? Did you hold back your strength in the battle with young Master Shui Luo? The bald, burly man's eyes were filled with shock, which then turned into cold, killing intent. First level of spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This bald, burly man's cultivation was at the first level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, Lu Ming estimated that the bloodline that he had awakened should not be too high. He stared at the bald man and didn't answer. "Brat, don't think that you can fight me just because you can block one of my moves. Die. The bald man flew into a rage out of humiliation. His killing intent surged like the tide as he wielded the blood axe and slashed at Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and attacked continuously, engaging in a great battle with the bald, burly man. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme and blocked the attacks crazily. Although he was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the bald man, he finally managed to resist. After more than a dozen moves, Lu Ming was forced to retreat thousands of meters. The bearded man was always behind Lu Ming. Boom! With another move, there was a huge explosion. Lu Ming retreated quickly and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he was injured, but his eyes were still extremely bright. Ha! So this is the combat strength of the spiritual god realm. It's nothing more than this. Lu Ming laughed and mocked him on purpose. The bald, burly man's combat strength should be at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, even those of the same level would have a huge difference in combat strength. For example, those who had comprehended a god-level martial technique were much stronger than those who had not. This bald man had not comprehended a god-level martial technique and was only using a high-grade demigod-level martial technique. Also, the comprehension of intent and the level of bloodline determined the strength of one's combat power. This bald, burly man was not very strong in all aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to withstand it. If it were another first-level spiritual god realm expert who had comprehended a divine-level martial technique, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. "Damn it, kid! You're looking for death!" The bald, burly man bellowed in rage. He was actually looked down upon by Lu Ming, an ant in the spirit embryo realm. This made the bald, burly man go crazy. A blood-red battle axe floated above his head, surrounded by 3 golden chakra. A third-level divine rank bloodline was considered a very low-level bloodline among spiritual god realm martial artists. The bald man transformed into a blood-red battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming. The power was even more terrifying. You're the only one with a bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and his 5 meridian cycles glowed. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art, crashing toward the blood-red battle axe. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel was knocked away, and the blood-red axe was also knocked back. Damn it! Let's attack together and cripple him. The bald man roared. Kill! Blood lion! The bearded man shouted, and a blood lion appeared above his head. It also had a third-level divine bloodline. He transformed into a blood lion and pounced at Lu Ming. He clawed at the prison-suppressing steel and sent it flying. The prison-suppressing steel kept shaking. How despicable! 2 spiritual gods actually joined forces to fight me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world if this news spreads? Lu Ming shouted. As long as I kill you and you say you can no, I'll kill you. The blood-red battle axe arrived in front of the prison-suppressing steel in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming. Suppress. The prison-suppressing steel glowed. This time, Lu Ming burst out all his vital essence and used the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might. The vital essence in his body was completely extracted in an instant. Clang! The prison-suppressing steel and the bloody axe collided, and both of them were pushed back hundreds of meters. There was not a drop of essential core left in Lu Ming's body. However, the essential core from the Na Yuan stone gushed into Lu Ming's body crazily and replenished his essential core. Lu Ming's essential core was instantly full. Kill, we must kill. The bald, burly man was extremely shocked. Xue Luozi had told him that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. However, he now realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was not just slightly stronger than Xue Luozi's. It was a whole lot stronger. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could block his attack and even send him flying. Roar! The blood lion roared and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had just retreated and had no time to counterattack. The blood lion's claw slammed heavily on the prison-suppressing steel, and the prison-suppressing steel collapsed instantly. However, the moment the prison-suppressing steel collapsed, a dragon's roar was heard, and a true dragon flew out. No, those are not real dragons, but 9. 9 dragons? The blood lion turned pale with fright. It had actually seen the form of the legendary 9 dragons. The moment the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was destroyed, Lu Ming burst out his 9 dragons' bloodline and flew out as 9 dragons. The 9 dragon claws stepped in the air, and a terrifying power blasted toward the blood lion. In its alarm, the blood lion was unable to unleash its full power, and the 9 dragons charged past it. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to escape the encirclement. With his current combat strength, he was not a match for a spiritual god realm master. He could not even defeat one, let alone 2. If he continued to fight, he would only die of exhaustion. Damn it, Chase! The blood-red battle axe transformed back into the bald man and chased after Lu Ming with a furious roar. The blood lion also transformed into human form and chased after Lu Ming. However, with the 9 dragons' form and the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps, his speed was amazing. Slowly, he pulled away from the bald man and the bald man. Chapter 1030. 1030 Breakthrough Mutation. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, Lu Ming rushed into a forest and transformed into his human form. A long spear condensed in his hand and spun rapidly like a drill. With a puff, Lu Ming rushed into the ground. The long spear dug a hole in the ground. Lu Ming rushed in, and at the same time, his essential core burst forth. The hole behind him collapsed and blocked the hole. Lu Ming kept drilling into the ground. He only stopped after he had gone down about 100 miles. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Deep underground, there was only one mountain and river diagram. The moment Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, he had been hit by the bloodline twice in a row and had suffered quite a bit of injury. The spiritual god realm is really powerful. I'm not even a match for the most ordinary spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The bald man and the bearded man were definitely at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. They were weak in all aspects, but Lu Ming was still not a match for them. Previously, he had already unleashed his strongest battle prowess and used all of his techniques. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage when facing the bald man alone. Unless he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might and unleashed his strongest attack, he would not be able to match the bald man. However, Lu Ming's most powerful attack would exhaust his essential core with just one move. If it were not for the spatial elemental stone, he would not have dared to use it. When I break through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, I won't be afraid of the weakest spirit god. I can even suppress them. Lu Ming summed up his own abilities. Then, he circulated the true war dragon technique and started to heal his injuries. Just as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man and the bearded man appeared in the sky above the forest. Damn it! How did that kid's aura disappear? The bald man shouted angrily. He should be hiding. Let's force him out. The bearded man's eyes flickered with a cold light as he slammed his palm down. A 10-mile-long blood-colored palm print covered the sky and smashed toward the ground. Boom! The mountains exploded and the earth caved in. A 10-mile-wide and 10-mile-deep palm print appeared on the ground. Around the palm print were countless cracks that spread in all directions. Countless demonic beasts were turned into ashes by this palm. Then force him out. The bald man waved his hands, and countless terrifying blood-red lights slashed toward the vast land. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains exploded, ancient trees crumbled, and the earth sank. Countless living beings were turned into ashes under the attacks of the two. This place looked like it was the end of the world. The destructive power of a spiritual god realm master's full-force attack was too shocking. Not long after, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles was split open and pierced through. All kinds of deep pits and cracks filled the area. The originally lively mountains and peaks had become deathly silent. After more than 10 minutes, the bald man and the bearded man stood in the air with ugly expressions. There was no trace of Lu Ming. He could not sense any trace of Lu Ming either. Lu Ming had escaped. The two spiritual god powerhouses were supposed to be in the bag. Now that Lu Ming had escaped, they did not know how to answer to Master Blood Luo. Damn it. The next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. The bald man gritted his teeth. Forget it. Let's go back. The ancient Garden is more important. After spending so much time, it's finally about to open. The big bearded man said. And the bald man nodded, and the two of them left. 100 miles underground, Lu Ming was healing his injuries in the mountain and river diagram. A day later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. The Earth Essence realm seems to have loosened. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. After the previous battle, Lu Ming realized that the Earth concept that had been stuck at a bottleneck had finally loosened up, and there were signs of a breakthrough. Lu Ming placed the Path Understanding ancient tree at the side, closed his eyes, and focused on his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, Lu Ming was surrounded by the five-color concept. His aura was stronger than it was 2 days ago. I've finally broken through to the great circle of level 3 Earth concept. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Now, his water concept was at the 4th level, while his wind, fire, thunder, and earth concepts were at the 3rd level, which was the Great Circle. Now that Lu Ming had unleashed all 5 of his concepts, the power was much stronger than it was a few days ago. This was because the Earth Essence realm was only at the peak of level 3 upper tier. If I were to face Blood Luo Z now, even if I don't use the prison-suppressing heavenly technique or my bloodline, I can still suppress him. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It's been 3 days. Those 2 guys should have left by now. Let's go out and take a look. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to condense the long spear. He dug through the ground and headed toward the surface. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared on the ground silently. He was speechless as he looked at the desolate surroundings. He knew very well that the bald man and the burly man must have wreaked havoc in the surroundings in order to find him. Looks like they've left. Master Shueluo, I'll have to settle this score with you sooner or later. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he was about to head west. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted, and he looked in the south direction. In an unknown distance, a green pillar of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Spiritual herbs. I can sense the aura of countless spiritual herbs. Charge! Lu Ming, charge! Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting and wrangling, her small eyes shining. All right, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he headed in the direction of the light pillar. At this moment, the light pillar could be seen within a radius of 100,000 miles. The light pillar is soaring into the sky. There must be a treasure coming into being. Let's go take a look. Let's go. This is my great opportunity. From all directions, everyone who saw the light pillar rushed towards it. Haha, this opportunity is mine. A red-haired elder with a soaring aura rushed toward the light pillar. He was a spiritual god realm existence. The treasure's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Lu Ming soon approached the area where the light pillar was. It was a vast and endless mountain and forest. It's actually here. Lu Ming stopped in the air, feeling a little surprised. Lu Ming was very familiar with the forest in front of him. He had passed through this forest when he, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin were on their way to the heavenly pillar. They also encountered a spiritual god realm expert from Cold Blood Hall, who massacred an entire town to heal himself. Lu Ming and the other 2 even had a fierce battle with the spiritual god realm expert. Lu Ming was originally heading west. Previously, he had a huge battle with the bald man and the burly man. When he escaped, he chose a random direction. He did not expect to be near this place. Could it be that the injured spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall was related to this light pillar? What ruins did Cold Blood Hall find here? Lu Ming could not help but let his imagination run wild. Chapter 1031. 1031, The Ancient Herb Garden. The injured spiritual God stage powerhouse was in this forest. Now the light pillar was also in this forest. Lu Ming had no choice but to link the 2 together. It seems that even if there are treasures here, it won't be easy to get them. There must be spiritual God realm powerhouses here. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he did not retreat just like that. Instead, he concealed his aura and flew down the mountain forest, sprinting in the direction of the light pillar. Buzz! Whoosh! When he was about to reach the light pillar, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air from other directions. Lu Ming discovered 3 burly men and 2 elders. They were moving forward at high speed and rushed into a circle of light. They were the martial artists nearby who had been attracted here. What a big formation! As he neared the light pillar, Lu Ming could sense that there was a huge formation in front of him. On one side of the formation, there was a gap that formed a circle of light. The green light pillar had burst out from this gap. From the gap, there was an extremely dense spiritual qi. It was obvious that a hole had been opened in this great array. Lu Ming, there's a herb garden inside. I can smell spiritual herbs. Dandin twitched her nose and kept sniffing. A medicinal garden? Could it be Medicine King's Valley's medicine garden? Lu Ming was shocked. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was not far from here. When Lu Ming heard about the herb garden, the first thing he thought of was the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I don't think so. This array is very terrifying, but it was set up a long time ago. I'm afraid it's been more than 1,000,000 years. Dandin said, 1,000,000 years or more. Lu Ming was shocked. 1,000,000 years ago wasn't that ancient times. This was an ancient medicine garden. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he rushed into the circle of light, disappearing. The ancient herb garden was sealed by a large array. After so many years, there might be extremely precious spirit herbs. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. Within the light circle, there were also mountains and forests. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi was dozens of times denser than the outside. There was another kind of energy in the spiritual qi, the origin qi. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that the flowers, grass, and trees here were more lively and were growing more luxuriantly. Lu Ming, let's go. I can smell the spiritual herbs. Dandin shouted, spread her short legs, and ran forward. Lu Ming followed Dandin and walked forward. At the same time, he observed his surroundings carefully. We're late. Some of the spirit herbs have been dug away. Along the way, Dandin found a few pits inside. Judging from the aura of the remaining spirit herbs, they were probably all level 8 spirit herbs. Level 8 spiritual herbs were dozens of times more precious than level 7 spiritual herbs. Clearly, there were already quite a number of people who came in before, and the spirit herbs were all dug up. Dandin didn't go straight forward, but continued to fly to the left. After 10,000 miles, they finally found spiritual herbs. 2 of them were level 8 spiritual herbs. They dug them out and stuffed them into their mouths with joy. They found quite a few spiritual herbs along the way. They were at least level 7, and many of them were level 8. Lu Ming did not snatch it from Dandin and gave it all to her. Now that his physical body had achieved complete grade 8, ordinary grade 8 spiritual medicine would not be of much use if he wanted to break through to grade 9. He could only do so if he obtained a grade 9 spiritual medicine. It was not easy to cultivate the 9th grade body, because the 9th grade body was the highest realm of the body and the foundation to break through to the martial emperor realm. Only by cultivating the body to the completion of the 9th grade body could one break through to the martial emperor realm. However, it was very difficult for the body to break through to rank 9. It was even more difficult to complete the breakthrough. In fact, many second and even third-class geniuses in the central continent had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak of the 8th stage. After all, he was a prodigy from an overlord force. His physical body cultivation technique was definitely top-notch. It was not inferior to Lu Ming's 10,000 spiritual combat body. It might even be better. He also had plenty of resources. Naturally, his physical body was strong. Lu Ming needed level 9 spiritual herbs. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Someone was fighting. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming grabbed Dandin and walked forward. There were 2 old men in front of him, attacking the other 2. The other 2 people were a middle-aged man and a young woman. At this moment, the burly man and the woman were completely at a disadvantage. The 2 old men were both in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, and the burly man was also in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. They were locked in a battle with one of the old men. On the other hand, the young woman was only at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. Although she was also a heaven's favorite with powerful combat strength, she was no match for the elder at the perfected spirit embryo realm with her 6th level spirit embryo realm cultivation. She could be killed at any time. Miss, the burly man roared and wanted to help, but he was held back by the other party and couldn't get away. He died. An old man sneered. At this moment, Lu Ming had already quietly approached. He immediately relaxed when he saw that the strongest was only at the perfected spirit embryo realm. That's Xianxia. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he recognized the woman. Back in the Pill City, Xianxia was the one who gave Lu Ming a piece of purple jade that contained the storage elemental stone. Lu Ming was still very grateful to Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was in trouble, he naturally wouldn't leave her in the lurch. Buzz! His body flashed, and he charged towards the old man who had attacked Xianxia. Upon hearing the commotion, the few of them turned to look at Lu Ming. It's you. Xianxia's gaze flickered, and she recognized Lu Ming. A 9th-level spirit embryo realm brat is courting death. The old man grinned and revealed a ferocious expression. His claws were like blades as he clawed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a ray of spear light pierced through the elder's defense. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood as it pierced towards the elder's glabella. No, spare my life. The old man was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite, but it was already too late. The old man was pierced by the spear radiance and died. The other old man who was fighting with a middle-aged man saw this and was scared out of his wits. He immediately ran away, but a spear light flashed and nailed the old man to the ground. Xianxia was stunned. From the moment Lu Ming appeared, the 2 great circle spirit embryo experts were instantly killed by him. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. Ms. Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Xianxia's eyes flickered, and she was a little surprised. Xianxia guessed that Lu Ming was a 3rd-grade heaven's favorite, since he was able to kill 2 perfected spirit embryo realm experts so easily. Miss, the burly man came to Xianxia's side and called out in concern. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. This is young Master Lu, Lu Shaoqing. Xianxia introduced. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving me. The middle-aged man cupped his fists, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Young Master Lu, are you here to look for spirit herbs too? Xianxia asked. That's right. I was attracted by the light pillar, so I came to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Chapter 1032. 1032 Chapter 1032 Sky Vermilion Fruit. Young Master Lu, please be careful. This time, we have attracted many strong cultivators. I plan to take a walk around the periphery. I will not go deeper. There are too many strong cultivators inside. Xianxia replied. Oh, do you need me to accompany you? Lu Ming asked. In his heart, he was grateful to Xianxia. She had given him the Nanyuan stones back then. If Xianxia needed help, he would not reject her. There's no need. Uncle Lu and I are weak. If we go with young Master Lu, we might drag you down. It's better for young Master Lu to act alone. Xianxia replied. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Ming didn't force her and bade them farewell. However, before he left, his devouring power erupted and completely devoured the blood essence and true vitality of the 2 elders with great perfection spirit embryos. Lu Ming didn't want to let go of the blood essence and energy of 2 great perfection spirit embryo experts. After devouring them, he continued to move forward. Xianxia and the middle-aged man were shocked when they saw the 2 old men turned into 2 dried corpses. Lu Ming, that young lady, seems to have something on. She doesn't want others to go with her. She's sending you away on purpose. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same feeling. He felt that Xianxia had something on and did not want to be with him. However, this was someone else's private matter, so he couldn't be bothered to care about it. As he walked, he searched for spirit herbs. Not long after, The two elders' energy was completely refined by Lu Ming. Naturally, the level of his blood meridian did not increase. As for Lu Ming's cultivation, the increase was minimal. With my current cultivation, it's almost useless to devour a great circle spirit embryo martial artist. My progress is too slow. Only by devouring a spirit god expert can I quickly improve. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The area here was very large. Very soon, Lu Ming had traveled about 10,000 miles. Buzz! In front of him, a figure flashed by at a terrifying speed. It's him! There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could clearly see that the figure was a bald, burly man. He was the spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall who had chased after him. As expected, the Cold Blood Hall experts were here. The bald man did not notice Lu Ming. He kept flying forward and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After that, Lu Ming became more careful and slowed down. He kept running through the forest below. Along the way, the harvest was not bad. They collected a lot of spiritual herbs, many of which were level 8 spiritual herbs. Dandan could not stop smiling. This herb garden was an ancient herb garden. It had been there for a long time, and the spiritual chi was rich. It was normal for the level of the spirit herbs to be higher. Unfortunately, no level 9 spirit herbs had been found. Level 9 spirit herbs were much rarer than level 8 spirit herbs. Suddenly, there was a continuous flash of light in front of him, and a faint sound came. There's another battle over there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he quickly headed in that direction. After a few hundred miles, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. There was a lake in front of them, and in the middle of the lake was a small island. A towering tree stood on the small island. This tree was rooted on the island, but its crown was extremely huge, and its area was even larger than the island. There were fruits on the tree. The fruits were the size of a faceplate and were fiery red in color. They were filled with surging energy. That's the sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming recognized the fruit. He was shocked and then overjoyed. The sky vermilion fruit was an extremely rare and precious fruit. This kind of fruit contained extremely powerful and pure energy. When a warrior consumed it, it could help him break through to the next realm. As long as one had reached the realm of the essence realm of heaven and earth, eating this fruit could help one quickly increase their true essence and break through to the next realm. This fruit was too precious. The spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm after that were not as simple as comprehending intent. Some people had reached the intent realm, but their cultivation was not that easy to improve. For example, many second-grade Heaven's favorites, such as Shui, Luo, Zi, and Junyu, had reached the 4th level of intent realm. However, their cultivation was still stuck in the spirit embryo realm. This showed how difficult it was to comprehend intent realm and improve their cultivation. Even if Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline, unless he could devour spiritual god powerhouses or devour and refine a large number of raw gemstones, it would be troublesome for him to level up. However, once he had the sky vermilion fruit, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly. I must get this sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. As long as he could obtain a few sky vermilion fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation would break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm. This was because his heaven and earth essence realm had already met the requirements. However, he was not in a hurry now. That was because the sky vermilion fruit tree was protected by a large array. A layer of light enveloped the sky vermilion fruit tree within it. There were 7 martialists who were constantly bombarding the light screen in an attempt to break the formation. The light screen formed by the formation was shaking nonstop, as if it had been there for a long time. It's almost broken. Some people's eyes were shining with a fiery light, and at the same time, they were looking at the others vigilantly. Previously, they had joined forces to break the formation because they wanted to break it. Now that the formation was about to be broken, They began to have their own ulterior motives. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed. One of the green-robed elders attacked an old woman beside him. I knew you would make a move. The old woman let out a roar and waved her hands, sending out palm prints to fight the old man. Buzz! An iron rod swept out towards the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man was caught off guard and his head was hit. He was killed before he could even scream. You're looking for death, kill. You're the one who's going to die. The formation had yet to be broken, and the remaining 6 people were in complete chaos, fighting each other. These people were all experts, at least at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. They were rogue cultivators from the nearby area who had been attracted by the light pillar. In just a few breaths of time, 2 screams rang out, and 2 of the weaker cultivators were killed. The battle between the remaining 4 was even more intense. At this moment, a figure stepped through the air and arrived. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. This woman who came from the sky stepped on the clouds with her jade-like feet. Her entire body was shrouded in clouds and mist, like an ethereal fairy. Who else could she be if not Jing Kongling? Pure spatial spirit. The 4 of them were in the middle of a battle, but when they saw Jing Kongling, they were all shocked and stopped fighting. The sky vermilion fruit is mine. You guys can leave. The pure and ethereal voice was very calm and ethereal, without any emotion. Jing Kongling, you're too overbearing. We found the sky vermilion fruit tree first. We're about to break through the formation too. Now that you've appeared, you want to take it all for yourself? You're too greedy. An old woman called out. You can stay here forever. The pure spatial spirit spoke calmly, but the aura on her body was extremely strong. A few streams of water appeared around her, turning into a few water dragons that danced around her. The 4 of them looked very upset. They were unwilling to accept this, but they knew that with their cultivation, they would definitely die if they were to fight against Jing Kongling. This was the top heaven's favorite of the central continent, and his combat strength was too strong. These few pieces of trash indeed need to get lost first. An ear-piercing sneer suddenly rang out. In the distance, a rainbow light flew over at extreme speed. The next moment, a red-haired old man appeared in the sky. Chapter 1033. 1033, the weakest spiritual god. A red-haired old man appeared. His aura was violent, and his eyes were burning as he stared at the sky vermilion fruits. Red shame venerable, the old woman exclaimed. The other people's faces also changed drastically. Even Jing Kongling's expression changed slightly and became serious. Only a spirit god expert could be called a venerable. This red-haired old man was a spiritual god realm existence. Now, these scarlet fruits are mine. Get lost. Venerable Qi Kuei's eyes swept the surroundings, filled with killing intent. The old woman and the other 3's expressions changed, their eyes filled with respect. Venerable Qi Kuei was very famous in the nearby area. He didn't come from any major power, but was a rogue cultivator. It was not easy for a rogue cultivator to reach the spiritual god realm. Moreover, Venerable Qi Kuei was famous for his ruthlessness. Let's go. Even though the old woman was unwilling, the sky vermilion fruit was not worth mentioning compared to her life. She gritted her teeth and left. The other 3 also left the place. Only Qi Kuei Knight and Jing Kongling were left above the lake. Jing Kongling, you're not leaving. Venerable Qi Kuei looked at Jing Kongling. You can't scare me, the pure spatial spirit, with your title as a venerable. Jing Kongling said. You want to fight me? Venerable Qi Kuei's eyes flashed. We could try, Qing Junling said. Youngsters these days are getting bolder and bolder. With your cultivation at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, you think you're my match? Venerable Qi Kuei sneered. Venerable Qi Kuei had lived for thousands of years and had broken through to the spiritual god realm for thousands of years. In the past, there was no young man who dared to be impudent in front of him. After all, the gap between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm was extremely huge. But now a young man at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm wanted to fight him. There's always been a rumor in the world that this era is the golden age, and there are as many geniuses as clouds. Each and every one of them is incomparably powerful. I don't believe that a mere 9th level spirit embryo realm can be that powerful. Chikue Xianxia sneered as red flames burst out of his body. His terrifying aura pressed down on Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling waved her hands, and more water-true dragons appeared around her, pouncing toward venerable Chikue. Boom, boom, boom. The fire and the water dragon collided, making a sizzling sound and stirring up water vapor. The scene was suddenly filled with fog. The pure space, spiritual jade stepped in the air. Wherever she stepped, vines appeared and wrapped around venerable Chikue like soft whips. Fire demon palm. Venerable Chikue clapped his hands several times, and flames burst forth. The mist that filled the air was directly burned away, and the vines were also enveloped by the flames and burned to ashes. However, more vines appeared in the air. At the same time, the lake water below churned and turned into water swords, slashing toward venerable Chikue. Boom, boom, boom. After exchanging a few moves with venerable Chikue, the pure spatial spirit was not at a disadvantage. Would mentality, water mentality, shattering mentality, and pure spatial spirit. I can't believe he has cultivated 3 mentalities. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The pure spatial spirit was extremely powerful. It was definitely not weaker than Blood Luo Z, and might even be stronger. Break! Fire Demon God Fist. Venerable Chikue's fists continued to blast out, and the flaming fist force swept in all directions, displaying the terrifying strength of the spiritual god realm to the fullest. Wherever the fist force passed by, the vines exploded and the water swords were annihilated. These prodigies are indeed terrifying. I've only heard of them in the past, but I didn't expect them to be even more terrifying than I've heard. They're only at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but they can actually contend with me. Venerable Chi Kue was secretly shocked, and at the same time, cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since he had offended such a terrifying heaven's favorite, he had to kill him completely. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Come out! Venerable Chi Kue roared as the bloodline appeared above his head. He was going to activate his bloodline power and kill Jing Kongling. His bloodline was a large dog with flames all over its body. This was a hellhound. However, there were only 2 golden chakras. Venerable Chikue's bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the divine level. His combat strength was slightly weaker than that of the bald man and the bearded man who had chased after Lu Ming. Within the spiritual god realm, he was one of the weakest. After all, it was not easy for a 2nd-ranked divine bloodline to break through to the spiritual god realm. Venerable Chikue had also broken through to the spiritual god realm by chance. His combat strength was at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. Therefore, for so many years, he didn't dare to provoke the other spiritual gods. He didn't expect that even a young man would be so powerful that he could fight with him. The pure spatial spirit frowned, and a round bead appeared above his head. Water vapor swirled around the bead, and 8 golden chakras shone around it. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped into the air. Lu Ming walked out and immediately attracted the attention of the 2 people. Lu Xiaoqi. At the sight of Lu Ming, the pristine spirit's eyes lit up. As for Venerable Chi Kue, he frowned. Seeing the 2 of them fighting and still daring to step out, it couldn't be simple. He was now very afraid of these young geniuses. Miss Kongling, how about we join forces? When the time comes, we'll split the sky vermilion fruit equally. Lu Ming said. All right. The ethereal spirit agreed, without any hesitation. She was not a match for Scarlet Venerable alone and would probably have to retreat in the end. With Lu Ming's help, she might be able to fight Scarlet Venerable. Lu Ming had the same thought. He might be able to fight against Venerable Qi Kuei alone, but it was almost impossible for him to win. That was why he stepped out and joined forces with the pure spatial spirit. If you want to join forces to deal with me, I'll kill you first. Venerable Qi Kuei roared as he turned into a hellhound and pounced towards Jing Kongling. The pure spatial spirit also used bloodline fusion and turned into a pearl. The pearl grew in size rapidly, and with the sound of waves, it shot towards Qi Kuei Knight. At the same time, Lu Ming burst forth with 4 streams of dragon energy. His body was like a stream of light as he pounced towards the hellhound. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 3 parties collided. Then, the hellhound was seen staggering backward. Impossible! Venerable Qi Kuei roared. He was actually forced to retreat by 2 juniors, Lu Ming and Jing Kongling. How is this possible? He roared and pounced at Lu Ming and the pristine void spirit again. The bead shook and the waves roared. The bead seemed to contain the water of an ocean, which was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. Lu Ming's palm contained the power of the prison-suppressing steel and the 5-colored will. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, but the final result was that the hellhound was at a disadvantage and was suppressed. This result made the hellhound extremely shocked. Although he was the weakest in the spiritual god realm, he was still in the spiritual god realm. He had never thought that he would be suppressed by 2 youths in the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Chapter 1034. 1034 Chapter 1034 Success. Start cultivating. In the past, Venerable Qi Kuei had always been in the nearby area and had never interacted with the world's heroes. He had long heard that this generation was full of prodigies, experts were as common as clouds, and the battle strength of the younger generation was extremely terrifying. However, he had only heard of it and did not take it to heart. No matter how talented he was, as long as he had not entered the spiritual god realm, how strong could he be? But now he realized that it was really strong, far beyond his expectations. It could only be said that his talent limited his imagination. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle between the 3 of them caused their forces to be unbridled. Many of the forces poured down on the sky vermilion fruit tree. The light shield that enveloped the sky vermilion fruit tree shook violently. In the end, it actually exploded with a bang. The formation was about to be broken, but it was easily broken by the 3's powerful qi. The formation was broken, and the 3 of them turned to look at the sky vermilion fruit. The hellhound roared and pounced towards the sky vermilion fruit tree. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming threw a few consecutive punches at the hellhound. Each punch seemed to be able to shatter the space. At the same time, the purifying air spirit also suppressed the hellhound. The 2 of them blocked the hellhound. Dandin, Lu Ming called out. Leave it to me. Dandin turned into a ray of light and pounced towards the sky vermilion fruit tree. If I can't get it, you can forget about getting it. The hellhound let out a furious roar as flames burst out from its body. Countless flames scattered in all directions. Some of them were directed at Lu Ming and the pure spatial spirit, while some were directed at the vermilion sky fruit tree. He wanted to destroy the sky vermilion fruit tree. Nest! Dandin cursed in anger. He waved his claws and countless runes appeared in the sky, forming a formation to block the flames. At the same time, he opened his mouth and sucked in the sky vermilion fruits. After swallowing a few, He ran to the other side and grabbed a few more sky vermilion fruits with his claws, stuffing them into his mouth. Buzz! Buzz! He waved his claws and grabbed a dozen sky vermilion fruits. And this sky vermilion fruit tree only had a total of a dozen sky vermilion fruits, and almost all of them had been picked by Dandin. Boom! At this moment, the formation that Dandin had set up was broken through by the flames. Endless flames poured down on the sky vermilion fruit tree. Dandin could not be bothered. She ran wildly and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. The flames descended and the sky vermilion fruit tree was reduced to ashes in an instant. Hand over the sky vermilion fruit. Venerable Chi Kuei roared. Nonsense, kill. The essential core in his body exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming pushed the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its limits. All the essential core in his body was instantly sucked dry. However, the power he released was terrifying. With one punch, the hellhound let out a shrill cry and staggered backward. Immediately after, the round bead that was transformed from the clear spirit pressed down and forced the hellhound to retreat. Damn it, just you wait. Seeing that there was no hope of snatching the sky vermilion fruit, Venerable Chi Kuei turned around and left after leaving behind these harsh words, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The bead trembled, and the pristine void spirit returned to its human form. She looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with surprise. Lu Ming's combat strength seemed to be stronger than the last time he fought with Blood Luo Zi. More importantly, Lu Ming had not activated his blood meridian, which made her feel that he was unfathomable. Lu Ming looked ahead and frowned slightly. Miss Kongling, someone else is here. Let's leave this place first. All right. Jing Kongling nodded, and the two of them flew back. Not long after Lu Ming and the pristine void spirit left, a terrifying sonic boom was heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized the man at a glance. He was the bald man from Cold Blood Hall. The bald man muttered, "There was clearly a huge battle just now." They must have been fighting for treasures, but now they're gone. They're running quite fast. Suddenly, the bald man's brows twitched, and he muttered, "It's the aura of that Lu brat. Let's see where you can run to this time." With that, the bald man followed the aura and chased in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. The two of them flew for 10,000 miles and came to a valley. Dandin, how many sky vermilion fruits did you get? Take them out. Lu Ming looked at Dandin. There are 15 in total. We'll split them evenly. Dandin said, You want to split it equally? Lu Ming widened his eyes. Of course. Without me, you wouldn't have gotten a single one. Dandin stuck her claws in the air, looking very proud. Brother Lu, it's fine. I have 5. Qing Junling said. All right, hand over the sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming nodded. Dandin opened her mouth, and 10 sky vermilion fruits flew out. Lu Ming took 5, and the pristine void spirit took 5. Brother Lu, thank you for your help this time. I'm going to find a place to refine the sky vermilion fruit now. I'll take my leave now. The pristine void spirit cupped his fists and bade Lu Ming farewell. I'm also looking for a place to refine the sky vermilion fruit. Goodbye. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and did not say much. The two of them stepped into the air and left in different directions. Lu Ming flew for another 10,000 miles and made a small hole in a big mountain. He flew in until he reached the belly of the mountain and entered the mountain and river diagram. Not long after Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man arrived. His aura has disappeared again. There must be some treasure hiding his aura. He must be nearby. I'll wait nearby. As soon as that Lu guy appears, I'll kill him with lightning speed. The bald man's eyes flickered with a cold light. Then, he flew into the sky and hid in a cloud. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on one of the mountain peaks. Dandin, you've plucked more than 15 sky vermilion fruits, right? Lu Ming asked indifferently. He knew Dandan all too well. She definitely wasn't telling the truth just now. Hey, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Are you suspecting me? You're doubting my character? No, my turtle character, you know? Dandan immediately glared at Lu Ming unhappily. What's there to be suspicious about? I don't believe that you've only plucked 15 sky vermilion fruits. Lu Ming replied calmly. You? Flustered and exasperated. Under Lu Ming's gaze, she said guiltily, All right, I actually plucked 16. I don't believe it. Lu Ming said indifferently. You? All right, it's actually 17. You're still looking? All right, it's 18. Haha, 20, only 20, really only 20. In the end, Dandan smiled awkwardly and spat out 10 more pills from her mouth. She pointed to the heavens and swore that she only had this much left. Lu Ming was speechless. He knew that this guy would keep it to himself. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and took 3 more pills, leaving 7 for Dandan. This made Dandan sigh. If she did not need Lu Ming to help her find more elixirs, she would have fallen out with him. 8 sky vermilion fruits should be enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took out one and enveloped the sky vermilion fruit with devouring power. He began to absorb the medicinal effects of the fruit and cultivate. The sky vermilion fruit was a rare spirit fruit that contained an infinite amount of energy essence. It was different from many other spirit herbs and spirit fruits. The energy essence in the sky vermilion fruit was very pure and was very similar to a warrior's true yuan. It also had almost no impurities and could be refined very quickly, helping one to improve their cultivation and break through to the next realm. Chapter 1035. 1035, Great Circle of Spirit Embryo. Very quickly, the energy of the sky vermilion fruit entered Lu Ming's body. He circulated the true war dragon technique, and the majestic energy was constantly converted into Lu Ming's essential core at an unbelievable speed. It did not require much refining. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, all the energy in the sky vermilion fruit had been refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm in one go and was still rising. This was even more majestic and robust than the energy Lu Ming had devoured from dozens of martial artists at the perfected spirit embryo realm. This sky vermilion fruit is indeed wondrous. It can actually be refined so quickly. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He surmised that even an ordinary martial artist would not need much time to refine the sky vermilion fruit. Continue. Lu Ming took out another sky vermilion fruit and began to refine it. His cultivation base rose like a rocket. The sky vermilion fruit was a rare treasure. It was too difficult to cultivate it. Its survival rate was extremely low, and the chances of it bearing fruit were also extremely low. Furthermore, a sky vermilion fruit tree would not bear many fruits. Therefore, the sky vermilion fruit was almost impossible to buy and could not be seen outside. Its effects were too good, and even if a major force nurtured it, it was simply not enough. This ancient medicine garden had been sealed for a long time, and there was only one tree left. Now it was destroyed. As he continued to refine, Lu Ming's cultivation level continued to soar. After refining 4 sky vermilion fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the perfected 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Next, he began to strive for the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. I'm cultivating the true war dragon technique and the super spirit sea secret technique, so my Jin Yuan is much stronger than ordinary people. For sky vermilion fruits might not be enough for me to break through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart, and his eyes could not help but glance at Dandan, who was not far away. Dandan was lying on a cloud with her legs crossed, nibbling on a stalk of spirit medicine while looking up at the sky. She was very relaxed and satisfied. As if sensing something, Dandan turned to look at Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was looking at him greedily, he shivered and said, "Kid, what are you trying to do? Dandan, lend me those 7 sky vermilion fruits of yours." Lu Ming gave a friendly smile. "Lend it to you? I'm not lending it to you. If I lend it to you, can you still return it?" Dandan shouted. "You're really not going to lend it to me?" Lu Ming's face darkened, and he started to turn hostile. "I won't." Dandan gritted her teeth. "All right, if we find any spiritual herbs in the future, don't even think about getting a single one. They'll all be mine." Lu Ming snorted coldly. "You?" Dandan glared angrily, her eyes rolling. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Here, I'll give you all of them. But I'll definitely get more of the other spirit herbs in the future." "Yes, happy cooperation." Lu Ming smiled again. "How treacherous." Dandan sighed speechlessly and gave the last 7 sky vermilion fruits to Lu Ming. There were 11 sky vermilion fruits in Lu Ming's hands. "It should be enough." Roar. The 9 dragons appeared. With a long roar, they swallowed all 11 sky vermilion fruits and began to refine them to break through to the next realm. Boom, boom, boom. The vast and surging energy surged unceasingly, rapidly transforming into essential core, and began to help Lu Ming break through to the next realm. Endless true essence gathered in the spirit embryo in his dantian and transformed into pure true essence, which gushed out of the spirit embryo. During this process, the spirit embryo became more and more solid, and its volume became smaller and smaller. "It's not enough, just a little more." Lu Ming continued to refine the energy of the sky vermilion fruit. Half an hour later, the energy of all 11 sky vermilion fruits had been refined and transformed into a terrifying essential core that ran through Lu Ming's body. Boom! In the end, something seemed to have been broken. The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly soared. Buzz! Lu Ming opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out. They traveled hundreds of miles and pierced through a mountain. Great circle of spirit embryo. A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He had finally reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. The next step would be to prepare to break through to the spiritual God realm. However, it was not that easy to break through to the spiritual God realm. It was not something that could be achieved by devouring a huge amount of energy. Spiritual God, it was the spiritual God being nurtured in the spirit embryo. Not only did it require the intent to break through to the 4th level, but it also required one's consciousness and soul to merge into the spiritual God. In the end, the spirit embryo shattered, and the spirit God appeared. Moreover, when the spiritual God appeared, there would be a lightning tribulation from the sky. One had to go through the terrifying lightning tribulation before they could officially step into the spiritual God realm. There was a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the martial king realm and condensed the intent runes. There was also a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the spiritual God realm. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying. Many people were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation at this final step. Lu Ming closed his eyes and looked into his body. He realized that the spirit embryo in his dantian was extremely solid. It was crystal clear and looked like a crystal. It was also very small, only the size of a watermelon, and there was a vigorous life force emanating from it, as if it was giving birth to a god. Who? Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. If I were to meet Venerable Qi now, I could kill him if I used my full power. Feeling the vast essential core in his body, Lu Ming revealed a confident smile. From the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm to the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core had increased by too much. Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased by several times. Haha, Dandan, I'll go out and find more spirit herbs for you. Lu Ming was in a good mood after the breakthrough in his cultivation. He moved and exited the mountain and river diagram. He then broke through the mountain and appeared outside the mountain peak. Buzz! Lu Ming had just appeared outside the mountain peak when a terrifying pressure came from above his head. A blood-red axe crossed the distance of 10,000 meters in an instant and slashed down violently at Lu Ming. This was a surprise attack without any warning. Lu Ming did not expect to be attacked the moment he left the mountain. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he might have been seriously injured by this attack. But now with a thought, the mountain and river diagram appeared and covered his entire body. At the same time, a vast amount of true core strength exploded and he punched upwards. Even though he was caught off guard and used his vital essence at the last minute, the power of this punch was still extremely terrifying. It collided with the bloody axe with a huge boom. Most of the power of the bloody axe was offset, and the remaining power was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body trembled and he fell. Just as he was about to land on the ground, Lu Ming stepped on the branch of a big tree with the tip of his foot and soared into the sky again. He glared coldly at the person who had ambushed him. The bald man from Cold Blood Hall. At this moment, the bald burly man was a little surprised. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to receive his surprise attack unscathed. His expression was a little grave. Did you make a breakthrough in your cultivation? The bald man's expression changed drastically when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, his combat strength was already extremely shocking. Now that he had broken through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, how strong would Lu Ming's combat strength be? The bald, burly man's heart was incomparably heavy. Moreover, he was also in disbelief. It had only been a few days. Previously, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. How could he have broken through to the perfected spirit embryo realm in just a few days? This speed was too terrifying. Chapter 1036. 1036 Killing a Spirit God Expert. It's you again. You don't need to leave today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at the bald man. It was a good time to settle the score from before. Brat, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. The bald man's face darkened. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. The nine-dragon bloodline emerged, and Lu Ming immediately performed the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. At the same time, the 6 streams of dragon energy in his body burst out. A terrifying power surged in Lu Ming's body. With the 9 dragons step and the 5-color concept revolvering around him, he clawed at the bald man with his 9 claws. Sila, the dragon claw struck out, and the space was torn apart like a piece of paper, with cracks appearing. It's that terrifying. The bald man was shocked. To be able to tear space apart with a single claw, he had completely reached the level of a spiritual god. The bald, burly man retreated rapidly. The blood axe bloodline appeared above his head. He also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood axe. He hacked at the 9 dragons. Boom! The blood-red battle axe and the dragon claw collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that spread in all directions. Break! A cold voice came out of 9 dragons' mouth, and the blood-red axe was hit far away. With one attack, the bald man was at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? The bald, burly man roared in disbelief. Kill! The dragon claw stepped in the air, and the 9 dragons were like flowing light. They instantly rushed to the front of the blood-red battle axe and clawed again. At the same time, the 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying, devouring power enveloped the blood-red battle axe. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, and he entered the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core increased dramatically. As his essential core was rich and powerful, more essential core burst out with the prison suppressing heaven technique. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique also increased sharply. Now, Lu Ming's casual move was comparable to the power of the prison destructive heaven technique when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to break through to the spiritual god realm, and his true yuan would become even more abundant, he would be able to use the destructive prison heaven technique at will. Only then would the power of the god tier martial skill be truly released, and it would be even more terrifying. This is enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons. The blood-red battle axe trembled slightly, and the bald man's frightened voice came out. He could feel that his bloodline power was becoming unstable. After being enveloped by the devouring power, his strength was affected. Bang! The dragon claw grabbed the blood-red battle axe, causing it to shake violently. After the first claw, it was followed by the second, the third. One claw after another, it clawed at the bald man. Lu Ming defended himself with a mountain and river diagram. He did not have to care about his own defense at all. He only attacked madly. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were constant explosions, and the blood-red battle axe kept shaking. The bald man was completely at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? Is this still the spirit embryo realm? The bald man's heart trembled, and fear appeared in his heart. He was too powerful. As a spiritual god, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming throughout the entire process. Go, I'll retreat first. The bald man was afraid and had the intention to retreat. If you want to leave, stay here today. As if he had seen through the bald man's thoughts, the 9 dragons' claw once again grabbed at the blood-red battle axe. The power of this claw was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous ones. Lu Ming used all his strength in this claw, using the prison suppressing heaven technique. The essential core in his body was also completely extracted. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the prison suppressing heaven technique was much more terrifying than before. Boom! The claw hit the battle axe. The battle axe shook and exploded. The bald man reappeared and was sent flying to the ground like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Boom! The bald man heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to rumble violently. A powerful shock wave swept in all directions, and some mountains within 100 miles were shattered, collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. The flowers, grass, and trees were all turned into ashes. As for the bald man, he was lying on the ground with a huge pit that was dozens of miles deep. At this moment, the bald, burly man's mouth was spurting out blood. His aura was weak and his eyes were filled with fear. Kill! The 9 dragons took a step forward and rushed down. Their dragon claws tore at the bald man. At that moment, essential core from the Na Yuan stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body continuously. His essential core was full again. However, the primeval essence stored in the Na Yuan stone had been completely used up. After all, it was only the vital essence he had stored when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. No, don't kill me. The bald, burly man roared in fear. He wanted to resist, but he was severely injured. How could he stop Lu Ming? The claw radiance shattered all of the bald, burly man's defenses and tore him into pieces amidst his terrified screams. Swallow! The devouring power enveloped the bald man and devoured all of his blood essence, vital energy, and true essence. The chi, blood, and true yuan of a spiritual god realm master were too strong, and they surged in the bloodlines of the 9 dragons. Find a place to refine it. Lu Ming moved and left the place, flying into the distance. Of course, he did not let go of the bald man's storage ring either. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin the refinement. His chi, blood, and true essence were constantly being transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved again. Roar. Finally, the 9 dragons roared and the 7th chakra emerged under the original 6. After devouring and refining a spiritual god realm being, the 9-dragon bloodline had once again been upgraded to the 7th level divine rank bloodline. With the upgrade of the bloodline of the 9 dragons, another dragon power was born at his spine. There was a total of 7 streams of dragon energy. If Lu Ming were to release all 7 streams of dragon energy, his combat strength would undoubtedly increase. It's a pity that I can only release 4 dragon energies with my current physical body. If I release more, I won't be able to control it and the scales will appear. This kind of phenomenon is special, and I'm afraid it will be discovered by people. Lu Ming thought to himself. Up until now, only 2 people had seen Lu Ming's full power outburst and his prison-suppressing steel bloodline and 9-dragon bloodline. They were the bald man and the bearded man. Now the bald man is dead, and there's still a bearded man. I hope he didn't tell anyone. Lu Ming pondered. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was too special. Since ancient times, no one had awakened it. If this news were to spread, it was very likely that the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would discover it. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill that big, bearded man. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, the bald man's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming took out the Nanyuan stone again. Now that the energy storage stones were empty, he planned to continue to store some true essence. With the Yuan storing stones, he wouldn't have so many scruples when he fought, and he could even burst out with his full strength from time to time. This time, he was able to kill the bald, burly man, all thanks to the Na Yuan stone replenishing his true Yuan. Holding the energy storing stone, he continuously poured his true essence into it. When his essential core was exhausted, Lu Ming would devour the rough stones to recover. Half a day later, Lu Ming stored several times in the Na Yuan stone, which was equivalent to several times of Lu Ming's total essential core before he stopped. However, the consumption of raw gemstones was also terrifying. Tens of thousands of raw gemstones had been consumed. Chapter 1037. 1037 Chapter 1037 Spirit Refining Fruit. I don't have many raw gemstones left from Senior 9 Sons right now, only around 500,000. Also, I haven't sorted out the storage rings I obtained from the opponents I killed during this period of time. I'll sort them out when I'm free. I hope I'll be able to find something. Lu Ming had to stock up some raw gemstones now. He would definitely need a huge number of them when he broke through to the spiritual god realm. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to fly deeper into the herb garden. With the increase in his cultivation level, Lu Ming was much more confident. He flew at a high speed. Before long, he had flown a full 100,000 li and had already arrived at the depths of the medicine garden. Although this medicine garden was very large, it was only a few 100,000 miles. Along the way, Dandan harvested a lot of spirit herbs again. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. There was a green light spreading out in front of him. Lu Ming, then, there's definitely a rare elixir. Charge, charge. Dandan's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly. Don't worry. If there really is a rare spiritual medicine there, it will definitely attract some experts. It won't be easy to get it, Lu Ming said. However, he was still curious and flew in the direction of the light. 10,000 miles later, he saw a huge mountain, but when he arrived, the light disappeared again. Why isn't there anyone here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was different from what he had imagined. Since there was a light that could be seen from thousands of miles away, why did no one come? Strange. What a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming's nose twitched, and he looked at the mountains in front of him. Dandan's eyes were shining. Lu Ming flew over and discovered a wide valley in the middle of a mountain range. In the valley, there were trees that were more than 10 meters tall. However, the strange thing was that these trees were bare without a single leaf. Even the branches seemed to have dried up. However, at the top of each tree, there was a fruit. A strong fragrance was emitted from the fruit. Each tree only had one fruit. It was as if the energy essence of each tree had been used to nurture this fruit. This is the spirit refining fruit. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened, bursting with scorching flames. His heart began to burn with passion. It was actually the spirit refining fruit. Lu Ming felt that his breathing had become heavy. The spirit refining fruit was a spirit fruit that was even more precious than the sky vermilion fruit. In a sense, it was many times more precious. This was because the spirit refining fruit could refine a spirit god. That's right, when a spiritual god realm master consumed it, it could condense the spiritual god and make it more solid. In fact, in order to reach the spiritual god realm, one had to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, and also the process of condensing the spiritual god. The spirit refining fruit had a fatal attraction to spiritual god experts. But to a spirit embryo realm martial artist, the temptation might be even greater. This was because when a martial artist at the great circle of the spirit embryo stage consumed the spirit refining fruit, the medicinal effects would seep into the spirit embryo. The moment they broke through to the spirit god stage, the spirit god would emerge from the spirit embryo and would be even more condensed. To break through to the spiritual god realm, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. The more solid one's spiritual god was, the higher the chances of passing the heavenly tribulation. To a martial artist with a perfect spirit embryo realm, this was a supreme treasure. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. In a valley below, there were more than 100 spirit refining fruit trees. This also meant that there were more than 100 spirit refining fruits. If this news were to spread, all the martial artists at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm would go crazy. Haha, Lu Ming, you're rich with so many spirit refining fruits. Dandin grinned, extremely excited. Why didn't anyone come? Lu Ming did not completely lose his mind because of the soul refining fruit. The light was so dazzling just now. Why was there no one around? Was he the first one to arrive? I don't care. Lu Ming planned to pick the spirit refining fruit first. Brother Lu, wait. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that it was a clear and ethereal voice. One of the mountain peaks below suddenly rippled, and two figures appeared. There were two extremely beautiful women, the goddess of sandalwood, and the pure spirit. The fluctuations just now were clearly an array set up by Fairy Xianxia. Lu Ming did not expect to meet the two of them here. Brother Lu, come down for a chat. The pristine void spirit spoke and continued to transmit his voice to Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Lu Ming flew down and entered the array. It was only then that he realized that Fairy Xianxia had set up an illusory array. Fairy, Miss Kongling, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. From the looks of it, Xianxia Fairy and Jing Kongling should have arrived a long time ago. But why didn't they pick the spirit refining fruit? Why did they hide on this mountain and use an array to conceal them slaviers? There are a lot of blood ghost spiders on the spiritual refinement fruit tree. There are even spiritual god-level blood ghost spiders. Those who went in before are all dead. Fairy Xianxia explained. What? A blood ghost spider? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. You must have come here because you saw the light. The Cold Blood Hall deliberately lured you here with the elixir. They lured people into the valley to help them deal with the blood ghost spiders. I found out early, so I hid here and waited for the opportunity. After Fairy Xianxia explained, Lu Ming came to a realization. The people from Cold Blood Hall must have found the spirit refining fruit first, but they could not deal with the powerful blood ghost spiders inside, so they wanted to attract others to help them deal with the spiders so that they could reap the benefits. Fairy Xianxia discovered this secret and secretly set up an array to hide here. She was also the one who called out to the pure spatial spirit. A few groups of people had already died inside. The people from Cold Blood Hall have gone out to attract others. They'll probably be back soon, Fairy Xianxia said. As soon as Fairy Xianxia finished speaking, the three of them looked toward the north. Their three blood-red lights flew over an extreme speed, then landed on a mountain peak and disappeared. Three spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The three Cold Blood Hall disciples were all spiritual god realm experts, and Lu Ming had seen two of them before. One of them was the bearded man, and the other was the Cold Blood Hall expert who was injured when Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin went to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The three Cold Blood Hall experts were hiding in a mountain peak, concealing their auras. Not long after, there was another flash of light, and 6 figures flew over at high speed. The 6 figures included a white-haired elder and a middle-aged burly man. However, their auras were all extremely strong. The weakest was at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, and there was even a perfected spirit embryo realm. I clearly saw a flash of light in this direction just now. How did it disappear? An old man muttered. That is the spirit refining fruit. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed. The others also looked at the valley, their eyes burning with passion. It's the spirit refining fruit. It's really the spirit refining fruit. So many. The 6 of them all revealed expressions of madness and greed. Chapter 1038. 1038. The battle between spiritual gods. The 6 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the 6 of them moved. They attacked together and frantically pounced into the valley. Haha, the spirit refining fruit is mine. One of the burly men laughed as he reached for one of the fruits. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark red light flashed from the tree and pounced at the burly man. What? A blood ghost spider? The burly man was shocked and used all his strength to slash at the spider. Bang! The Gorfine spider was cut in half. However, the next moment, dozens of blood ghost spiders pounced at the burly man as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Some of them were extremely powerful. He was not the only one. The other 5 were also attacked by the blood ghost spiders. Damn it! The 6 of them roared and used all their strength to fight the blood ghost spider. In a blink of an eye, dozens of blood ghost spiders had died at their hands. However, one of the 9th tier spirit embryo realm elders let out a blood-curdling scream as the blood ghost spiders pierced through the space between his brows. Then, countless blood ghost spiders climbed onto his body, and in an instant, the elder's corpse was gone. Retreat! The others were shocked and wanted to retreat. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was an intense sound of something breaking through the air. A dark red light flickered rapidly. The 5 experts were all killed in an instant. A spiritual god, realm blood ghost spider. He exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly see that the one who had attacked was also a blood ghost spider. It was the size of a fist and had an exceptionally powerful aura. The 6 masters were all dead in an instant. They were devoured by the dense horde of blood ghost spiders. The valley quieted down again. The blood ghosts climbed up the god-refining tree again and seemed to have become one with it. From a distance, no blood ghost spiders could be seen. 3 Cold Blood Hall experts appeared in the air. You're really trash. One of them coldly shouted. This won't do. It won't consume much of the spider's strength. There are 3 spiritual god realm spiders here. I have to be at the spiritual god realm to consume their strength, the big bearded man said. Then let's go and attract the spiritual god realm martial artists. After making up his mind, a spiritual herb appeared in the big bearded man's hand. Suddenly, a green light filled the air and rushed into the sky. That's green heaven grass, a level 9 spirit herb. Lu Ming was shocked. The spiritual herb in the big bearded man's hand was actually a level 9 spiritual herb. A fiery light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. If he had this level 9 spiritual herb, his physical body might be able to break through to the 9th grade. The 3 Cold Blood Hall disciples flew south this time, but they came back soon and hid in the mountains. Not long after, 2 streaks of light flew over from the south at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, and their terrifying might was vast and incomparably powerful. 2 eagles. Lu Ming saw that they were 2 eagle-like demonic beasts. "It's the Sky Eagle Castle's experts," Fairy Xianxia whispered. The 2 eagles were obviously spiritual god-level existences. Their auras were as heavy as mountains, and their eagle eyes were as sharp as lightning as they scanned the surroundings. When they saw the spirit refining fruit in the valley, they immediately burst into a fiery light. "Kaka, it's the spirit refining fruit. It's actually the spirit refining fruit. What a great opportunity." A giant purple eagle laughed. "We'll split it evenly," a giant blue eagle said. "All right," the giant purple eagle nodded. Then, the 2 giant eagles rushed into the valley. As soon as they rushed into the valley, a dense horde of Gorfiend spiders rushed at them. "Die, blood ghost spider." The giant blue eagle opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. Wherever the light passed, the temperature dropped sharply, and the blood ghost spiders were also frozen into blocks of ice. The giant purple eagle flapped its wings, and endless purple lightning spread out. The spiders were swept by the lightning and turned into ashes. The ordinary Gorfiend spiders could not stop the 2 giant eagles at all. Thousands of them were killed in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 rays of light flashed out and attacked the 2 giant eagles. Not good. It's a spiritual god-tier blood ghost spider. The giant purple eagle roared and flapped its wings. The terrifying lightning turned into 3 lightning spears and stabbed at the 3 blood ghost spiders. At the same time, the giant blue eagle launched a terrifying attack. A blue ice river wound around the 3 spiders, trying to freeze them. However, the 3 Gorfiend spiders were extremely powerful. They broke through the lightning and ice river and attacked the 2 giant eagles. The 2 giant eagles howled in anger as they fought with all their might. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant eagles and 3 Gorfiend spiders collided with each other. They flew into the sky and fought fiercely. The 2 giant eagles and 3 Gorfiend spiders should all be at the first tier of level 8, equivalent to the first tier of the spiritual god realm. Their combat strength was similar, but the 2 giant eagles were even fewer in number, so they were at a disadvantage. After thousands of them were killed, the 3 level 8 spiders seemed to be in a frenzy. They entangled the 2 giant eagles and fought fiercely. After a few dozen moves, the giant purple eagle was scratched by the Gorfiend spider's claws. Blood gushed out, and its feathers flew in the air. Damn it! The giant purple eagle went crazy. The divine beast blood in its body was boiling, and its body seemed to have turned into lightning. It clawed and almost pierced through a blood ghost spider. Although the spider managed to dodge, it left a wound and green liquid flowed out. "Let's go, let's go." The giant purple eagle roared angrily and tried to break out of the encirclement, but the 3 Gorfiend spiders were holding them back. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the end, one of the Gorfiend spiders seized the opportunity to open up a wound on the eagle's abdomen. The spider then crawled into the eagle's body. Ah! The giant purple eagle screeched as if it was in endless pain and struggled in the air. "If we're going to die, we'll die together." In the end, the giant purple eagle roared, filling the sky with lightning. Its body expanded rapidly and then exploded with a loud bang. Even the other two blood ghost spiders and the giant blue eagle were blown away by the terrible energy. In the sky, full of lightning, a blood ghost spider could be seen in the air, but it was no longer breathing. It had been turned into a pile of charcoal. The Gorfine spider that had charged into the purple eagle's body was also killed by the purple eagle's self-destruction. Perishing together, squeak. The remaining two Gorfine spiders seemed to be extremely angry. They shrieked and pounced on the giant blue eagle. The giant blue eagle roared and tried its best to escape, but it was in vain. It was entangled by two blood ghost spiders. In the end, one of the spiders was seriously injured by the giant blue eagle, but the giant blue eagle was also killed by the two spiders. Two giant eagles of the 8th rank had died just like that. Of course, the Gorfine spider had also paid a heavy price. Ha, good. With a loud laugh, 3 Cold Blood Hall experts appeared and pounced at the two spiders. Previously, there were 3 blood ghost spiders, and they were not confident. Now that it could finally attack. Out of the 3 spiders, 1 was killed, 1 was heavily injured, and the last one was slightly injured. After all, the blue eagle was not to be trifled with. Chapter 1039. 1039, Snatching the Spirit Refining Fruit. With the 3 of them working together, it was naturally much easier to fight the 2 injured spiders. The 2 spiders were completely suppressed and in danger. This is a good opportunity. We can take the spirit refining fruit here. Fairy Xianxia's eyes lit up. There shouldn't be any other spiritual god-level Gorfine spiders in there, right? Lu Ming asked. No, I'm very sensitive to the aura of living beings. I can't be wrong. Fairy Xiang nodded. All right, the 3 of us will attack at the same time to get the god refining fruit. Then we will break out of this encirclement together, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them had to work together to have a chance. Otherwise, the 3 Cold Blood Hall experts would definitely attack them. If it had not worked together, they would not be able to escape. With a flash, the 3 of them pounced down the valley at the same time, their figures like lightning. Great circle of spirit embryo. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming realized that the aura of the pure and ethereal spirit was much stronger than before. He had clearly reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. It was obvious that the Jingkongling had refined the sky vermilion fruit and achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation. As soon as the 3 of them attacked, the 3 from Cold Blood Hall noticed them. Goddess Tan Xiang, Jingkongling, and Lu Shaoqing. You damn juniors. Don't even think about it. The big bearded man roared. The 3 Cold Blood Hall experts were shocked when they saw the 3 of them. They had never expected that there would be 3 top experts of the younger generation lying in ambush here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hurry, hurry. Lu Ming's quintessential essence burst forth and rolled forward like a ribbon. A few soul-refining fruits fell into his hands, and he kept them. Deity Tan Xiang and Jingkongling were extremely fast as well. Quintessential essence swirled around, and spiritual refinement fruits landed in their hands. Pick it. Without Lu Ming's instruction, Dandan had already pounced forward with a loud cry. She kept grabbing the soul-refining fruits and stuffing them into her mouth. Stop! The bearded man's eyes were red. He roared and charged at Lu Ming. There was also a blood-robed elder who charged towards Jing Kongling and Goddess Tan Xiang. As for the injured middle-aged man whom Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin had met on their way, he was the most powerful among the 3 of them. He had fought 2 blood ghost spiders alone. At this moment, one of the spiders was already on the verge of death. Only the other spider was fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! The severely injured and dying blood ghost spider suddenly exploded, and the sky was filled with blood-red light. The middle-aged man's face turned pale when the blood-red light shone on him. The next moment, a trace of green gas appeared. He had been poisoned. The remaining Gorfine spider screeched and absorbed the bloodlight. Its injuries healed quickly, and its combat strength increased greatly. For a moment, it was in a stalemate with the middle-aged man. In the valley, Lu Ming burst out with 4 streams of dragon energy and punched with all his might. Boom! He exchanged a blow with the bearded man, and both of them trembled and retreated. The bearded man's combat strength was about the same as the bald man's. However, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. That was why they were on par. Your cultivation level. Even so, the bearded man was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could fight with him. Roar! He turned into a blood-red lion and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing divine art. The 5-color concept swirled around him as he fought the blood-colored lion. After several moves, it was still a draw. On the other side, Goddess Xianxia and Jing Kongling were fighting the Elder in blood robes. The blood-robed Elder's combat power was slightly stronger than the bearded man's, but the Sandalwood Fairy and the Pure Spatial Spirit were also extremely powerful. After the Pure Space Spirit broke through to the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo Realm, its combat strength had increased greatly. Even if it was alone, it could compete with a weaker first-level spiritual god realm martial artist. As for Fairy Tan Xiang, although she focused on alchemy, her battle strength was not to be underestimated. Fairy Tan Xiang's body glowed with a powerful, colorful light. This was a formation carved with her body. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful formation inside Fairy Tan Xiang's body. There was a bias for inscription masters. For example, some of them were inclined towards alchemy, some were inclined towards refining weapons, and some were inclined towards refining talisman scrolls. But no matter which aspect it was, inscriptions and arrays must be studied and cultivated because it was the foundation of an inscriber and where their combat power lay. Fairy Tan Xiang's inscription formation was also extremely terrifying. The mental energy fire between her eyebrows danced and formed a powerful mental energy storm. What a strong mental energy. Fairy Tan Xiang is definitely perfect at every level. Lu Ming was shocked. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling teamed up to fight the blood-robed elder, and they even had the upper hand. For a moment, the 3 sides were in a stalemate. However, no one stopped Dandan, and she excitedly picked the spirit-refining fruit. There were also some remaining gore-fiend spiders, but they were not strong and were killed by Dandan's formation. The eyes of the 3 Cold-Blood Hall disciples turned red. They had put in so much effort, but they had not even obtained a single spirit-refining fruit. Now, Lu Ming and the rest were about to pick all of them. They were furious. I don't care what kind of heaven's favorites you are. You will all die today. The bearded man roared angrily and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. Killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He wondered if he should unleash his full power and kill this bearded man. In the end, he decided to give up. The big bearded man might not spread the news alone, but now that he had unleashed his full power and revealed his 9-dragon bloodline, if others saw it, it might really spread. Lu Ming punched the bearded man again and again, stopping him. Kill! The middle-aged man who was fighting the blood ghost spider roared. A pagoda appeared above his head. The pagoda was blood-red and had 5 golden chakras on it. This middle-aged man's bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, which was higher than that of the big bearded man and the blood-robed elder. His battle prowess was also much stronger. He transformed into a blood-red pagoda, exuding a terrifying aura, and pressed down on the spider. Boom! The pagoda trembled and successfully suppressed the spider under it. Bloodlight flashed as if it was bombarding the refined spider. At this time, Dandan was still frantically picking the spirit-refining fruit. Soon, more than 100 spirit-refining fruits were almost all picked by Dandan. The wind is blowing, Dandan shouted. He had finished picking the spirit-refining fruit and was about to run out. Dot! The space trembled and bloodlight flashed. The blood-red pagoda pressed down on Dandan. As for the Gorfiend spider, it had already been severely injured by the blood-red tower. Not good. Dandan was shocked and ran toward Lu Ming with a swoosh. Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, let's rush out together. Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession, and then rushed towards Fairy Xianxia and Jing Kongling. He planned to group up and rush out together. Don't even think about it. The big bearded man roared and chased after him. The blood-robed elder was also tightly holding on to Fairy Xianxia and the pure spatial spirit. The blood-colored pagoda trembled and tried to suppress Lu Ming. Charge! Lu Ming rushed to the side of the two and threw a few punches, causing the blood bubble elder to tremble and retreat slightly. Then he was about to rush to the south, but a blood-colored pagoda pressed down on him, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 1040. 1040 Chapter 1040 Unforeseen Event. His glabella glowed, and the mountain and river diagram flew out. It expanded rapidly and surrounded Lu Ming, the sandalwood fairy, and the pure spirit. At the same time, Lu Ming threw more than 10 punches at the blood-red pagoda. Qing Junling shouted and waved her hands. The two water dragons also charged towards the blood tower. Fairy Tan Xiang waved her hand, and 9 pills flew toward the blood-red tower. When they were halfway there, the 9 pills glowed, and inscriptions appeared on them. They then exploded and turned into 9 combat swords, slashing toward the blood-red tower, refining pills into weapons. A look of amazement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Fairy Tan Xiang's alchemy skills had really reached an unfathomable level. She could actually refine pills and turn them into weapons. A single pill was equivalent to a divine weapon, a great killing weapon with boundless power. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks collided with the blood-colored pagoda and successfully blocked it. However, their attacks also collapsed. They only felt a powerful force surge over, and their bodies trembled slightly. The power of the blood-red pagoda was much stronger than that of the bearded man. Charge! After blocking the blood-red pagoda, the 3 of them charged out. However, at this moment, the bearded man and the blood-red robed elder also attacked. Together with the blood-red pagoda, they surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2. Lu Ming and the other 2 could not rush out at the moment. They could only defend with all their might. Fortunately, they had the mountain and river diagram to protect them. The 3 of them could reduce their defense and use more power to attack. Lu Ming and Jing Kongling were fighting the blood-colored pagoda and the blood-robed elder. On the other hand, Goddess Tan Xiang's body was glowing. Colorful rays of light flew out continuously. It looked pretty but was filled with killing intent. At the same time, she waved her hand and pills flew out. They formed a strange array in the air and attacked the bearded man with terrifying power. But even so, the 3 of them were still at a disadvantage. The main reason was that the blood-red tower was too powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He was confident that if he used all his strength, he would not be weaker than the blood-red tower. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, a deafening boom suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The earth trembled and the sky exploded. Everyone saw a burst of brilliant light in the sky. It was like countless brilliant fireworks exploding at the same time. The formation exploded. What happened? Fairy Tan Xiang exclaimed. Lu Ming was also stunned. He remembered that this herb garden was shrouded in a large formation. The Cold Blood Hall people had only broken a corner of it, but now it seemed that the entire formation had collapsed. The entire herb garden was about to reappear in the world. Not good. The item has been taken by someone else. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the blood-red tower. What? It was taken by someone else. Damn it. The bearded man and the blood-robed elder exclaimed in shock. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and the others and flew back. Then they each took out a voice transmission jade talisman and looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically. Buzz! The blood-colored pagoda shook and transformed back into the middle-aged man. That thing is important. Let's go and catch any suspicious person. The middle-aged man called out. Brat, you're lucky today. The bearded man looked at Lu Ming and the rest unwillingly. Then, the 3 Cold Blood Hall experts left without looking back. This made Lu Ming, Goddess Xianxia, and Jing Kongling look at each other. Cold Blood Hall opened this ancient garden. It seems that there's something more important or treasure, but it has been taken away by others. Lu Ming made a guess. It was obvious that the value of the treasure was far above these spirit-refining fruits. Therefore, the bearded man and the others had no choice but to leave Lu Ming and the others behind to pursue the treasure. This was because they were not confident that they could take down Lu Ming and the rest in a short period of time. Let's go. We'll leave this medicinal garden first, Lu Ming said. Goddess Xianxia and Jing Kongling nodded as well. The 3 of them flew towards the west. After causing such a huge commotion, there would definitely be more and more experts. This medicinal garden was not a place to stay for long. It was better to leave first. There were no accidents along the way. The 3 of them flew for hundreds of thousands of miles and only stopped when they were far away from the medicinal garden. Dandan, take out all the spirit-refining fruits. The 3 of them stopped on a mountain peak. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Why? I got this. Dandan turned her head and did not look at Lu Ming. The spirit-refining fruit is very useful to those at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm or the spirit god realm. It's not as useful to you as other spirit herbs. Isn't it a waste to give it to you? Quickly take it out. These spirit-refining fruits are for Fairy Xiang and Miss Kongling, Lu Ming said, staring at Dandan with an unfriendly look. This guy wanted to keep everything for himself again. In the end, under Lu Ming's intimidating gaze, Dandan had no choice but to spit out more than 100 spirit-refining fruits. This was also because the spirit-refining fruit was not particularly useful to Dandan. Otherwise, this fellow might not have been willing to hand it over. Fairy, Miss Kongling, a total of 102 pills. How about 34 each? Lu Ming divided the spirit-refining fruit into 3 portions and gave 1 portion to Goddess Xianxia and 1 portion to Jing Kongling. This time, it was all thanks to Goddess Xianxia and Jing Kongling. If not for them, Lu Ming would have rushed into the valley and fallen into Cold Blood Hall's trap. He would not have been able to get the spirit-refining fruit. Deity Xiang and Jing Kongling did not stand on ceremony and receive the items one by one. The main thing was that the spirit-refining fruit was indeed very useful to them. Even though she wasn't a martial artist, she could still use the spirit-refining fruit to refine a pill that would be of great use to her breakthrough to become a rank 8 alchemist. Kid, you're a guy who only values his lover over his friends. You only know how to use the spiritual herbs I picked to win the hearts of beautiful women. I'm not convinced. Beautiful women, you must remember that I risked my life to pick these spirit-refining fruits, not this kid. Dandan began to shout in displeasure. Then, she looked at Goddess Xiang and Jing Kongling with a pair of sneaky eyes. Young Master Lu, your spiritual pet is really strange. Fairy Xiang chuckled and looked at Dandan curiously. The pure space spirit was the same, a spiritual pet, a little turtle, to actually be able to inscribe inscriptions. How amazing. They had never seen a demon beast that could inscribe an inscription formation. 2 beautiful ladies, I might as well tell you that I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I am unparalleled in the world, invincible in the world. Wherever I go, the world will submit to me, and millions of people will follow me. I think you 2 are not bad. How about this? I will reluctantly accept you as my maids. What do you think? Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder with her 2 claws on her waist, looking invincible. Lu Ming could not wait to slap this fellow to death. Danden's appearance made Goddess Tan Xiang laugh even more. Even Jing Kongling, who was always ethereal, revealed a smile on her face. "Young Master Lu, why don't you let me play with your spiritual pet for a few days?" Fairy Tan Xiang laughed. "Good, good." Before Lu Ming could say anything, Dandan immediately nodded her head and leaped into Fairy Tan Xiang's arms. Her claws grabbed onto Fairy Tan Xiang's skirt, and she said, "Beauty, how do you want to play with me?" As she said that, Dandan had a sneaky smile on her face, not to mention how wretched she was. Chapter 1041. 1041 Chapter 1041 The road ahead is blocked. You, perverted turtle. Fairy Tan Xiang's face turned red, and she sent Dandan flying with a slap. At the side, a pure and ethereal woman like Jing Kongling was also blushing slightly. She and Fairy Tan Xiang were looking at Lu Ming with strange expressions. "Lu Xiaoqing, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You've taught your spiritual pet to be like this." Fairy Tan Xiang glared at Lu Ming fiercely. I... The veins on Lu Ming's face throbbed. He felt wronged. Dandan was not taught by him. This fellow was a wily old fox. However, the Sandalwood Fairy and the pristine Void Spirit clearly thought that Dandan was Lu Ming's spiritual pet. Furthermore, she looked young and must have been taught by Lu Ming. Since the spiritual pet was so perverted, the master must be the same. Lu Ming cursed Dandan hundreds of times in his heart. He was really speechless. His reputation was going to be ruined by this guy. "Beauty, why did you hit me? You haven't told me how you're going to play with me." Dandan ran over and shouted again. "Get in." Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw her into the mountain and river diagram. Cough, cough. "Ladies, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again if fate allows." Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and cupped his fists. "Where is young Master Lu going?" Lu Ming did not look like that turtle. That was why Fairy Tan Xiang asked in a low voice. "I plan to cultivate while heading to the holy city. Goodbye." With that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. "This Lu Xiaoqing is even more mysterious than I thought." Goddess Tan Xiang's eyes flickered and she left with Jing Kongling. Following that, Lu Ming cultivated while hurrying on his way. He did not move quickly and would stop every now and then. Sometimes he would stop to comprehend when he had gained something. For now, his main focus was to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. As for the 30 over spirit refining fruits, he had also found a place to refine all of them. The energy of the spirit refining fruits had all seeped into his spirit embryo. When he broke through to the spirit god realm, his spirit god would definitely be more condensed than ordinary people, and his chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation would also be greater. He walked and stopped. 7 days later, Lu Ming had only traveled a few million miles. One day, Lu Ming came to the territory of a sect called the Black Fog Sect. Compared to the entire central continent, this was a small sect. There were only a few spirit god powerhouses in the sect, but they also had a teleportation formation. Lu Ming planned to take the teleportation formation of the Black Fog Sect, cross the void, and head west. After all, the central continent was too vast. There were hundreds of big regions in the East Baron, but the central continent was 7 to 8 times bigger than the East Baron. How big could it be? If he flew to the holy city, who knew how long it would take? What's happening? The teleportation array of the mysterious fog sect has been controlled by a powerful force. No one is allowed to use the teleportation array to leave. What? There is such a thing? What kind of force is so overbearing? I heard it's Cold Blood Hall. They seem to be looking for someone and have sent a large number of experts. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave. I can only go to the other forces to take a look. Lu Ming heard this news when he walked into a big city near the mysterious Fog Sect. Cold Blood Hall has actually sealed the transportation formation of Black Fog Sect. Lu Ming frowned. He recalled that the bearded man had said that something had been stolen in the ancient herb garden. Was Cold Blood Hall still chasing after the thief? What was it that could make Cold Blood Hall mobilize so many people? Lu Ming observed the area around the mysterious Fog Sect and saw many Cold Blood Hall experts. The next day, Lu Ming left the territory of the mysterious Fog Sect and headed to another force. The Divine Wind Ancient Nation was an ancient nation with a few spirit gods guarding it. There was also a teleportation array in the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Ancient Nation. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Divine Wind Ancient Country's imperial capital. He appeared in a restaurant. Damn it, the teleportation formation in the Holy Wind Ancient Country is also controlled by Cold Blood Hall. We can't get out. It said that all the teleportation formations of the dozen forces nearby are under Cold Blood Hall's control. No one can use them to leave. Cold Blood Hall is too overbearing. Who asked them to be the overlord force? That's a force with an emperor. Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he heard the discussion in the restaurant. The teleportation arrays of the dozen or so small forces were all controlled. There was no need to go to other forces. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming found an inn in the Divine Wind Imperial Capital to stay in temporarily and observe the situation. From then on, Lu Ming cultivated in the inn every day, occasionally going out to check on the situation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Cold Blood Hall still controlled all the teleportation formations. No one could get out of the formation. Some people were anxious and had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, many people had already gathered together and planned to leave by flying instead of using the teleportation array. However, to go to the west, they had to cross a huge mountain range. The mountain range stretched from north to south and was tens of millions of miles long. There were countless powerful, fierce beasts on it. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they flew over the mountain range. However, to the west of the Holy Wind Ancient Country, there was a huge plain. It was as if someone had punched through the mountain and created a plain. This plain was much safer than the mountain. It became a passage for many people to go west. However, there were also many fierce beasts on the plain. Occasionally, there would be powerful, fierce beasts that had Evo levered from the mountains on both sides. Therefore, for safety reasons, if one did not take the teleportation array and flew over, a large group of people would gather and move together. When they entered, the Divine Wind Imperial Capital had already organized a group of people to fly over the mountain range. On this day, tens of thousands of people flew towards the west of the Divine Wind Imperial Capital. Lu Ming was one of them. He also planned to fly over the mountain range with the crowd. The group of people moved forward, and soon, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was incomparably huge, towering into the clouds. It stretched from north to south, and there were countless ferocious beasts on it. However, in the middle of this mountain range, there was a huge gap that formed a plain. It was at least 10,000 miles wide and connected the mountain range to the other side. It was said that a long time ago, there was no such gap here. Later on, there were two emperors fighting, and this mountain range was hit by one of the emperors. The mountain range was broken in half, forming this plain. Lu Ming had seen an emperor's attack before. An emperor's path expert was too terrifying. One palm could definitely penetrate such a vast mountain range. The group of people gathered together and flew towards the plain. Roar. The roars of all kinds of fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. Some roars tore through the clouds and were extremely terrifying. It was the roar of a spirit god-level beast. Let's pass through this mountain range as soon as possible. We'll be in trouble if we attract a spiritual, god-level, ferocious beast. Someone shouted. Everyone increased their speed and flew forward. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red light filled the air in front of them, and the blood chi soared to the sky, blocking everyone's path. "What's going on?" Someone shouted. "Oh no, it's the Cold Blood Hall experts. They're blocking the way." What? Did Cold Blood Hall send experts to stop them? Detestable. The scene was noisy. Chapter 1042. 1042, the overbearing Cold Blood Hall. Buzz. Buzz. Around him, blood-red light flew out and floated in the air. In a few breaths, experts in blood-red robes appeared from all directions, staring at Lu Ming and the others with cold eyes. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts, some of whom had terrifying auras. Experts, there's so many spiritual God-level experts. Just the spiritual God-level experts alone, there are more than 20 of them. Someone exclaimed. There were so many experts from Cold Blood Hall here. A few Cold Blood Hall experts stood in the sky. They were the leaders of the Cold Blood Hall. We've taken control of all the teleportation formations of the surrounding forces. The person who stole the treasure must be in a hurry to leave. This is his chance. He must be among this group of people. A white-haired old man said. That's right. It's dangerous to stay in Cold Blood Hall's territory. He must be in a hurry to leave. He can't use the teleportation formation, so he can only fly. There must be someone we're looking for among this group of people. Check every one of them. A burly man said coldly. Then he took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, shrouding Lu Ming and the nearly 10,000 people under his aura. Senior of Cold Blood Hall, why are you stopping us? Someone asked loudly. Yeah, we didn't offend anyone from Cold Blood Hall. Another person added. There are people among you that Cold Blood Hall needs, so we can only stop you all. The burly man said. Is there someone you're looking for? Do you have any special characteristics? Can we help? Someone said. I don't know. We don't know what characteristics they have, not even their gender. That's why we're keeping all of you here. The burly man said. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know if it was a man or a woman. So how could they find him? The burly man sneered. This man has taken an important treasure of Cold Blood Hall. It's simple. You just have to hand over all your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? No way. Someone refused. If he handed over his storage ring, could he get it back? Furthermore, which martial artist did not have secrets? There were many secrets in the storage ring. Who would want to hand them over? Today, I have to hand it over even if I don't want to. The burly man's eyes turned cold. Cold Blood Hall is too arrogant. You are not the only overlord force in the central continent. Don't go too far. Someone said coldly. Is that so? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, the blood-red spear pierced through the void like a blood-red lightning bolt, stabbing toward one of the old OUs. The old OU's face turned pale with fright, and his aura skyrocketed as he frantically retreated. However, it was useless. The blood-red spear pierced through the old man and killed him on the plain. CSI. Many people gasped. Old OU's aura was extremely terrifying. He was in the first level of the spiritual god realm, but he was still killed by the burly man's blood spear. It was truly terrifying. How dare you question Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death, the burly man coldly said. Many people kept quiet out of fear and broke out in cold sweat. Cold Blood Hall was too domineering. They could even kill spiritual god realm beings. This was the overlord force. The spiritual gods of some small forces were like ants in their eyes. They could kill them if they wanted to. If you don't hand over your storage ring, you'll die, the burly man said coldly, his eyes sweeping over the person closest to him. I'll pay, I'll pay. Those who were scanned by the burly man's eyes had a change in expression. They could only take off their storage rings and hand them over. In the crowd, Lu Ming frowned. That burly man was too strong. He was definitely not at the first level of the spiritual god realm. He was most likely at the third level, or even the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was not too difficult for a higher level to kill a lower level, let alone a few levels higher. Let's go. Cold Blood Hall only has a few hundred people, but we have tens of thousands of people. Let's go together. That's right. Storage rings are all we warriors have. If we hand them over, how can we cultivate in the future? At worst, we'll just fight. Charge! Roars suddenly came from the crowd, and some people began to charge in all directions. With someone leading the way, the crowd instantly became chaotic and exploded. No one wanted to hand over their storage rings. Seeing others breaking out of the encirclement, many people also followed. Tens of thousands of people broke out in all directions, and the plain was in chaos. Courting death, kill, kill without mercy. The burly man roared with a violent killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. The Cold Blood Hall experts released powerful auras and released beams of blood-red light. There were more than 20 spirit god experts. The others were all at the high level of the spirit embryo realm, and there were even quite a number of old monsters. Kill! Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of blood-red light formed sword gleams, saber gleams, and fist forces that shot towards Lu Ming and the rest. Instantly, miserable screams rang out. Hundreds of people were killed in an instant, and their corpses scattered on the ground. A spear's gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and shattered the spear's gleam. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards the mountain range on his left. Only by rushing into the mountain range could he avoid the experts of Cold Blood Hall with the help of the complicated terrain and the fierce beasts in the mountain range. If he ran to either side of the plain, he would definitely be caught and killed. And one of the experts had his eyes on Lu Ming. Blood-red light flashed in his hands, forming a spear ray that stabbed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his body movement technique and dodged the spear's radiance. He ran at top speed. The plains were completely drowned out by screams. A large number of corpses fell, and blood filled the air. Devour! Some Cold Blood Hall experts used the bloodthirsty technique to swallow the thick blood chi. Boom! Boom! In Cold Blood Hall, there were a few extremely terrifying masters, such as the burly man and the two elders. Their auras were explosive, and with a wave of their hands, the sky and earth shook. Under the cover of their palm prints, a large number of experts were killed. There were a few spiritual god powerhouses in Lu Ming's group. However, they were no match for them, and they fell one by one. I'll hand it over. I'll hand over my storage ring. Someone was scared and shouted a hand over his storage ring. However, there were also people who continued to attack, not wanting to hand over their storage rings. Young Master Lu, save me. Just as Lu Ming was charging forward, he suddenly heard a cry. He turned his gaze and was slightly stunned. Zhou Xian. He saw Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian was in an extremely sorry state. She was also running with all her might in an attempt to escape. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian, and they moved forward at top speed. Stay here. An old man had his eyes on the two of them. A terrifying aura erupted as he charged toward the two of them. This elder's aura was even stronger than an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm. He should be an expert in the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian along and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to run at high speed. His body was like a stream of light, but he was carrying someone, and his speed was affected. The elder caught up with him very quickly. The old man threw a punch, and a blood-red fist force was sent flying towards Lu Ming. Along the way, someone tried to stop him, but he was directly smashed into dust by the fist force. Chapter 1043. 1043 Escaping Danger, arriving at the Zhou family. Lu Ming let go of Zhou Xian and unleashed his dragon power. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its maximum and threw a punch. Boom! When the two fists met, Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This old man was too strong. He was at the second level of the spiritual god realm, which was several times stronger than the first level. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art to its maximum and barely managed to block the punch. However, he was still injured. When the elder saw that Lu Ming, an ant with a great circle of the spirit embryo realm, could actually block his punch and not die, he was shocked. He was a little dazed and did not continue to attack for a moment. At the same time, the essential core in the dimensional stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body. He pulled Xianxia along and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to sprint forward. Xianxia had given him the purple jade that contained the Nanyuan stones back then. Now that they were in danger, how could Lu Ming leave her in the lurch? The two of them left in a flash. Only then did the old man react. His killing intent exploded as he angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" It chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Buzz! Buzz! In front of them, Cold Blood Hall experts were also charging toward Lu Ming. Their attacks enveloped the two of them. This was the attack of an expert at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was unafraid of it alone. However, he had Xianxia with him. Lu Ming wanted to launch an attack to help Xianxia block the attack. In that case, his speed would be slowed down. Behind him, the old man was chasing after him at extreme speed. "Hand over your storage rings, and I'll let you go," the old man roared. Xianxia gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Her face was filled with anxiety and worry, but she didn't seem to have any intention of handing over her storage ring. "Forget it, I'll risk it." Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a voice entered Xianxia's ears. "Don't resist." Lu Ming's voice rang out, and Xianxia nodded. Then, a light flash between Lu Ming's brows and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He rolled Xianxia up and kept her into the mountain and river diagram. Buzz! Lu Ming was the only one left. His speed increased sharply, and the Cold Blood Hall expert with a perfect spirit embryo burst into pieces as Lu Ming rushed past him. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and moved like a stream of light. For a moment, the elder could not catch up with him. How can he be so strong? Who is this young man? The old man was shocked. He tried his best to chase after Lu Ming, but he realized that Lu Ming was getting further and further away. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain range at the side. There were terrifying, ferocious beasts entrenched in the mountain range. Not long after Lu Ming charged in, he encountered several ferocious beasts of the spirit embryo realm, all of which he rushed past. Behind him, the Cold Blood Hall elder was still in hot pursuit. Lu Ming could only run as fast as he could. Roar! A huge black tiger appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall, like a small mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out. With a loud roar, the clouds in the sky exploded. This was an extremely powerful, vicious beast that had the bloodline of a divine beast. However, it was unwilling to transform into a human form and was hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. When he saw Lu Ming and the Cold Blood Hall elder, his eyes glowed with ferocity. He roared and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked it with the mountain and river diagram and threw a punch. However, he was still sent flying by the black tiger's palm and broke dozens of boulders. However, the black tiger's target was clearly not Lu Ming, but the old man. As the old man posed a strong threat to the black tiger and Lu Ming's aura was weak, the black tiger could not be bothered with him after the slap and pounced on the old man. Suddenly, the black tiger and the old man began to fight, and the old man was suppressed. Not far away, a rock exploded and Lu Ming rushed out of it. In a flash, he left the place and went far away at top speed. "Damn it!" The Cold Blood Hall elder bellowed, but he was helpless. Suppressed by the black tiger, he could only barely protect himself as he watched Lu Ming leave. This black tiger is really powerful. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt an excruciating pain all over his body. He had been slapped by the black tiger and suffered a serious injury. However, it was worth it to shake off the cold blood hall elder. Next, Lu Ming slowed down a little and restrained his aura. He focused his mind and sensed carefully. If he sensed a powerful aura, Lu Ming would go around it. Lu Ming spent a full day to cross the mountain range. After crossing the mountain range, Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for a few million miles, Lu Ming stopped by a small river. He took a bath in the river and changed his clothes. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Although he was injured, they were all physical injuries. Now that his physical body was strong, these injuries were healed in less than half a day. Whew! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and Xianxia appeared. The moment Xianxia appeared, she scanned her surroundings vigilantly. When she saw that Lu Ming was alone, she heaved a long sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Miss Zhou. We're already far away from that mountain range," Lu Ming said. "I, Xianxia, would like to thank young Master Lu for saving me once again. I am extremely grateful." Xianxia bowed to Lu Ming and expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome, Miss Zhou. Back then, you gave me the purple jade that you had your eyes on. Since I saw you in danger, it's only right that I help you. Where are your servants?" Lu Ming smiled and asked. Back then, Xianxia had servants and guards by her side. Now, not a single one of them could be seen. Xianxia's eyes were red as she said, "They're all dead?" "Oh." Lu Ming did not say much. He pondered for a moment and said, "Miss Zhou, where do you live? Do you need me to send you back?" "I'm from the Zhou family of Yingu Mountain. I was just about to invite you to my Zhou family as a guest." Xianxia replied. Along the Gushen, Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Previously, he had bought a map of the central continent and had a rough idea of the direction along the Gushen. It was also to the west, and it would not go in the opposite direction of the direction Lu Ming wanted to go. "All right, then I'll go with you." Lu Ming nodded. Xianxia was overjoyed. The two of them rose into the air and left the place. After a few million miles, they arrived at a small faction with a teleportation formation. On this side of the mountain, Cold Blood Hall did not have the power to control other people's teleportation formations, because this side already belonged to the Sky Eagle Fort. The two of them took the teleportation formation and crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles, which was equivalent to the distance of dozens of big regions in the East Baron. Then, they flew for another 2 days before they arrived at Yingu Mountain. There were not many plants on the mountain because it was filled with fire-type spiritual qi. The plants here were all of the fire type and were very few in number. Yingu Mountain was the Zhou clan's territory. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the Zhou family was not a big force. There were not many spiritual god realm experts in the Zhou family, and they could be counted on one hand. Mrs. Back. As soon as they entered the vicinity of Yingu Mountain, someone cheered. "So you're the young miss of the Zhou family," Lu Ming said with a smile. "My father is the head of the Zhou family. You're just a small force. Young Master Lu, please don't laugh at me." Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. "Sheener." A moment later, a middle-aged man came out to greet him. Chapter 1044. 1044 Chapter 1044 Conspiracy, Crisis. "Father." Xianxia was overjoyed and flew up. "Father, come, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lu, Lu Shaoqing. It's all thanks to young Master Lu that I'm able to come back alive to see you." Xianxia pulled the middle-aged man aside and introduced him to Lu Ming. "Junior Lu Shaoqing greets the Lu family head." Lu Ming went forward and cupped his fists. Haha, young Master Lu, you are too kind. You saved my daughter, so you are the benefactor of the Zhou family. Come, let's go in first. You must have had a hard time coming here. Take a rest first. Tomorrow, I will order someone to prepare a banquet to thank young Master Lu. The clan leader of the Zhou clan said courteously. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The group of them walked into the Zhou residence. The Zhou family was huge, and there were palaces, pavilions, cultivation rooms, and training rooms built among the peaks. The air was filled with dense, fire-type spiritual qi. It was obvious that the Zhou family was cultivating fire-type cultivation techniques. After entering the Zhou family residence, they quickly arranged an elegant courtyard for Lu Ming to stay in. In the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. This is a good place to comprehend the fire concept. Then, he closed his eyes and started to comprehend the intent realm. After this period of cultivation, his mentality had all improved. However, other than the water mentality, his other mentalities had not broken through to the 4th level. Although the wind, fire, and thunder intents were very close to level 4, they were still lacking and had not broken through. In the Zhou family head's room, Zhou Xian was standing in front of him. At this moment, the Zhou family head's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Zhou Xian and said, Xian, did you really get that treasure? Father, I've already obtained it. Zhou Xian was also excited. Her palm glowed and a jade box appeared. She handed it to the Zhou family head. The Zhou clan leader took the jade box with trembling hands. He took a deep breath and opened the jade box. There was a jade token inside. The Zhou clan leader took out the jade token and scanned the contents of the jade token with his mind. Slowly, his body began to tremble, and he revealed a look of wild joy. It's true, it's true. It's a supreme treasure, a supreme treasure. It's just as the ancient records say. With it, the Zhou family has hope of rising again. Huh? The Zhou clan leader couldn't help but laugh. But father, the materials on it are not easy to find. Zhou Xian replied. The Zhou clan leader took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, it's not easy to find the materials, but there's always hope if we take it slow. By the way, Xian, how did you escape? I received news that Cold Blood Hall has mobilized a large force this time. Did you really rely on that Lu kid to save you? Zhou Xian nodded. Indeed, I only managed to escape because Lu Xiaoqing saved me. Lu Xiaoqing is a peerless heaven's favorite. I heard that even the Blood Luo disciples lost to him. What? Even Blood Luo Z was defeated by him. Lu Xiaoqing? The head of the Zhou family was shocked and in disbelief. He had never heard of Lu Xiaoqing's name before. The Zhou clan leader then asked, Who is this Lu Xiaoqing? Even if he's a peerless talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to save you from Cold Blood Hall. Father, it's like this. Zhou Xian then told him all the information she had heard about Lu Ming and how he had saved her. What? A Grotto Heaven treasure? You're saying that Lu Xiaoqing has a Grotto Heaven treasure? After listening to Zhou Xian's explanation, the Zhou family head's eyes widened in shock. His eyes flashed with an incomparably hot flame. That's right, that must be a treasure of the heavenly abode. It's a universe of its own, and living beings can live in it. It stretches for 100,000 miles, exactly the same as the legendary heavenly abode treasure. Zhou Xian was certain. She was shocked when Lu Ming first put her into the mountain and river diagram. A Grotto Heaven treasure. A Grotto Heaven treasure. The fire in the Zhou clan leader's eyes grew more and more intense. He then asked, Xianxia, which overlord force do you think Lu Xiaoqing is from? Yes, that's what Lu Xiaoqing said to others. Zhou Xian replied. Good, that's good. A killing intent flashed in the eyes of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. Father, what are you doing? Zhou Xian was shocked. Xian, as you know, tens of thousands of years ago, our Zhou family also gave birth to a supreme martial artist and was a powerful force second only to the overlords. However, We have not become what we are today. If this continues, we will be destroyed in the central continent sooner or later. It's not enough to rely on that kind of treasure alone. The materials are too difficult to find. However, Lu Xiaoqing actually has a grotto heaven treasure. He must have encountered a great opportunity. He's so powerful at such a young age. His cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, secret skills, and even other treasures are absolutely amazing. If everything he has belongs to the Zhou family, with that treasure, the Zhou family will have a chance of rising. The Zhou clan leader said coldly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Father, do you want to kill Lu Xiaoqing? Zhou Xian said in a trembling voice. No, we'll take him down first and seal all his cultivation. Then we'll force him to hand over his grotto heaven treasure and all his treasures. He'll tell us his secrets, and then we'll kill him. After all, a treasure as important as the grotto heaven treasure must have been kept in his sea of consciousness. We won't be able to take it out if we kill him. The Zhou clan leader's gaze was extremely cold, and his voice was even colder. Zhou Xian shivered and said in a trembling voice, "But father, Lu Xiaoqing has saved my life. He has saved me twice. I can't bear to treat him like this." Silly. The clan leader of the Zhou clan waved his sleeves and berated. So what if he saved you? This world is cruel. If you're indecisive and your methods are not ruthless enough, you won't be able to rise. You'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. Those who do great things don't care about the trifles. As long as we get Lu Xiaoqing's secrets and treasures, our Zhou family will have a chance to rise. Do you want to see our Zhou family fall forever? There's one more thing. You met Lu Xiaoqing in the ancient herb garden, and then you were surrounded by cold blood hall. You risked your life and didn't hand over your storage ring. Don't you think Lu Xiaoqing would be suspicious? If this news gets out and cold blood hall comes to us, the Zhou family will be destroyed. So no matter what, we can't let Lu Xiaoqing live. The head of the Zhou family stared at Zhou Xian with his bright eyes. Under his gaze, Zhou Xian wavered. Father, Xian will listen to you. She sighed. That's more like it. How about this? We'll hold a banquet for him tomorrow. I'll put Qingming powder in the food and wine. This medicine is colorless and tasteless. No matter how high your cultivation base is, you won't be able to sense it. Once you take it, you won't be able to use your true essence. This Lu Xiaoqing is so concerned about you. I guess he's interested in you and won't be on guard against you. When he takes the clarity powder, he'll be at our mercy. The Zhou clan leader had a look of confidence. Father, Lu Xiaoqing is no small matter. A single type of clarity powder might not be enough to guarantee our safety. We can't let our guard down against a prodigy like him. Zhou Xian replied. That's right. You're right. I was careless. I'll report this to the patriarch and ask him to come out of seclusion. Even if something goes wrong, the patriarch can easily suppress Lu Xiaoqing. The clan leader of the Zhou clan nodded. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.